What's up, sports fans? It's your man D back, speaking my sports talk. All right, man. We're talking Canelo and Joshua today. Both of them got some fights coming up, but man, there's been a lot said about both of these guys, I think. I mean, y'all know how it is. You got at the top of the game, you're gonna get hated on. That should be expected by Joshua and Canelo. But it's extreme disrespect, man. I'm just going around listening to some videos this weekend, and the things I'm hearing about Joshua and Canelo. I don't know. I thought it's something that we could talk about here because I don't think that their opponents have too much of a chance. Callum Smith is a good boxer and everything, but I don't think that he's the guy. When we look at a guy to take out Canelo, who's going to be that guy to beat Canelo Alvarez? I don't much look at Callum Smith as the one being that guy to do it. First and foremost, not to dump on his skill set or anything like that. I just think that it's going to be a different person. I I always thought if Canelo took that fight with Dimitri Bivol, that could be his demise. To tell you the truth, the first guy to outside of Floyd Mayweather to give him that L, to give him that loss. I thought it could be Dimitri Bivol, but I don't really see anybody at 168 or 160 beating. As far as Anthony Joshua and Kubrat Pulev is concerned, I think honestly, I think Kubrat Pulev has less of a chance than Anthony Joshua to win. I mean, I'm sorry, less of a chance than Callum Smith to win his fight. I don't, I'm hearing a lot of things about the first Ruiz fight, Joshua struggles, but styles make fights, of course. But I don't see anything that Pulev brings to the table, in my opinion, is going to danger Joshua. If you ask me that question in reverse, I think he's going to destroy Pulev in there. Chain with Ice, what's good with you? Joshua Little John, what's up with you, fam? Appreciate you guys coming through. Got Jeff in the building. What's up, Jeff? St. Britt, what's good with you, St. Britt? Antonio Garcia, what's up, brother? What's up? What up? John, what's up, John? What's good, John? Adrian, Adrian Gonzalez, Keep It G. Does Canelo lose to Charlo or win, and why? Uh, no, well, Charlo, Jamal Charlo got a lot to prove, man. I wouldn't count him out of the Canelo fight, but I definitely would pick Canelo over Jamal Charlo because he just hasn't faced that level of competition. I mean, he did face the Reverenchenko, but I don't think anybody think that Reverenchenko is at the level of Canelo Alvarez. Um, Charlo brings some dangers to Canelo Alvarez. I think at 160 out of the 160 opponents, Charlo's the most dangerous opponent to him because he's already fought GGG twice, so he's going to learn from that. Plus, GGG's older than he was. Canelo's in his prime, his age since their last matchup. So I think Jamal Charlo's the most dangerous opponent for him. I don't even rate Demetrius Andre, so that's not an issue. But I would definitely have to pick Canelo over him. Just experience his head movement and the problems he's going to prevent. Jamal Charlo puzzle. Not going to be an easy target for Jamal Charlo either. So I don't know. Interesting fight, but definitely I would have to pick Canelo, Adrian. Jerome Benjamin, what's up with you, fam? What's good? Jeff said people think I'm nuts, but I do think Plant could maybe outbox him. Now going to the scorecard is a whole nother fight against now. Yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would have to see because The thing is, Canelo, man, he can cut the ring off. He get the plant. And I just want to see what when he starts touching plants. It's not like Plant gonna box around him and not get touched up. I want to see how he responds. You know, then if he put Plant down and Plant has to he drops him or something, and Plant has to get some points up, and he has to play more into Canelo's game, so to speak. So I don't know, man. Be interesting. Plant Canelo does have difficulties with guys that can move like Plant. So I get your mindset there, but who you think is going to be easier or a more difficult? Let me say more difficult opponent for Canelo, Callum Smith, or Plant. I don't want Bivol versus Canelo. No, I mean it's an interesting fight. I think Canelo has a lot to do. No need to take on that fight. I would agree with that, but I was just saying it was interesting. I don't necessarily want him to go that route anyway. Callum Smith is a cherry picker. Yeah, I don't think he'll get accused of that one, Bankroll. Come on, Joshua, that is unfair. How do you mean you don't want Bivol versus Canelo, Bivol versus Andre? Andre just lost a fight against Dusty Harrison or Dusty Hernandez, whatever his name is. Uh, he don't want to go from that to Bivol. Bivol beat the living hell out of Andre. Willie Boy slip and move in the building. What's good with you, Willie Boy? Blues Boxing, what's up? What's up? El Primo, what's good, brother? Paul says, I agree. Pulev, too pedestrian. Good jab. That's it. Joshua blows him. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Paul. I had said the other day it doesn't go past 7, but yeah, six or under, something like that. I don't really see him offering AJ too much problem on. I just, Andy Ruiz is explosive inside, really fast hands, and he just shocked Joshua. That's it. Fans are so super critical sometimes. I don't. Uh, Look, man. When a guy of that size and that stature comes in size and he start letting off punches like that, that will shock any boxer because you wouldn't expect him to be that quick, that fast, and probably hits decent power. He did catch Joshua on the temple, so you know that started it off. But still, he's got decent power. Came that quick. He just shocked Joshua, and Joshua couldn't recover. But training for Andy Ruiz in the next fight, he did a brilliant job at what he was supposed to do, and he beat him up. But a lot of people put a lot into that last fight there. Blues boxing. Hamza, what's up? Anthony and Canelo have something in common. They are both cash cows for sure, for sure, and that's another reason that they catch a lot of this hate. Because look, man, everybody wants them to fight, but they gotta understand that a lot of these fighters, um, they want the money. They want big bucks, and a lot of them want big bucks for what they don't necessarily deserve. They coming after, they overpricing themselves, so to speak. A lot of these fights should happen, man. A lot of these fights should happen, and it shouldn't be hard to make. But guys look at Canelo and Anthony Joshua. They look at that as like a lottery. You know what I mean? It's a lottery ticket. Jerome says, I got a strange feeling Callum Smith is going to shock the world. Nah, nah. I can't see it, man. I really can't see it. No. I'm looking at Callum Smith. Well, guys, I look at what fighters do in their last 2 or 3 fights, and Callum Smith, his body is going to be his problem in this fight because Canelo is such a damaging body puncher, and he's not an easy target upstairs. Um, and that's going to be Callum's problem. Guaranteed, man. I'm not saying that he could get dropped to the body. I'm not saying he'll get stopped to the body, but the body is going to lead to his biggest trouble. That was going to steal rounds from him. Once he starts working them down there, guarding that body. I just watched Callum Smith give up his range and advantages against John Ryder, and um, don't I don't see how he would turn that around against a fighter like Canelo, because Canelo's going to force his hand more and in a different way than Ryder did, and he's much more powerful than Ryder. Um, just looking at that fight, because Ryder did a good job. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he must have been training hard. He did an impressive fight against Callum Smith, but uh, Canelo can just do so much more than Ryder and pressure Callum in the same way. Once he starts digging into that body, man, that's going to be the beginning of his trouble. I don't know. I can't see Callum Smith winning that one. Oh man, please. Hamza, I don't from how like who dropped him? Who dropped him? Not knocked him out, but who dropped him? If Jamal can maintain his distance like in the last fight, he can give Canelo trouble. Yeah, he can. He has a lot of things that offers to give Canelo trouble. I'm just saying, in a win against him, you know what I mean? I think that, like I said, I think he's his best opponent or most dangerous opponent at 160. Uh, I believe Canelo has GGG figured out. Plus, GGG's older; he's on the decline, and Demetrius Andre, just please, like I'm not even gonna talk about it. He's at the bottom of the totem pole. So honestly, I think Charlo's his best competition. I appreciate that, Adrian. Appreciate you, bro. Callum. Yeah, Hamza. I mean, good luck to him. It's essentially he has to knock Canelo out. If we be honest, the boxing is still going to favor him, even though boxing is going to favor him. The money, like you said, Hamza, the cash cow. So favorable judging usually going to make go to where the boxer that can make the sport more money, which is Canelo. So, I've been rocking with Callum since the beginning. Yeah, that's what's up. And like I said, good luck to him. As I look at the fight, I can't see him winning. If I could dig out a chance or how I could see him winning, then I would express that. But I don't see it, bro. I really don't see him winning. Saint Britt said Canelo would butcher Plant from the mid rounds on. Yeah, exactly. Exactly what I think. And if he didn't slip something in there and hurt him and break him before that, Saint Britt. John Daly said if you put box Canelo, was that probably out supposed to be out typo. If you outbox Canelo, can you actually get the judges to give you the fight? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. John Daly. That's the problem. But not really the problem, but that's just the reality. Would they favor Callum Smith on the cards, even if he pulled it off? That's the question. And it's more difficult opposition. Well, depends, man. Callum's longer range. It depends on how Callum fights. Callum Smith could be more difficult opposition, Jeff, but will he fight in a way that makes him more difficult? You know what I mean? Because if he gives up his length and range like he did against John Ryder, then I think he's food. I think he's food if he does that. Um, if he tries to box Canelo, keep him on the outside, work that 1-2 because he's got those long arms. Look, let's be honest, man. This is why I tell people always give Canelo a hard time. He is 5'8.5". That's it. Callum is 6'3", fam. 6'3". So if he gives up his height and length like he did with John Ryder, he's going to find himself in big trouble. But he could be a more dangerous opponent depending on how he boxes. So I know that Canelo has problems with guys that move like Plant, and so that gives Plant some advantages there. But Callum's longer and taller than Plant, and he hits harder than Plant. That's another thing. I'm not sure if he hits harder than GGG, but I'm pretty sure he hits harder than Plant. That'll be a Canelo now. It's no fair. Why don't you want better be or Charlo B-ball? People talk about Canelo going up to fight. He was never supposed to defend at 175. It was just about capturing the belt and another title. What part of that don't you people get, man? Can't expect a guy 5 foot. What did I just say? What did I just say? He is 5'8". Now, what's more reasonable when we're talking about a guy going up to fight a guy at 175? What is more reasonable? Is it more reasonable for a guy like Canelo Alvarez at 5'8" to go up and fight Artur Beterbiev, or a guy like Jamal Charlo at 6 foot, 73 and a half inch reach to go up and fight Artur Beterbiev? Jamal Charlo's actually built for a bigger weight class, built for 168. Canelo's not even really built for 168, fam. Think about it. He is 5'8". Errol Spence is taller than Canelo Alvarez. Y'all want him masquerading around at 175. This is the hate that I'm talking about. Why does Demetrius Andre didn't even go to fight? He's not doing anything at 154. He could at least challenge the champion at 168. I want Canelo to campaign at 165. Y'all do realize he came from welterweight, right? So funny to me how guys like Demetrius Andre go to 154, 160, do completely nothing. Mark Darlow, 154, 160. He did a little more than Andre. GGG, the same weight class. I want Canelo to campaign at 175. Oh my goodness, man. That's hate. That's what's called hate, Hamza. That's why I said the most hated, Anthony Joshua and Canelo. If you just want to see a guy get KO'd, that's called hate. Callum Smith has the best resume out of the champions at 168. Agreed. Agreed. He does. Jamal was looking like the Viper in the last fight. RIP. Yeah, Jamal did. He looked really good to me in his last fight. I had to give him more credit than a lot of other people gave to him, Joshua. But I agree with that. I give credit where credit is due, and I do agree he was looking good. That's why I say I think that he is probably Canelo's most competition at 160, and that's because he's fought GGG twice before. That experience with already getting him in the ring. You know what I mean? Like a training club in the building. What's good? What's good? That's it. I wouldn't mind seeing that. Yeah. Nah, man. He don't need to be messing with those guys. Canelo could beat Better BF though. I mean, you would have to favor Better BF to win. Don't get me wrong, but don't think Canelo couldn't beat Better BF. Could beat him. Could beat him. And guys like Hamza would be mad if he pulled that off. Canelo haters. He said haters. I know what you meant. Canelo haters want him to face Joshua or Fury, but still wouldn't give him credit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Blues Box. Better be if, yeah. Yeah. Pulev has a great chin jab, but that's not enough to beat AJ. It's gonna be yeah, Hamza. I believe so too. I think he's gonna stop him bad. I'm looking like Dominic Brazil fashion of ass whooping. I was just telling somebody that the other day. I think AJ is gonna punish Pulev like he punished Dominic Brazil. Pulev, and then you think about it, Pulev ain't too much faster than Dominic Brazil. He's not. That's like, look, man. Andy Ruiz shocked the world, and he shocked AJ. That's just the reality of it. And I think when AJ would, first off, AJ dropped him first. And when Ruiz got back up and still had his feet under him and everything, that probably shocked AJ. You know, because AJ went for the kill. When Ruiz popped him, he probably was double shocked, like, holy shit, this guy's still around. But then the speed that those punches was coming, when you get hit in the temple like that and discombobulated and all that, man, AJ couldn't gather himself. That temple shot really did him in. Couldn't gather himself. But Pulev, man, he doesn't offer that type of speed, you know, inside. Like AJ, and he's taller than Ruiz. He's closer to AJ's head, you know. I'm telling you, man, I can't. I'm with you, bro. Brutal KO. That's the way I see it. They definitely are the cash cow. That's no lie. Yeah, yeah, for sure. For sure. That fool made $80 million with no belts, AJ, in the second fight with Ruiz. Crazy. Crazy. Uh I got Joyce as of now. I'll give y'all, you know, final prediction closer to the fight. We'll probably do a live based on it. But as of now, I got Joyce. I think he gonna upset the young kid. I mean, both of them are prospects, but Dubois is young. Joyce is an old dude. And athletics, the politics is always gets in the damn way. Yeah, yeah, ain't that the truth, Joshua? Canelo Smith brothers. Yeah, I think Canelo gets him too. Adrian Gonzalez. I can't pick out a way for Smith to win. I mean, if I could, I would be honest. And if Smith could find a way to keep Canelo outside, and I've just seen lesser opponents get in there to Smith, right? Not just Ryder. I couldn't really figure out how Smith could keep him outside. Not with what Smith offers. He has the dimensions to do it, but I'm not seeing him box in a way where he's going to keep Canelo from inside of him. And just believe once Canelo gets in there and start working that body, if Smith doesn't get dropped to the body, he's gonna take some hard shots up top because Canelo gonna get him to tuck those elbows out. He's right there, like he's right there for the taking. I don't know, man. Okay, Devin Haney. Yeah, put your link in the chat, Hamza, so everybody can. What time is it? Hamza doing the interview with Devin Haney. Yeah, oh, I don't know Haney. Is that Bill Haney or Devin Haney? Well, put your link in the chat so everybody know. I'm not gonna lie. I keep going back and forth. I'm leaning Dubois, but still fight. But yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a good fight. It's a good fight. I mean, either of these guys can win. Don't get me wrong. Um, I just I just think that Joyce is a bit more technically sound, and he's got enough to take some shots from Dubois. He's going to eat some shots, but a lot of these guys Dubois been fighting, they couldn't take his power, they couldn't take his shots. Joyce is going to be able to absorb some of those shots, you know. But it's what's coming back. I've seen Daniel Dubois get in trouble with Gorman, Latte. You know what I mean? They got him in a little trouble there. So uh interestingly enough, I just think that Joyce is the better boxer. People talk about the speed, that Joyce is slow, but if you look at Dubois, he's not much faster than Joyce. Not much faster at all. But Joyce is more technically sound, uh more fundamentally sound boxer than Dubois is. So then he has the height and the reach advantage over him as well. So I don't know, man. I'm gonna call Joyce on this one. Uh I'll call Joyce by a split decision. Now here's the thing. it's I don't know who the judges will favor in this one. I'm not sure Frank Warren got with so much pull. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even sure who the judge. I know the fans love Dubois. A lot of the fans love Dubois, but it'll come down to the business. How much pull did Frank Warren got? Frank Warren pulls going away. I'm taking Joyce about an eighth. You think you're gonna stop him? He could. He could stop him. I think he's gonna win. I don't know. I gotta look at the fight a little more. John Daly. Tesco Joe is one of the worst trainers in the UK. The game plan will be poor. There will be no nuance to Smith, and he will get beat AO. Wow. Wow. Really, John? That link in the chat. Yeah, man. I don't know. He might. I'm hearing a lot of people say KO. You're acting like Canelo never got. Oh, Hamza. You do realize it was by Floyd Mayweather. Are you even putting Callum Smith? Please tell me you're not putting Callum Smith on the level of a Floyd Mayweather, Hamza. And yes, Canelo lost to Floyd Mayweather. Dude, man, cut it out. Yeah, acting like Canelo. I know he lost. He lost to Floyd, bro. That's not almost like losing to Floyd is almost like not losing at all, Hamza. You got to realize that you lost to Floyd. Hey, no, oh, you lost to Floyd. Oh, okay. Hmm. Renee Boxing, what's good? What's good? What's your fam? Appreciate you sliding through. Joyce has the better resume and more experience. Yeah, yeah, he does. He does. He does. He has a bit more. Dubois is a bit. He's a little bit more green than Joe Joyce. You know, a little rough under the edges, so to speak. So I'm not sure. Monte Carlo, the Canelo hate is real. Yes, it is, bro. Yes, it is. It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. You know, you got people saying that he actually ducked Better Bivol and Bivol. Like how? How did he duck? He was not planning to fight there. Never had intentions to fight at 147, and he's not ducking. You know, they kill me with this ducking. The dude is 5'8". I don't think anybody pays attention. He's 5'8". You guys want him to go masquerading around in the light heavyweight division. Callum Smith is at 168. He's 6'3". So what does that tell you guys? He's probably supposed to be at 175, but that's the size of these guys up there at 175, man. Like a Callum Smith. Because my bad, Renee. He's big enough. Let me take this thing down. He's big enough to be over there at 175. And so you guys have to realize that Canelo was never planning to masquerade around at 175. It was just a one-off thing. To get the belt in that division, become a champion in another division, and go continue business at 168 and 160. That was the plan. So stop it with this beef all better be of foolishness. What's up, Renee?
Hey, what's going on, man? I just saw your link and I just wanted to jump in. I just kind of want to give my input concerning the Canelo and Smith fight.
Yeah. Break it down. What you think? What you think?
Cool, man. Thanks so much, man. And shouts out to you, bro. And, I just discovered you, as a matter of fact, when you recently went on one of my chats. I went live, I think, recently. And I really appreciate your comments, man, in the live that I had the other day. And much love, man. Much love to the community, everybody who's listening, man. And yeah, I just want to give real quick, man, my input concerning just Canelo and, Smith. The thing here is that when you go back to Smith fighting, when he fought Ryder, when he fought, just his general style, when you talk about his general style, Smith, what I've seen, what I've detected in him, and he kind of curls up. I don't think that's the word, but he keeps his guard up when it gets against the ropes. When it goes against the ropes, time and time again throughout the Ryder fight, he curls up against the ropes. He keeps his guard up, and he doesn't. It seems like he doesn't punch back when he's against the ropes. Canelo's a master at fighting people like that, man. I mean, that's where I see a big weak point concerning Callum Smith, man. I mean, and the thing here is that when we talk about Canelo's size, I mean, he had no problem when you talk about when he fought Fielding. Yeah, I know Fielding was a controversial, very under par opponent, which I think we can all agree on, but I'm just talking about size here. So Canelo was, you know, Fielding was towering over Canelo, man. So was Kovalev towering over Canelo. Now I know there's some controversy in it. I'm not going to get into the details. Other platforms explain it. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I stay neutral on those things, but I know that, you know, it's controversial as far as Canelo's win over Kovalev, but facts are facts. You know what I'm saying? Canelo is very good at fighting small. He's a short guy. He knows how to fight short. He knows how to use his short height and stature to his advantage. He did the same against Jacobs, you know, against Daniel Jacobs. He fought pretty well. Jacobs did have some nice executions. He landed very well against Canelo. Canelo has a chin, man. That's another thing we got to. A lot of people seems like I haven't heard talk too much about that. I mean, most people talk about, when we talk about Canelo, we talk about his countering, we talk about his speed, right? Yeah, we talk about his upper body movement, things of that nature. But we also got to talk about his chin. Canelo has a chin, man. Wow, that guy, man. I remember the only time he got rocked, I think it was years ago. I think he fought Miguel Cotto's brother, if I'm not mistaken, years ago. Right? Yeah, right. And he got rocked.
GGG buzzed him. GGG buzzed him a couple of times in their 2 fights. He buzzed him a few times actually, but yeah, he's got it. He's one of those guys. I agree with you. He's got that chin. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, go ahead and butt in when you want, man. Yeah, so that's the thing that, you know, Canelo has a chin, dude. That's the only time it really got, you know, stunned, I guess we can say. But this guy got a chin, bro. I really respect that. You know, he's a tough kid. He's a tough kid, man. Tough guy, man. So considering all those factors, I don't think Smith, man, when you see him punch, when you see him land, he fought, you know, George Groves in the World Boxing Super Series. I really liked the World Boxing Super Series. Eubanks also fought George Groves. George Groves got the best of Chris Eubank Jr. So you can tell that, like, when he fought George Groves also, like, that's the thing that I see a big weak point. I reiterate that, you know, Caleb Smith, he curls up, man, and that's perfect for Canelo. And then
He goes it. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro, but before you jumped on, I was just saying that when he takes on certain pressure, he goes into that high guard, right?
Exactly.
And he kind of ducks in, but you know that Canelo is a master at getting guys to go into that high guard and working the body. And since he's so low, he's 5'8.5". Again, remember, he's like a half inch shorter than John Ryder. And when we look at that Ryder fight, Ryder was doing it. He would throw some shots, so he'd throw a couple of jabs up top and start coming pressuring Callum. And Callum will go into that high guard. Man, that's like prime real estate for Canelo Alvarez. And he's gonna make him pay with that. I could see Callum Smith potentially get dropped by a body shot. I'm not saying put out of the fight, but you know, just dropped by a body shot. And, you know, it's gonna be interesting, man, because that's what Canelo Alvarez, that's one of his strengths. You know, he's one of the better body punchers in the game, and he knows how to set those things up. And you know, he'll feint you to the body, and then he'll come up top. He can change levels just as good as anyone else. Going to be a tough uphill battle for Callum Smith. I don't like the way Callum Smith gives up his height and reach. I mean, the guy's 6'3", and you know he gave it up versus Ryder. He gave it up versus Groves. He gives up his height and reach. And those guys with that much power and that tall, I always wonder why they get into fights and give up their height and reach that way.
Exactly. And the caliber that Caleb Smith has, man, the level he's at, you know what I'm saying, the belts he has, the accomplishments that he has achieved in division, it makes me wonder exactly what you're saying. It makes me wonder why he hasn't used. That shows that, I mean, you know, when you're at that caliber, bro, when you're at that caliber of fighting, you know what I'm saying, of championship status, elite status in a division, you got to learn, especially when you're tall, you know, you got your length and, you know, height advantage, your reach advantage. You got to learn how to use that, man. I think it's kind of sad for Caleb Smith, you know, not using it. And the thing here is that, getting back to Canelo, is that, you know, he's gonna even if check this out, even if Smith tries, because we saw it in the Ryder fight, the Groves fight, you know what I'm saying, if he even tries to use his reach, and height advantage, he's not going to use it well. I mean, Canelo's going to be, Canelo's a veteran. He's a veteran, seasoned fighter. Apart from, and I don't even want to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I've mentioned it from time to time on my channel, but not much. Apart from like what you're saying, man, he does have a lot of hate. I'm not going to get into those details. There's controversy concerning his trajectory.
Yeah.
When we put that aside, when we put all that aside, we just look, because I'm the type of person, man, my platform and stuff like that, what my approach is, I just look at what's in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I get into some news and things like that, controversial issues. As a matter of fact, I'm uploading a video right now between the Bud and Bob Arum saga, but sometimes,
right.
yeah, sometimes I get into that stuff. But mainly when it comes to fights and analyzing fights, I just see what's in the ring. Everything outside of the ring, that's their business, whatever, right? So when we just analyze that, Canelo's way too veteran. He's a veteran. I see this. Check this out. I see this as, I said it also in the lead up. I said it in the lead up to Bud versus Brook, the Kell Brook and Bud fight. I mean, I was saying it to the lead up. I made a reaction. I'm sorry. I made a final thoughts video live. I went live right before the fight on Saturday. I was on a Friday. And I said, and I've been saying it, that, Bud is levels above Brook. I've been saying that, man. I said, it's not going to be as competitive as many people are hyping up Brook to be. All due respect, Brook, great fighter, blah, blah, blah. We already know it. But at the time of the career, at the time of the point that of Brook's career right now, Bud was going to take him out nicely. I was explaining that, man. I was saying that, it's not going to be as competitive as many think. So when that's kind of how I see it.
I think we were at the same place, because everybody here knows I definitely was. Let me catch some shouts right quick, Renee. What up, John Daly, LBJ King? Question mark, man. He kills me with that. I never know. Question mark. Junior Moreno, my bro, ringside. MXBC, what's good, Big Dan? Are you guys stepping up in here? All right, yeah. I always fall behind in the chat, man.
That's all good, man.
So much.
So that, yeah, no problem. That's the thing that now when we get to this, I kind of think the same. Obviously, these are two totally different fighters, divisions, blah blah blah. But I think this similarly with Canelo and Smith, this matchup, because I think Canelo is levels above Smith, man. I mean, what I've seen with Smith, in his fights, I analyze these guys, and we got to consider another thing. And a lot of people don't talk about this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I have a different perspective, just like everybody has a different perspective. This is what I look at. Like, I also look at Eddie Reynoso, man. I mean, we got to give credit to Eddie Reynoso. I mean, I've been saying this also about Ryan Garcia. We can't sleep on Ryan Garcia because he has Eddie Reynoso, man. Eddie Reynoso is why one of the things that we accredit Canelo so much to is his upper body movement, like we just said a moment ago, and his countering. We got to give the credit to Eddie Reynoso, because Eddie Reynoso is the one who's teaching him these things. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people criticizing Ryan Garcia, which is true. I mean, I'm not saying anything against it. It's true. He fights stiff. He fights with his chin up. Yes, he does. But remember, he's still green. He's still growing. And Eddie Reynoso, he's going to teach him how to fight. How to fix those problems that Ryan Garcia has with his chin up and things like he should, at least. So Canelo, he knows exactly what he's going to do. They got a great game plan, I'm sure. He has a great team behind him, Canelo, to fight Smith, man. I think it's going to be, and that's what I'm trying to get at. I think Canelo's levels above Smith, man. I mean, it sounds like I'm not minimizing Smith, but I'm just saying it's skill wise. I don't think Smith is going to do much to Canelo, man. I think it will be maybe a certain round. I think Smith will get a couple rounds, but I kind of see it as I kind of see Canelo knocking out Smith with just punishing him to the body, man, like he did with the fielding. I mean, that's the advantage Canelo got. He knows how to get on the inside. He knows how to punish the body, and it's gonna hurt Canelo. It's gonna hurt Smith, man. It's gonna hurt him.
Yeah, look, man. Again, no disrespect to Callum Smith, because I actually like Callum Smith, but I just don't believe he has what it takes to, like, you think about the guy. Who is this guy that could stop or that could beat Canelo from 160 to 168? And I didn't look at Callum Smith as that guy.
Exactly.
I thought potentially Benavidez or Plant because of his movement. But I still thought to myself with Plant, the problem with Caleb Plant is he won't stop Canelo. And I think that while I think he could probably outbox Canelo to like a 7-5, 8-4, I don't think he would get justice on the cards if cut it that narrow. He wouldn't drop him. He can't stop him. So do you think his plan is going to beat him? No. So you have to go to the kid Benavidez, but he's so undisciplined that, you know,
Yep.
you know what I mean? And so then you go to 160, and then it's definitely Charlo. He's fought GGG twice. He's had a chance to fight this guy. So both of those guys are vets. They're smart fighters, GGG and Canelo. But you're going to have to give it to Canelo after you guys get in there and bang it out twice. He has the youth on his side. He's in his prime, and you're on your way out. So you would definitely have to give it to Canelo. And then Canelo's smart as a whip. So he's gonna analyze that the Reverend Chinko fight and notice how he damaged you to the body, man. It's a wrap for GG in that third fight. I don't really think he should take the third Canelo fight. He should just work the end of that zone contract. They gotta give him like 14 million a fight. I mean, just work that GGG. Don't even bother with Canelo. I can't even lie because I think it goes bad for GGG. It's like I think GGG in the third fight and Canelo Wilder and Fury. That's how I look. I think it goes bad for those two guys in the third fight.
Right, but the thing here is that I mean there are talks, whatever rumors, whatever they want to call it, of Canelo fighting Triple G in May. I think Canelo will smash Triple G in the third fight, man. He'll smash him. I mean that's just my humble opinion, man. Triple G, how old is this guy, man? 36?
Yeah, older. 36 or older.
It's done, man. It's over. I mean, I made videos about it too, and you know, all due respect to Triple G, nothing against them. It's just that the point in their careers. That's what I'm saying. I repeat it again. As a matter of fact, I said the same about Pacquiao. I know it's controversial. I think Pacquiao should retire. He's proved more than enough. Freddie Roach came out recently. At the time I made the video, I think it was shortly after, Freddie Roach came out and said that, you know,
he's 38. I mean, cut John, but he's 38, bro. Yeah,
who
yeah, Gennady Golovkin's 38. What's up, Ness? What's up, brother? Yeah, he's 38. G Funky in the building.
That's the thing, man. That's what I'm saying. And this Triple G, man, he has to get the heck out of boxing, bro. I mean, you did good in your career, blah blah blah. But when you consider Canelo versus Triple G trilogy, who wants to see that? That's the thing. I don't understand why people try to hype this up. Oh, are they going to fight? Who's going to win? And we obviously know who's going to win, man. Canelo's going to smash Triple G, man. Canelo's in his prime. He's just getting better and better. Maybe he has a little issue with his knees. He had an operation with his knees a couple years ago, a year and a half ago, something like that. So, I mean, you know, but still, Canelo's still in his prime. I mean, what the heck is that's what I'm saying, man. I don't get it sometimes how people try to hype up these things like, you know, a trilogy with you know, Canelo Triple G trilogy. It's going to be a no contest. Canelo's going to smash him. I know anything can happen in boxing. But right now at the point of Triple G's career, he's way too slow. You know, his head movement's not the best anymore. I mean, Canelo smashed this dude. But anyways, with all due respect,
it's just like he showed. You know, when these fighters like he's 38, and the same with Pacquiao. I think with Pacquiao though, he's an anomaly. You have these fighters that just do some abnormal things. That's Pacquiao, and I think that Pacquiao could happen with Pacquiao the same way it happened with GGG and the Reverend Chico. Like, this is what I believe happened with GGG. He turned old on us, and that the Reverend Chico. Think that's what it was because he's 38 and he's been through a lot. I mean, he's always been a slugger. He's proven his chin, but he turned old on us in that the Reverend Chinko fight. And so that's the thing that can happen with Pacquiao too. And it's more dangerous for Pacquiao because it's a Crawford or a Spencer. You don't want that to be your fight where you turn old on the crowd because you probably get. But GGG, like he's in trouble, man. I think at this point, I think the only one he beats is Andre. That's just because I'm so biased against Demetrius Andre. I can't stand this dude, bro. He's doing absolutely nothing. He can't even secure a fight with Dusty Hernandez But even though it was a COVID situation, it's just still, man.
I agree. Yeah.
Demetrius Andre, I couldn't put him over GGG, but I think Charlo beats him, and I think Canelo just beats him bad in the third fight because he's on a very visible decline. Not saying anything less of GGG or what he's accomplished in boxing, you know, how destructive he was at one point. He's just on a real visible decline. Giving up that type of information of a weakness downstairs to Canelo is just murder. It's just murder.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I think that Triple G would take a trilogy is just for the money. That's all
Oh,
it
for
is.
sure. For
That's all.
sure.
Yeah,
For
and
sure.
this dude Triple G. I mean, I've said, like I said, I posted videos about it. I posted videos about this saying that Triple G should have retired a while ago, man. I mean, great career. You did your career. Go on, ride off in the winds. Focus on your beautiful wife. Focus on your family, and that's it.
Yeah.
Bro. I mean,
I tell you what, if he did take it for the money, I wouldn't mind. Like I wouldn't say I don't like these guys if they take their last fight, their last big paycheck, as long as they keep themselves safe, you know, if they go down or something, don't push the pencil. But if they take their last big paycheck, I don't mind. It's like Wilder fans, I always get into it with them. What's up, Hassan? That guy. I always get into it with the Wilder fans. And I say, look, I would prefer not to see Fury versus Wilder if it's gonna tie up, you know, with AJ or anything like that. But if Wilder want to go back in there, sure, why not? I don't care about seeing Fury beat him up again because he's not gonna win that fight, bro. He's just gonna get beat up again. Like, look, when you have guys that think on a level of Tyson Fury, Canelo Alvarez, you know, with that experience, with the way, well, Canelo Alvarez, it comes with the experience and all he's been doing, and he has an IQ himself. But Tyson Fury is just an anomaly. Just like, you know, I was saying about Pacquiao. Look, the way he is, 6'9", moves the way he moves. And he's just an anomaly. And to have an IQ the way he does, uh, you're not going to beat guys like that with one trick. And that's the thing. Wilder has one trick. Tyson Fury is too smart. He's smart enough to know how to not only neutralize that, but to not get hit with it flush. He doesn't even have to come in with that crunk style that he did in that second fight. And he could just totally outbox Fury.
Yeah, I don't, I honestly don't. This is the same thing I have with Bud and Spence, Terrence and Spence. It's a fantasy illusion now. By now, I mean, I've gotten over this whole, oh, who will win and pound for pound and Spence or Bud and blah blah blah. It's now at the point where Bud is at, and him with the situation with Aram. The amount of fights he has had in the welterweight division without fighting the top welterweights. I know it's controversial, but this is one of the reasons why I don't even talk about. I really don't really talk about Bud versus Spence anymore because I don't even think it's going to happen. If it does, it's going to probably happen in 2022, earliest, latest 2023. By then, Bud will probably just take it as a mega fight and ride off into the win and retire. So the same thing with the trilogy. If a Wilder and Fury trilogy happens, it looks like it's not going to happen, and that's kind of why I don't really talk about it. And it's a controversial issue, as far as with Fury, and you already know what other platforms talk about. I don't get into that stuff, but I don't know if it's even going to happen, a Wilder versus Fury trilogy, but it would be awesome to see. You know what I'm saying? But who knows, right? Who knows? It's too much politics in this whole thing.
Yeah, it could very well happen to tell you the truth because D Style, what's good with you, fam? It could very well happen to tell you the truth because look, man, I don't believe in too many coincidences, okay? So coincidence, Fury fights off. Coincidence, he's scheduled to fight around the time Wilder's scheduled to fight at the beginning of next year. Like it can't be too many coincidences. So with that many coincidences, there's a possibility that that could be his next fight. I'm not saying definitely, but he could get his third chance. But if he gets his third chance, I'm just telling people right now, don't come over here with the hoopla and all the fucking hype, because I'm not hyping this fight. Wilder's gonna get his ass beat again. Okay? I'm not gonna hype it. I'm not gonna hype it. Listen, the one trick that trick has been exposed by the Fury camp. That trick is exposed now. It might not work for the rest of the heavyweights because the rest of the heavyweights are not 6'9" with that reach and that movement and can do what Fury can do. Okay, they don't come in at 270 comfortably. Okay, that's not the rest of the heavyweights. But for Fury, that's been exposed. Wilder's gonna get his ass beat again, man. And then you can blame it on the gloves. You can blame it on Fury's mama. You can blame it on whatever you want to blame it on. Wilder's going to get his ass whooped again. And that's just how the fight's going to go down. He doesn't have enough to beat a guy at the caliber of Fury, nor Joshua, to be honest, I don't believe. Because this was the problem with Wilder fighting the level of competition he was facing, man. You know, Luis Ortiz is the best on his record besides Fury. Problem is, he never beat Fury. He beat Ortiz twice. So that's the best you're going to beat. When it gets above that level, you're going to start losing because your right hand is not going to be enough to save you every time. That's just what it is, man. That's
Boy, if they do fight, sorry for interrupting. If they do fight, you know what I'm saying? I mostly wanted to focus on just Callum and Canelo, but if now that we're on this topic, if they do fight, I'm going for Wilder, man. I've been going for Wilder. I like the first fight, what they did, both of them, right? The second fight, y'all already knows the story. If they do have a trilogy, I'm going for Wilder. But when you talk about the skills and the way Fury fought the second fight and stuff like that, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a real challenge, man. So that's why I don't really talk about it too much because I'm the type of person I like to talk about more. Obviously, it's hard to avoid. You know, it's inevitable that But we talk about potential fights.
well, break it down. Let the people know because this is Speak Your Mind Sports Talk. So speak your mind, brother. Speak your mind. But real quick before you do that, I seen a couple of my people jump in the building. Scott Brown, what's good? T-Tone Toledo, once again, Ness Mendoza, South Croy, what's good with your South Croy? Appreciate y'all coming through. But yeah, break it down for us, fam. What you think?
I mean, I gotta wait. I honestly want to wait. I do want to break down, but I want to wait till it's kind of more official. You know what I'm saying? Because I kind of see it as pie in the sky, man. I mean, I know it sounds weird, but too much politics, man. I mean, this whole thing of they were supposed to fight in December and now they didn't. Right. Bob Arum saying this and that because Fury,
contract expire, arbitration and mediation and all of that stuff. Yeah, I get it.
Exactly. And the way Bob is moving right now with Bud, it's hard to believe that. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to believe that it's even going to happen. I got to get going, man. I'm doing some stuff right now, but that's just more than anything. I want to focus on my Callum Smith and Canelo. What I think is going to go down, Canelo's going to take out Smith, man. Thanks so much for letting me in, man. Salute to everybody, man. Thanks so much for the love, man.
All right, bro. No doubt. Y'all go check him out, man. Make sure y'all go check him out. D-Style, what's good? What's good with you?
What's going on, D Jeff? This is the first time I'm here. I just wanted to confirm that that's not the fake D style on the chat.
Hey, man.
Nowadays, people can't click on the
running around with these stupid fake accounts. That's what I was just getting ready to say. So let me go ahead and throw you a wrench, man, so that
But everybody there is the crew, man, from G Funky, Chicano Prophet. We're not fake accounts, but I do know that could happen. I mean,
it happens too much, man. These trolls are crazy, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and talk about Glovegate a little bit.
Do you think?
I mean, look, here's the issue I have with Glovegate, right? Like, no matter which position, like, first of all, the conspiracy theorists can't even make up their mind, bro. Like on what exactly, how he cheated. Like, they can't make up their mind. But we have to go by what Wilder accused him of, right? The egg weight. Like, that's what we got to go by. That's what Wilder said.
All right.
But I just want to ask you a very, like, logical question, right? And I kind of wanted to ask Renee, too. I mean, because it appears to me, I could be wrong. I think he believes in Glovegate, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think he does, too.
Yeah. So, but that's why I like to talk to people. Like, even on Bloodstream the other day, I jumped on, talked to some people that believe in it, Yeah. But here's the thing. So let me just ask you a really, like, logical question, right? Let's forget the whole, like, Diaz was there and how ridiculous inserting an egg weight in the glove is. on its surface. Let's just put that aside for a moment. Let's say he did have it in there, right?
Right.
And it caused a dent on the side of his head, right? The skull, bro. Like the skull, for those that don't know, protects our brain. Like it's one of the most, if not the strongest bone on the body, right? So,
What?
and let's put aside the fact that bones don't undent, because now it appears he doesn't have the dent, and the dent just went away. Let's just ignore all that. If it dented the side of his skull, right?
Right.
Wouldn't it have fractured his nose when he got punched in the nose? Wouldn't it have shattered his orbital bone when he hit him on the orbital bone? Wouldn't it have like dislocated his jaw when he punched him multiple times on the jaw? Right? Like these are bones and fractures that happen in flyweight fights. Why wouldn't it happen in a heavyweight fight with a dude that has an egg weight in his glove? Right? Can you provide me an explanation? And I know you don't believe in it, but does it make any logical sense why none of those other bones would be fractured or broken?
It makes no sense, man. Listen, the worst thing is that the whole conspiracy surfaced from a guy that doesn't even watch boxing. Young Farrell. This clown doesn't even watch boxing. He doesn't know shit about boxing. And this is where the whole conspiracy started from. And they ran with
you know what a
this.
smoking gun was? He came out with a video. He came out with a video saying, "Oh look, why are his wraps bloody? Because there was blood on the wraps, right?" And I'll be honest with you, the first time I saw that, I did say, "Why is there blood in the wraps?" But you know what I did? I went back and I watched the fight at the end when he took off the gloves, and the gloves were pearly white, like there was no blood on them. The reason there was blood on him is he walked up to Wilder and he rubbed. Just think about this. He rubbed the side of Wilder's face. Okay, he wiped his blood off with the knuckle area of the wraps, right? He literally did that on Wilder's face. And yeah, people today saying, "Oh, I think the wraps were loaded." Like if your wraps are loaded, why would you literally wipe blood off of Wilder's face? But did young Pharaoh ever provide a retraction for saying that the smoking gun was the blood on the wraps? No, he did not. Right? His change.org, you can still see his petition to overturn the decision showing bloody wraps, and he never once took it down. Change.org didn't take it down. This is absolutely ridiculous, man. But hey, I want to thank you for giving me the time. I got Alvarez knocking out Smith in about the 9th round.
The 9th? What do you think? What do you think about AJ and Pulev? How you think that go?
I got AJ, man. I got AJ stopping Pulev mid rounds, like 5th or 6th round.
Okay.
I think. Now, keep in mind, it's Pulev's going to be dangerous for about 2-3 rounds. You know what I mean? I think it's going to be competitive for that time, and then AJ's going to hit him with some big, turn the fight around, and I think that's what's going to happen.
That's what's up. That's what's up, bro. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. No problem. What's good?
What up, D Jefferson? No Paul right here. And
what's good with you, fam? What you think about these two guys? The hate, their fights coming up. Whatever you want to speak on, fam.
Oh, you mean Canelo? Well,
Canelo and AJ.
Okay, yeah. These are two of the guys that always get a lot of hate for some reason. If you look at AJ, I mean, he's the special thing about him, you can't really say that he has the best skills, but the most honorable thing about him is he's always willing to take that challenge. And that can't be that's one thing that gets missed a lot these days is the fighters that even though they might lose, they're still willing to take a challenge. And to be in that position of the A side and to still be willing to put your belts all at risk, I mean, that's one of the most honorable things. Yet you got fan bases over here who are always who off a racial thing. They're always they always happen to want to back up the cowards, the ones that hide behind the promoter and they let the promoter keep him safe, you know. So that's what I like about AJ. You know, I always like the fact that, you know, he went back in there and even though I was rooting for, you know, Andy Reese, I mean, still got to give the boy his credit because, you know, I mean, he
Shocked the
doesn't.
world, man. He shocked the world in
Yeah,
that first fight. I mean, listen, it would have been, I believe it would have been much more of an interesting fight had Ruiz disciplined himself. And I think Andy Ruiz understands that now too. And I'm interested to see because Reynoso's not going to keep him around if he doesn't remain disciplined. And from what I've not heard anything recently, so Reynoso's keeping him around and he must be disciplining himself. And I'm interested to see what Ruiz looks like when he comes out into his next fight, whomever it may be.
y-
It's going to be really interesting. I think he can be dangerous in the division if he stays disciplined.
yeah. It's really interesting that you mentioned that, and we're hoping that some of these coaches get to a point where they do start thinking this way. It's like it's not really about the money; it's also about your reputation. And
Right.
if you're known as a guy that always, you know, tries the best and you go for the success, you know, uh,
Yeah.
you be willing to drop a fighter and say, "Hey, hell no, you ain't in this camp if you're not gonna follow the rules. We don't need you. We got nothing but champs over here. We ain't gonna let you guys. We're not gonna let you make us look bad, right?" So that's what I'm hoping, that the trainers start thinking that way, because a lot of times, if you notice, some of these guys like Abel Sanchez, Freddie Roach, I
Yeah.
mean, they just take fights for the hell of it. They'll just, you know,
Bro,
they'll and most of
we
the time.
asked, check it out. We asked over on my man Punch Drunk Boxing. If you haven't been over there, check him out, Punch Drunk Boxing. Uh Junior Lopez is over there all the time, and we was chopping it up. I was on the panel with him when he came on, and we asked him like what he think about training other fighters, and he said basically something on the lines of what we're talking about now. He was like, "Nah, man." He said unless they come to him with the tools, because he don't even really want to rely on himself to bring them to that level right now.
Yeah,
Focus on Teofimo. So they got to come with the tools. They got to be disciplined. They got to come with, you know, certain skills before he would even entertain training them. And I think that understanding to the elite coaches, it should be universal because
yeah,
that'll get these guys to strive to be better as well. Because the money aspect is just not doing it. You got too many prima donnas in boxing. So
yeah, yeah.
you gotta get something out there to drive them to want to do better, you know?
Exactly, because the money's gonna be there. You just got to do your thing, and the money's gonna come regardless. So
Right,
you know
right,
you want that old school attitude, you know, that the old fighters have. That not too many guys nowadays, and that's the beautiful thing. I mean, we got AJ and Canelo who are A sides, and they got that type of attitude. The money
right.
in their position, the money's already there, but they put in so much work to get it. You know, a lot of
Look,
people
well,
don't. Yeah,
check it out. Didn't mean to cut you off, but look at young Teofimo Lopez, right? And I'm gonna use him and you compare him to what Tank Davis is doing, right? So Floyd and you know Waterfall knows Ellerby is sitting there trying to build a star. This dude's 25 fights in, right? And doing a job at building a pay-per-view star. Well, Teofimo Lopez in 16 fights. He fights two champions back to back, collect all of those belts, right? Doing it the right way, challenging himself, right? Going through adversity with Nakatani, right? And then now he's fighting Cambosos Jr. probably for $10 million. So you spend all of this time diddling around with Tank, and this kid does it in 16 fights. If you fight the right fights, if you take on the challenges and achieve those fights, the money will follow you. Now they throwing $10 million his way to fight Cambosos Jr.
oh well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I like that little comparison you just made, and you know what I'm fearing is that eventually these guys will build Tank up, and the reason that I fear that is because we might not ever see that fight, because you got to put yourself in Teofimo's position and think, you know, I'm doing all this heavy lifting and I'm doing it with hard work. Yet this guy's going to do it with, you know, Floyd's connections and, you know, pay-per-views and all that. And, you know, and all he's going to do is fight nothing but, you know, washed up bums, you know, guys on their last leg. Don't mean to call anybody a bum, but you see what I'm saying. Just fights where the other guy's not totally there, something wrong. You know what I mean? Old
Yeah.
fighters. They're going to build him up like that till he has enough confidence to finally take a small risk. And then after that, he's going to want to try to say again that he's the A side versus Teofimo. So, you know, the situation there for me looks like the fight might not ever happen, because this looks like a situation where it's going to be just like Pacquiao and Mayweather. The other guy's taking a lot of risks, and meanwhile, Mayweather's got all his advantages. And in the end, they're not going to want to negotiate, you know, because they're both going to be kind of like, you know, and we never know. I mean, because Teofimo's going to move up eventually, and he's going to take the risk. You know what I mean? I can already see it. He's going to fight, you know, the guys that pose a risk to him. So, you know, that brings up an interesting situation right there, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. See, the thing is this, man. The thing is this. Those guys need to step up and take risks of their own. Like, you know, Teofimo is in no different situation than any of the other guys who start achieving more. People just want to see more and more and more, and then just forget about the things that they've already done. And then their champion, they don't require that from them. You look at Terrence Crawford, Naoya Inoue, Teofimo Lopez, Josh Taylor. Okay, I'll take these guys here. Now, these guys have already achieved great things. Josh Taylor's getting ready to fight Ramirez. I think Josh is going to win. And he may achieve full belt undisputed. These guys are already achieving great things. Terrence Crawford, multi-division champion, right? He's already done it in divisions before. Naoya Inoue, multi-division champion. But they put these guys like, and I'm a Spence fan. He's one of my top 5 guys, but they put these guys immediately over guys like this. And to me, it's just like, how do you just automatically make that assessment? Because these guys are achieving at, in my opinion, a higher level than an Errol Spence. Even his stablemate, Jamel Charlo, is achieving at a higher level. He's a 2-time 154-pound champion, and he has 3 belts unified, right? So he's achieving, and his resume is better than Errol Spence. But how does he just go right ahead? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. These guys is like they miss the fighters, and they pay attention to the wrong guys because of, you know, Floyd and the PBC, and, you know, these guys pumping these guys up, putting them in the wrong light. Like, if we put all of the boxes and their accomplishments and what they're doing in the right light, then I think people will get a different perspective. They would see that Tank is not, what he's achieving is a facade, man. It's a facade. It's
Yeah, I
not.
feel
It's
you on
not
that.
real achievement.
It basically goes back to good old boxing corruption, you know, and the grease, the palms that get greased, you know, to put other guys in the limelight. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah.
If you really look, if you analyze what you're saying, that perfect example, bro. I mean, you go to there's a show in Spanish called ESPN, A los Golpes, and on ESPN, and you got the a lineup of guys that always shitting on Canelo's accomplishments, and they're always bringing light to the other guys that do fight for ESPN, like Lomachenko and, you know, Crawford. They're always, even in the situations where their opponents, like in this case, Kell Brook, he just fought him. We all know the dude suffered 2 orbital bone breaks. We all know that the dude hadn't made 147 in a long ass time, that he was going to be super drained. Even when the dude was a welterweight, he looked super drained. People were wondering how long he could stay there. Shit, when he was fighting Triple G, people were saying that Kell Brook was bigger than Triple G, which, I mean, I'm not saying that that is true. I knew they were just hyping the fight up. But what I'm saying is, of course, the dude was going to be dehydrated. And of course, you know, I don't even know how they allow, I know they use some type of metal to fix your orbital bone. But I mean, I was talking to a guy at work the other day that had his orbital bone break. And he says that when he blows his nose, he even feels air going up to his eye. You know what I mean? And that the doctor
Yeah.
warned him that he'll never be the same. I mean, I'm sure the boxers have a different operation with that costs more money that allows them to get back in the ring. But
Right,
nevertheless,
right.
this is a shot fighter. Yet on the show, they were praising Crawford. They were saying that even though the opponent wasn't, as good as he was in his glory days, that you could say the level of skill and right, then they turn around and say, hey, you know, I got him clearly above Canelo with no kind of no kind of you know with no doubt, that he's above Canelo. And I'm like, damn. And they've been doing this for years. They only hype up the fighters that have some kind of affiliation to ESPN. And everybody in other places is no exception. The only one that I've seen kind of keep it fair, whether people like to admit it or not, I think Ring Magazine keeps it really fair, because they had Triple G on that pound for pound list for a long time. And they could have easily put Canelo there above Triple G, even especially after, tying. I know a lot of people were kind of punch drunk when they, or I don't know how they were scoring that first fight, but people were actually saying that Triple G won by a landslide, and fast forward to
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now. Most people that rewatched the fight and rejudged it at least say that by the very least it was a draw. So a lot of corruption in boxing, man, and a lot of palms
Yeah.
get greased, and that's why it's good that we have these platforms where we could actually tell people how full of shit they are.
Yeah, yeah. And like just keep it straight down the line, because when somebody goes overboard over here, like disrespecting a certain fighter or something, I'll jump on them. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
just
What
like
about the D Jefferson? What about the cats that come on here and start flip flopping? They got their own channels, and then they're singing buck dancing over there, singing a different tune, pandering to their
yeah.
audience, and then they come on your channel and pretend they got a whole different opinion about it. How do you feel about that?
So what? This is what I say about that, Paul. I've seen this time and time again, right? But I think that like a lot of these guys, they watch me and they listen to me, and it's just seems to me it's like this. If they slip up or they say something that's not true or try to push a narrative, like that's what I do. Yeah. That's exactly what I do. And I think they've seen enough that if you come here and try to, we can have a discussion. We can, like you and I, we're having a discussion right now. It's not that we agree on everything. We may have different perspectives, but it's reasonable. You validate the things that you're saying. But if you come up here and you push a narrative, then I'm going to be all over that shit, right?
Yeah,
And then, so I think when they come here, then maybe they just do their best not try to push any of their narratives, because I'm gonna break that shit down. Like it's just that simple. You're not doing it. Not in this community. All of us, we're too smart. Everybody in the chat, ain't no boxing, so you're not gonna get away with that. Something might even slip by me, and I'll be looking in the chat at the comments, and I'll see what one, and I'll be like, wait a minute, you just said what? And then I'll come back to that person. What did you just say? From reading the comments, like it's not gonna slide by in here. If I miss it, somebody in the chat will catch it. Jeff, Hamza, Saint Britt, D Hodges, Joe, like they all know boxing, fam. This is a community of people that know boxing, so you're not gonna slide any bullshit by, right? And so I think that's what it is. They just kind of lay low with any bullshit when they come over here, because
yeah. You get them all. They got to be on their toes when they talk to you. I don't know if you can guess why I came on here, but I don't know if you read my comments before I came on here in the chat. I was kind of
I I
bringing
get
up some
lost
things.
in the comments when I get guests on, so they go by and and then some people are arguing with each other. I generally stay away from those comments and try to select the ones that's talking about boxing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, I kind of came on here because, I wanted to kind of ask one of your hosts, one of your guests a question. But
Right. Yeah,
yeah,
I kind of get where you're going with that.
yeah,
And he kind of skedaddled out of there when you jumped on. So I
yeah. I
mean,
wasn't gonna.
I
All
noticed
respect to
things,
your
bro.
channel, bro. Respect to your
Yeah.
channel. I wasn't gonna cuss anybody out because that's just not me.
No,
You
no,
know.
no, no. It's listen. If I at the same note, I always point out inconsistencies. Mike from Boston, what's up with you, brother? Miguel from Robles, what's up, fam? I always point out inconsistencies. So I'm not gonna always catch them because I'm just getting on a certain channel. Like I'm subscribed to a lot of channels. I can't listen to everything. Like let's be honest. I do listen to basketball and MMA news as well. But with that being said, if you hear an inconsistency or something. I got this guy Troy Graham that comes on here, and anytime anybody says anything inconsistent, he's all over it like flies to shit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you hear somebody and they're inconsistent in what they say, pull up on them. Oh, we can address it right here because I do that all the time and people do it to me and I have to explain myself sometimes. Sometimes, it's like, no, it's not inconsistent because they may have a valid reason. We don't know, but pull up on them. I don't mind that. Let's just do it respectfully. I don't like guys screaming all over each other and all of that dumb shit because they can't hear in the chat. They just hear two people screaming at each other.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, but your boy Renee, he skedaddled out of here. He already knew it was
Yeah,
coming.
yeah, yeah. But
You
let's
know.
let's let's
Yeah.
wait till he come on and you guys hash it out. I don't want to talk about him while he's not here.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
and whatever you have to point out where he was inconsistent, just wait till he come here and bring it up. We'll
Yeah. I
hash it
doubt
out.
he'll stick around. I'll probably just better off letting it go because I
But
think
ask him from the chat now. I know now, and then
yeah.
I'll ask him on. I'll go on his channel, but we can talk
Yeah.
about what the inconsistencies are. I mean, since you brought it up, I don't want to be in suspense. So, what's the inconsistency? So let's get it out.
Okay, let's get it out then, man. I mean, the dude has an obvious the way I came across the dude is I saw him on Boxing Scene a long time ago when the Triple G versus Canelo thing was going back and forth, and I always noticed that he had some kind of even though he himself is Hispanic, he's got some kind of inferiority complex with Canelo. So he was always validating Triple G in his camp and everything they were saying. How like he's cheating with the gloves. He's you know, he's trying to dehydrate. All these little dumb narratives that were proven to never.
The nitpicking at his resume, yeah, that goes on.
Yeah, all the little narratives that proved to not be true in the end. He was bringing them up, and I was like, if you're a boxing fan, how could you not know that this is all BS, Renee? I was thinking that. So I hit him up. He said he was going to have a live. And then, I noticed that he was talking a lot of weird stuff. And then, to this day, he just continues to pick the little narratives like, yeah, he's ducking Charlo. I don't even know why he's ducking Charlo. And then, his chat in the chat, everybody's saying the same thing. So he's like pandering to his audience a lot. He's like, and the whole Caleb Plant thing, I don't even think, I mean, Canelo should give him at least 6 months to get ready. Stuff like, come on, man, are you kidding me? And
Yeah.
I wanted to ask him, why are you over here pretending now, like changing your tune? I mean, you were over there saying that he was cherry picking the same dude, that he wasn't even interested in fighting him. The guy that he's gonna fight right now. Now you're acting like, you're just changing your tune. Why you gotta do
Yeah,
it like that?
just be the same. Like I feel you on that, man. Like,
Yeah.
okay, so I don't know if you're familiar with BDA.
Yeah, that guy's I know
No,
that
no,
guy.
no, no,
Yeah.
no. I'm a panelist over there, so let's not
Yeah.
smash them. You might have some things, but I think you need to just by the way you started, just make sure you listen more because I'm a panelist on BDA. Sometimes I'm the guy on the island when it comes to GGG because they're super high on GGG over there, and I'm a Canelo fan, and so I hear these things that people say, but some things that they say about Canelo are valid. And the problem I believe with Canelo fans is it gets into a back and forth thing with Canelo, GGD, Canelo. So there are some things that they say about Canelo that's valid, but then there are some things about GGG that's ignored, and that's where the disconnect is. Um, and the facts are, say what you want about the first fight, but the second fight, Canelo won the fight. Okay, so people believe Fury won the first fight. It was a draw. You know, in Chavez Pernell Whitaker, I hate that fight. It is what it is. It's in the books. When you come back and you beat the guy, the questions are answered because GGG had every chance in that second fight to come back and totally beat Canelo into oblivion. He had a chance to do that, and that settles the score. That answers the questions. And had he done that, then it would be GGG we're talking about right now. It wouldn't even be Canelo, but he didn't do that. He lost the second fight. And so those are just the facts. So GGG fans can complain about cherry picking and all of that, but he's cherry picking and he did all of that, then what did he do to your guy? That's what it boils down to, because you have this guy up on high. He couldn't beat Canelo.
Yeah, facts, man. I know you were telling me about that thing, and yeah, I understand that perfectly. And about that, I mean, sometimes you go to certain channels, and what they're talking about in the thing is a lot different than what the chat is talking about. And
Yeah.
if you go in the chat, you'll see what the driving force to who people like to pander to, and it's kind of a lot of times like the situation you just talked about with Canelo and Triple G. I mean, a lot of it is even Stevie Wonder could tell you, you know what I mean, that what's going on there as far as the skills and everything.
Wow.
The
You
first
can't
fight,
say he cherry picked and he fought GGG twice in his last 5 fights. How can he have cherry picked? And he fought Daniel Jacobs and then he jumps 2 weight classes to fight Kovalev. Like,
yeah,
stop this madness, man, with the
keep
cherry
in
picking.
mind too that Triple G at one point was the guy that was supposed to knock out Canelo in 6 rounds. Keep in mind also that people, there was a betting line going for if Canelo was ever going to fight Triple G. And it was, the odds were great for that, if you were doubting it, because people didn't even believe that Canelo was going to fight Triple G. So there's a lot of inconsistencies with these guys. They'll say all that leading up to the fight, and they're all of a sudden they're like, hey, this is going to be kind of a, they're switching their tune, and then after the fight they act like he got robbed. And a lot of people, I mean, like I said, I rescored that first fight a bunch of times, and I actually, as much as people like the second fight, I'm of a firm opinion that the first fight was even better, and that he actually did better in the first fight than the second fight. So if you like the second fight, man, go rewatch the first fight, because I think he actually did a lot better. A lot of, I mean, just the Triple G's demeanor, you could see that he didn't, from the first fight, a lot of people would like to use the narrative that Canelo ran, but it was nothing like that. There was plenty of chances for Triple G to engage, but he was scared because he found out he was too slow. The other dude's superior on the inside, so I gotta kind of catch him at a mid distance or on the outside with my jab. That's why he landed so many jabs. You know what I mean? That's why he relied on only his jab. But what happened to the rest of the tools? Abel Sanchez was asked a bunch of times why he didn't go to the body, and the guy response was Canelo didn't go to the body. But if you look at if you watch the fight, you can see that Canelo went to the body a bunch of times. He almost, even though he didn't, his punch output wasn't so high, he was connecting the punches that he was throwing, and his punch total almost, it was very even between his power shots. It was like a triple double almost. Power shots to the face, body, that kind of thing was, I thought he did better in the first fight. A lot of people, don't believe that, but I've rewatched the first fight a bunch of times. Nevertheless, the Triple G crew will never give him credit at all. It's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
Whatever. That's
Yeah.
boxing, bro. If they don't like somebody, they ain't gonna give him credit at all. They're always gonna drive the opposing narrative to try to say, nah, the other guy. They're always gonna take the his opponent's side. You know what I mean? They're gonna try to say that Canelo's the one just pretending he wants to fight all these guys, but he's really ducking them in secret. And when the fight gets signed, then they're going to change their tune and say, hey, you know, he's cherry picking this guy. I mean, the tune changes really quick, bro. A lot of people are quick flip floppers.
Allison, stop that right now. Stop it right now. No, he ducked GG for 2 years, but after, look, man, you don't need to. Look, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. I got this. I got this. Listen here, Alistair. Just stop it. Look, don't even waste your breath on Alistair. He doesn't even know boxing like that. UFC. Mark Unrivaled, my bro in the building. What's good with the Canelo will beat Smith playing Andre, Charlo, Billy Joe, Benavidez. So it don't matter who he played. Yeah, there you go. From the man himself, Mark Unrivaled Boxing Talk News. I'm pretty sure I have to tell you guys, mostly everybody's subscribed over there. If not, get over there and subscribe. You don't know what you're missing. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, man, like I'm not going back and forth with Alistair. No, Paul, don't even waste your time. This kid, he's a UFC guy. That just
At this point, a lot of those arguments are really silly, anyways, right? I mean, 2 years. How you gonna duck a guy for 2 years, then fight him?
I don't know.
It was a negotiation thing. We all know that.
Look, man, GGG wasn't offering the bread. Just that simple. This is still prize fighting. People get it twisted. You think the zone was going to offer Canelo $365 million if he didn't take the path he took? It's not like he was fighting no-name guys. I don't agree much with the Khan thing, but outside of that, I mean, come on. Chavez Jr. is freaking huge. He should have beat Canelo, but he's too much of a pussy. Sorry, if anybody Jr. It's just that simple. It was money. Money is everything. And this is how Canelo became a draw. So GGG, when he fought him, look, let's be honest, guys. And Alistair, listen to this so that you don't get it twisted. I think he ducked the man, but at the same token, a lot of people believe he won that first fight. Then you can't say that he was too old or not dangerous. Can't even say the same thing in the same breath. It's a contradiction. Because if you believe he won the first fight, then how was he too old to win? So it doesn't even work. So you guys need to stop with the narratives and the bullshit. Was no ducking. GGG won't worth a damn to outpay Canelo for the fights he took. And as I said too, the fights he took, it's not like these were just sissy fights that's outside of Khan.
Yeah, that Khan fight was.
That was just a money fight. That was a money fight. That's all the Khan fight was. But even still, man, look, Canelo fought your guy twice, GGG twice. Fought him, controversial fight. Yes, it was controversial for all my fellow Canelo fans. It was definitely a controversial fight. But what do you do with a controversial fight? What did Floyd Mayweather do after the first Maidana fight? Run it back. What did Canelo do? Run it back. And he won. He won. Put it to bed. This is why I try to tell these Wilder fans. Tyson Fury first fight, controversial fight. All right, run it back. He won. It's a bed. It's a bed thing now. It's to bed. Those guys lose that next fight. GGG loses the next fight with Canelo. Wilder loses the next fight with Tyson Fury. They're too young. They're too smart. They're not gonna let these guys beat them. It's over with.
Facts. And really at this point, the trilogy with Triple G doesn't really matter. But if since the Triple G fans want to see that so bad, it's probably gonna happen. But it really, if you ask me, it really doesn't even matter at this point because he's not gonna. And I mean, a fighter isn't gonna get the credit for beating a guy at that age and those conditions. Where he's already been. I don't know if it's his age, but he still seems healthy and everything. But I think he's just hard-headed about trying to stay at 160 because he knows he has kind of like a physical and mental kind of like an advantage over his opponents at 160.
I don't think that the GGG fans can complain because listen, it was Gennady Golovkin that stepped down and said he needed a tune-up right then and there. You had the opportunity to fight him. So you can't go to the agent out. You can't go to any of that. The only thing that the GGG fans can say when Gennady Golovkin decides, okay, y'all take the Canelo fight, is that he's cashing himself out. That's the only thing you guys can say, because
Exactly.
he
And
had the fight and he decided he needed a tune-up. Like, that was his choice, but he had the fight. He had the fight locked in. So, at that point, there's nothing more that can be said about it. Listen, GGG is every year or month that he waits to fight Canelo is just worse for him. It's not going to be any worse for Canelo.
hey, and you know what I love about this situation? I love it how these guys are always defending Triple G for all these tune-ups and stay busy. They're always and these opponents were like 10 wins, but he's undefeated. You know, he's undefeated. You know, shining light on the fact that the guy's undefeated, but he's got no the dudes he fights have no kind of experience
Man,
in the ring like that. And I love
D-
how but they never sit and look at Canelo and how much time sometimes he has to take
let-
between fights. Like he literally on the rematch, he could ask for a tune up before that fight. He had, you know, because of
oh,
his
man.
suspension and all that. It was a whole
Champion.
year, right?
Champion after champion. Look, no, Paul, let me D Hodges, stop that, man. How is he holding up three divisions? Now let me tell you something. See, this is the nonsense. You could take them mad faces and turn them take them right off. Take them right off those mad faces. Because here's the thing. How is he holding up divisions when none of these guys are unifying? You ask me that, answer me that question right there. How is one man holding up three divisions when none of these other guys are unifying? Bevo won it, better be a, okay? So this is for all you better be a fans that don't understand what's going on behind the scenes. It better BF turned down or pulled out or didn't accept or whatever you guys want to call it to make you sleep well at night. It was better BF that didn't take the fight. These guys have to unify. And as far as this 175, take it out of your sentence. He never planned on campaigning at 175. I'm tired of going over this. That belt at 175 was a one off. Didn't he vacate that belt already? Or does he still have it? I believe he vacated that belt. But even still, he's not holding up three divisions. He's not even holding up two divisions. All the time that Plant and Benavidez had to unify, they never unified D. Hodges. They had the opportunity to unify with each other. They never unified. Billy Joe Saunders and Callum Smith are under the umbrella of Eddie Hearn, both of these guys. They never unified. And don't get me started with Demetrius Andre and Charlo. Charlo could have unified, taken the damn deal with Demetrius Andre. He turned down. They extended it to 10 million. He turned it down anyway. I guess Al told him to bet on himself like they told Wilder to turn down $100 million to bet on himself. Like, come on with this, man. He's not holding up anything. You tell those champions to unify. Tell GGG, yeah, just like people come down on Manny Pacquiao. He's older than GGG, and people come down on him. Well, come down on GGG and tell him not to fight a Steve Rose. Unify. How about
Facts.
that? Y'all cut it out with this Canelo hate. He's not holding up anything. Those guys are holding up themselves. Because if
Yeah.
they make themselves valuable, add some stock into their life, Demetrius Andre couldn't even secure a fight with Dusty Hernandez, bro. Don't even get me started on this. The dude never won a belt off of a champion. He got his belt vacant title fight against Koke at 154. Vacant title fight against Montezano. Man, don't get me started with and never defended well. What was it? Solecki probably was his best defense. Solecki, fam. Let's be real. That was his best title defense. Because Keebler damn sure wasn't it. Come on with this Demetrius Andre nonsense. That dude need to do something with himself. Y'all cut it out with the Canelo hate. It won't
Facts.
happen here.
Facts, fam. We got, you know, let me tell D Hodges something before I take off because I gotta go do a couple things. Uh what we have to start doing is putting pressure on the other guys, man, because putting pressure on Canelo just doesn't make any sense, bro. It's counterproductive. The dude's doing his thing. He's fighting guys. He's even dealing with promotional issues that he gets out of. I mean, he went in there and knocked the situation out like he did Kovalev, basically. And that's the second time he's had issues with his promoter. The other time he had issues in between both Triple G fights, that a contract that I guess, Golden Boy came through and gave him a better contract. So the dude is fighting issues in and out of the ring. And what I'm saying is we gotta start holding the other boxers accountable, because they gotta put in work before they get what they want. Just like anybody else. If you want something good, you're gonna have to work for it. And that's how that goes. It's like I said, it's counterproductive to keep putting the blame on Canelo. It's not working, guys. It just ain't working, because the dude put in work, and you're pointing the finger at the wrong guy over here.
Definitely not gonna work over here. And look, they say Canelo ducking Charlo. Okay, well, Canelo's ducking Charlo. Charlo's such the man. Well, why don't you tell him to jump 2 weight classes and fight better beer? Y'all expect Canelo to do it, so tell Charlo. Canelo already jumped 2 weight classes and fought a champion. Yes, it was Kovalev, but he jumped 2 weight classes. So tell Charlo, or B-Ball, the smaller guy. Tell Charlo to jump 2 weight classes.
Or Danny Jacobs at 168, right?
No, I think he beats Jacobs. But I mean, even still,
nevertheless, the risk, right, will be appreciated, right? Because it leads to some kind of progress, not a stagnated career that's just waiting on to see what Al Heyman lets him fight. I mean, we want to see some progress from these guys. Do something. Don't just stand there, saying that Canelo's ducking you. Don't just use Canelo as clout to build up your career. Go out and fight somebody. You know what I mean? Then we'll believe you. We'll have that respect for you. Then we'll advocate for you to get a Canelo fight. But until then, the real boxing fans aren't going to believe that Canelo's been ducking you all this time, because you were given a couple opportunities to fight him, and said no to a big old contract.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Unbiased. Tell Andre to jump 2 weight classes and go fight people. You know what I mean? Or even meet him at 168. Either way you look at it, it's a goddamn ass whooping coming. Right? Andre better be a. See, these fans believe that these guys can beat Canelo. So the Charlo fans, Canelo ducking them. Andre fans, Canelo ducking them. So if you guys think they're so great, then tell them to go achieve greatness, right? You go beat one of the 175-pound champions, and then tell Canelo, now I'm chasing you at 175 and 160. The facts of the matter, this is the fact of the matter. Both of them will get their ass beat at 175. You know what I mean? And I'm going to be honest with you. Andre Kovalev beat him. Charlo, interesting. I believe Charlo might have had a chance to. Kovalev got a good jab, but Charlo got a fast one too. So I believe Charlo would have had a chance, but Andre, he get his ass beat by any of them. Vazdik, Kovalev, Better BF, Bivol. They all beat the hell out of this dude, man. The first guy that touches his chin, he's going night-night. Andre, I'm not convinced of that dude at all. Not even.
Yeah. I got to see a little more. I can't really say that he gets knocked out like that, but he does look like he might have a weak chin. I just got to see a little bit more. And, I'm kind of tired of Andre's attitude. He's fighting these guys that nobody knows. He's sitting there publicly saying that he's fighting the best when we all know he's not. And, I'm tired of these sob stories where these guys are pretending like somebody's ducking them.
It was Dusty Hernandez or Damian Billard or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, bro, what is this dude doing, man? What is he doing?
And to publicly say that you're fighting the best guys, come on, man. Nobody knows who you're fighting, man. You might as well be fighting some dudes from Walmart or something like that, man. We want to see real names.
He pulled out a Charlo fight at 154. He pulled out he didn't accept the Dereverenchenko fight. He didn't accept Matt Korobov. He could have had all of those guys on his resume if he would have gotten past it.
But bottom line, some of these guys, if they want to prove that they deserve a Canelo fight, some of them might even have to take a pay cut, and accept it and put in the work.
That's the problem. That's the problem. They looking at the fight as a payday. and not a pay cut. You know what I mean? They're looking at it as their big payday. They don't want to create their payday. They want Canelo to be a lottery ticket. Canelo ain't no damn lottery ticket, man. Go do something with yourself.
Yeah, and I think Eddie Hearn was kind of holding up these fights, man. Because he had the opportunity to tell these guys just take the fight, man. You know,
He wasn't holding up. He wasn't holding up Charlo and Andre.
yeah, not that fight, but I mean between Canelo and Billy Joe, and then Canelo and Callum Smith. I mean,
Or
I
Taylor
think he was kind of,
like
I think
that's
he was
why
kind of holding that up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess they didn't want both of their fighters to fight each other and try to source them out there, but I guess
Yeah,
that's part of
I
the
think they're
plan.
Hearn had an idea. Hey, we know we know how to negotiate with Canelo. We'll get him to realize the whole situation between him and Golden Boy, and they already knew that Canelo was gonna have a issue with that, so they figured out a way, and now it's a different. Now they're negotiating with a different total way. So we got this fight made, and it
I gotta
happened.
show some respect to Callum Smith though, because he stepped up to the plate on this short notice. Like, we can't fucking overlook that. All these boxers crying about time and everything. Callum Smith took the fight, so but he said that he's been training and doing a lot of things, while he was off anyway. So it's just
Yeah,
like him starting to, a 4-week camp on studying Canelo. He say he's been in shape and stuff. But even still, guys doing all of this crying about not enough time and all of this. Callum Smith stepped up to the plate. So, respect to Callum Smith for that.
yeah, and for those guys that love MMA but only bring up, the only don't bring up these examples. I mean, you got guys in MMA that take fights on 3 or 4 days notice. You know what I mean? And then they come over. The MMA fans come over here and try to complain that, that's not enough time for the guy to train. Stuff. Get out of here with that. Keep it down the middle, man. Props for Callum for taking the fight. I'm not gonna. I don't know who's gonna win, man. I hope the best man wins, and that's about it. I'm hoping it's a good fight.
The MMA fans don't pay attention to the young fighters over here. The young fighters on boxing fight, like Jared Anderson, fought 4 times in 3 months. Like, you know what I mean? He fought 4 times in
Edgar
3 months.
Berlanga.
These young fighters, man, the young fighters that's
Edgar
thirsty and trying
Berlanga.
to come up, they fight often. You know what I mean? Like when these guys get the money and everything, and there's more money involved in the MMA. That's why they haggle over it. In the MMA, these guys' top paychecks is mediocre to boxers. So when
Yeah,
it's mediocre money. So they're haggling over hundreds of thousands while boxers are haggling over millions. So when you're haggling over millions of dollars, it's gonna be more politics, more hands in the cookie jar, more people trying to get their piece of the pie. So it doesn't go over as smoothly. And then the element of Dana White being the sole dictator over there. It's like whatever Dana says goes. In boxing, it's not like that. Okay, well, fuck you. I'm gonna go over here to Top Rank. Well, fuck you. I'm gonna dump over here to PBC. Well, fuck you. I'm gonna go to Matchroom. And they have these options and shit. So boxing is more difficult than to manage and sift through all the politics and UFC. It's a different ball.
yeah, true. David Jefferson, thank you for letting me speak my piece, and salute to everybody in the chat, and continue having this great show, man. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you coming through, fam.
Thank you, man.
All right. What's up, D Hodges? Alistair, what's going on?
How you doing, my good man? I had to come and stop by for a quick second. And like I said, I love Canelo. Like, I'm a Canelo fan, but it's just, I want him to just pick one division and wipe up it and then pick the next one. Like, because he's going through, like, so many different ones. Like, just pick one, beat the champion or two, and be undisputed.
He already picked 2, fam. He picked 2 divisions, 160 and 168. He never picked 175. That was an agenda that served the purpose of him being a
And
multi.
it did because he knocked out Kovalev.
I
So
just told you, see, that's why you gotta listen for. I said that was an agenda for him to collect another title and a multiple so he could be multiple division champion. You
Yeah.
know, there was another division that he could collect the title. That was it. It wasn't to run a campaign at 175. He's going to campaign at 160 and 168. And here, let me give you another perspective about just sticking to one division. How well is that working out for Errol Spence? See, if you're fighting in two divisions and you're achieving because he's champion in both divisions, right? He is that guy in both divisions. So if you're able to do that and you're that guy in two divisions, that means if the politics are fucking around at 160, let me see what they're doing over here at 168. I can get a champion there. And then when they start fucking around at 168, I know these guys down at 160 are thirsty. Let me go get a champion there. So it actually frees him up more. Now that he doesn't have Oscar De La Hoya in the zone behind him, he's freed up even more concerning that. So I don't think it's such a bad thing that he campaigns at 168 and 160. But just keep in mind that it's only 168 and 160. He's not campaigning at 175.
All right, that's cool. That's cool, bro. No, I thought he still had the 175 too. That's why I said it. I didn't know that he gave it up. I thought he was still the
I believe he
175.
did. Don't quote me on that, but I think he vacated. But even still, he's not campaigning then.
Cause I love Canelo. I just want him to unify Undisputed. That's all. I like him. I do. I'm a Canelo fan. It's like a lot of people. I'm their fans, but it's like they be doing the weight jumping thing. It's a bunch of people that do that. Like, just clean up one division and then go wherever you go. Cause it
But that's
just
the part of it's easier said than done, fam. Look at all of the 4 belt undisputed matches we waiting on. Monster Nui to clean up, Josh Taylor and Ramirez to clean up. Teofimo cleaned up but didn't clean up. We thirsty for the heavyweight division to clean up. Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford to clean up. It
yep.
shit don't come easy. So it's easier to say, yeah, just clean out one division, but that shit don't come easy. So if you got the talent and the skill to be a champion in two divisions simultaneously and compete and beat guys, champions in two divisions simultaneously, that's probably easier than just sitting in one division trying to clean it up because the politics just don't allow it. Guys fucking around and shit like that. Don't want to cross this side of the street and all of this nonsense. So why not? Like he has 8 belts to go after instead of just 4.
True that. Cause all we need is Texter and Charlo. That will be an
That's another deal. You just for another division. I just forgot about that. Let's see how the politics work off that. And
I know that that's the closest one. Like they are the only two with belts. They ain't no other third party.
No. That's just as pretty solid as Ramirez. And if Castaño wins this, which I believe Castaño beats Teixeira, okay, and Castaño wins it, he's PBC. So that 4 belt undisputed becomes just as easy as Ramirez and Taylor, top rank, the top rank deal. So it's an in-house deal, so it's an easy fight to make. And the same thing would be with Castaño and Jamel because they're both PBC. So it's an easy fight to make.
Me, I just want to see some type of undisputed. You know what I mean? That's all. Every time we get so close, something goes wrong.
If Wilder and Usyk get out of the way, it should be easy at heavyweight, but that's the problem. You got Wilder in the way over here. You got Usyk in the way over there. Ain't neither one of them motherfuckers gonna win. Like, come on, man. Let's be honest. Usyk, look, man. You did it. You beat that boy. You know, clap, clap, hooray, hooray. But you're not beating Anthony Joshua. Let's be serious. And Deontay Wilder. I know Deontay Wilder fans think differently, but that's just another ass whooping waiting to happen, man. It wasn't the gloves. Fury got too much in the toolbox. Deontay Wilder got a hammer, a wrench, and a screwdriver. That's all he got in his toolbox. Tyson Fury got a full set. He got everything. Multi wrenches, pliers, got them vice grips. He got Phillips head, flathead, everything. Deontay Wilder got a toolbox with a hammer, a wrench, and a screwdriver. That's it.
Got that ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's whooping. That flash.
Yeah, man. That's the ass whooping waiting to happen, fam. So Anthony Joshua, Pulev. What y'all think about that fight? Allison, what you think? Anthony Joshua, Pulev. Who do you think wins that fight?
I feel like Anthony Joshua, man, it's gonna be an easy work because like Kovalev, he's been in the big fight before. You know what I'm saying, against Klitschko in like 2014, and but he got knocked out like in the fifth round. So after from that, I feel like that was the last of Pulev being like in his prime. So I feel like this man was out of his prime for damn near like 5 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think he's gonna get his ass beat and stop. You know what I mean? Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, what you think, D. Hodges?
Of course, AJ. I mean, it's definitely AJ. Might
Yeah,
eat crow, might eat crow like I did with Loma, but but
nah,
but
you
I
know,
don't think so. I don't think so. This one, no, I'm just joking. This one is a guaranteed. I know I'm gonna win. If he lose the pool of, oh my god, I'll be
you gonna eat crow. You gonna eat crow with that Wilder shit. I'm gonna tell you that because I think they probably gonna end up fighting. So you're gonna eat plenty of crow, and I want you to come over here so I can serve you up a nice bowl. I'll put some carrots and broccoli in it. Make sure it's
Nah.
dressed up real good for you. Nice
No,
bowl.
because I can admit if I lost, but I don't think so. I really think it's gonna if it happens, I really think it's gonna be different results. But I swear to God, I went to ask everybody. I went to their channels and I apologized to them because Loma lost. I was talking buku. Every single channel I was on, I was talking buku, and I'm a man of my word. If I lose and I'm wrong, I really come to your channel, and if I don't talk to you live, I'll leave it in the chat. Like, yep,
I
you're
went
right.
to a one. I didn't expect no apologies. I really didn't give a damn because I had so many people after me, like Teofimo, what do you see in this kid? I said, what don't you? So that was all I was saying. And so it was a bunch of people. So I didn't really care. Wilder Fury, that's just split down the middle. So all of these fans, and I can understand y'all pulling for Wilder, that's great. Man, he don't have nothing. And listen, it's gonna be different results. It is. Fury gonna beat his ass. He gonna put punishment on him. He gonna beat him convincingly for 12 rounds. Wilder ain't gonna win one round. He's not gonna win one round against Fury. It's gonna be a unanimous ass whipping. That's what it's gonna be. And
Well,
we're
we
gonna
just gotta wait to see if it happens. we
Anthony
just
Joshua and Tyson Fury for four belt undisputed. Because here's the thing, I'm not sure if Pulev camp is gonna pull that trigger. I mean, I hear what they're saying and all of that. We'll have to see what happens. I don't think they're gonna pull that trigger. If they pull that trigger with Anthony Joshua, that's a huge mistake for Alexander Usyk. Huge mistake. Anthony Joshua's mid-range game is too nice, and with his reach and size advantage on Usyk, man, Usyk not gonna be able to. Derek Chisora was hitting Usyk with plenty of jabs, out jabbing him at point. Derek Chisora, man, Anthony Joshua. After that display he put on against Andy Ruiz, so now we know he know how to utilize the distance. He doesn't have to be the best at. Of course, Usyk is superior at it, but Anthony Joshua has the dimensions to offset a lot of what Usyk does. And the fact that he knows how to use those dimensions is going to play key. And there's something coming behind his 1-2. That 1-2 vicious. Some of those shots he hit Andy Ruiz with, I don't think Alexander Usyk stands up to it.
I feel like because like Deontay Wilder got his ass whooped so bad, he lost so much of his dignity. And I also feel like people will be like, okay, that's the game plan to beat Deontay Wilder now. Pressure him, you know what I mean? Take away his power and all that. But I still believe this man is the best in the world outside of Tyson Fury. I mean, Tyson Fury is really, he's like Khabib right now. He's like Khabib Nurmagomedov of boxing. Nobody can touch him, right?
Yeah,
But
right.
outside of
Yeah.
that, I feel like Deontay Wilder is that man. He's the second guy. I feel like he knocks out all those other guys. So that's my opinion.
No, I was saying this about Wilder. Like I still got Wilder as a clear number 3 right now. I can't put him ahead of Joshua especially now that they both got losses and Joshua's a champ. He got his belts back. He's still wearing all this strap while he's not wearing his strap. So I gotta have him at number 3. But I did a live, saying, putting some respect on Wilder's name because I don't have these other guys beating him. I have him sparking those guys slam out, man. I have him sparking those guys slam out at least for the next 2 or 3 years, maybe 2 years. After that, man, he's finished after 2 years, bro, because he's suffering too many injuries. He's getting too old for this. The dude's 35. He's not going to last too much longer in this sport. That's just the reality.
He's making money, though.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's making millions.
30 years old. This ain't like MMA, man. Technique can take you into the longer years, like the Cormiers and the Coutures and the St. Pierre's and these guys. Your technique and other skills can take you into the longer years. In boxing, you start to lose too much. You lose reflexes and timing and speed. Our stage, that goes last, but you lose too many intangibles to continue to compete with these young guys. They'll catch you with something slipping by accident just because they're so much faster than you. So boxing is not a sport where it favors the older guys. With Deontay Wilder breaking down the way he has been, he has a couple of years tops.
Right. Compared to Anthony Joshua,
Well, Joshua and Fury is 30, 31, so they're 30 and 31, so they got plenty of time. They're in their prime. Canelo too is 30. I think he's 31, so these guys are in their prime. Deontay Wilder's out of his prime. He started his career off a little later anyway, but he's out of his prime. His glory days are done with, man. He's and that's what I tell people, like, going into the second fight, what do they expect from him? This is a guy that's not like an F.A. Ajagba or even a Joe Joyce who is close to the age of Wilder, but he still has an upside, right? Because he hasn't had these wear and tear, these injuries and all of this stuff. Joe Joyce has not had as many fights as Wilder. What is the upside to Wilder? What these people say he can learn this and he can do this and he'll bring this. He's not going to bring too much new to the table. And when you look at the guys that are able to adjust within the fight, it's not Wilder. Fury's the guy that can make adjustments within the fight. He can switch hit. He can fight you from the outside. He can grind you down from the inside, lean on you. I mean, Fury is the guy that makes adjustment mid-fight. Wilder hasn't even really shown the aptitude to make adjustments from fight to fight. Like, let's be honest.
It don't matter about that. It's the point that, like, he has just a punch, and it just sucks because every fight he's outboxed, but he need that one punch. Now, Fury is smart enough not to give it to him, but everybody else, that one punch. gotta respect that, though. When he connect with that punch, people really went to sleep. So
he's getting older, not younger.
10 title defenses.
You lose timing, you lose
10
speed,
title defenses.
you lose that, man. That 10 title defenses is a facade, man. Let's stop. Don't get me started on the 10 title defenses.
no, not at all. I'm just saying, though, like, if I really think if next fight, watch, he's gonna knock the person out. Whoever his next fight is, watch him knock him out.
If it's Fury, you can cancel Christmas on that because he ain't knocking Fury out, bro. I'm telling you. Fury got his heart. So, listen, man, that first fight, Wilder he had no intimidation, no worries of Fury, anything. That first fight, he was ready to take his head off. By all means necessary, take his head off, right? The second fight, Fury pushed him. It was a one-sided fight. This third fight, the mental game plays a lot. Wilder can claim he thinks Fury cheated and all of that. They're going to check his gloves. That level of confidence still not going to be there because you can believe there's doubt in his mind. Did he cheat? I believe he might have cheated, but I believe he might have cheated. So there's still doubt that if he didn't cheat, and there's that that amount of doubt to say, yeah, if this guy hit me, then maybe he ain't pillow footed. Maybe he can hurt me. And if Fury hurts him, Fury's too long, too fast, and he moves too well. Wilder ain't gonna recoup from that, man. It's not like a Luis Ortiz that hurt him, that gassed his out on a flurry and then scared to pull the trigger. That's not what it's gonna be. You think he had to crunk jump for no reason? He had to crunk jump for a reason. And he gets Wilder hurt, he's gonna be like a fucking lion on him. And all of them fucking wild punches, man. Fury moved too well for that shit. This ain't no fucking Stavern is gonna stay there and crab up like a goddamn snail in the shell. It ain't gonna be like that, fam. Like I'm telling you now, he gonna beat Wilder's ass. And if Wilder gets sloppy and start on that dumb windmill shit, he gonna get stopped again. He gonna get stopped again. Either way you look at it, if Fury boxes him from the outside, Wilder has no chance. Luis Ortiz was literally beating him for 7 rounds, but Luis Ortiz's problem was he did not get off center line. This nigga stayed on center line. Like, hey, hit me, coach. Hey, hit me, coach. He stayed on center line. Fury never stays on center line. All the freaking herky-jerky movements, the lateral movements, the upper body, the toe, he doesn't stay on center line. So if Luis Ortiz can outbox you for 7 rounds, what the fuck do you guys think Fury can do? He could easily outbox him from the outside for 12 rounds. But man, Wilder's not landing it. He hit Fury with the right hand 3 times in that second fight. 1, Fury rolled it. 2 of them, Fury took them. 2 of his right hands. He took them. Man, this shit, man, Wilder's gonna get beat, bro.
My analogy is that the reason Tyson Fury got knocked down those fights is because he bended his head and he allowed like Wilder to punch, like get more, what am I trying to say, leverage like on his punches, to where he landed the shot, right? Tyson Fury was already bending over. So that's why I feel like he got dropped. And then in the second fight, he wasn't doing any of that bending stuff at all. He just stood there, and Deontay Wilder actually had to punch higher for the first time. Like he's always punching people his height or lower. He had to punch higher, and I think that took some power off of the punches as well. So as long as Tyson Fury continues to just keep his head on straight or whatever, move his head a bit, but don't go downwards, man, he won't even hurt Tyson Fury.
In that first fight, all you gotta do is go watch the knockouts. I will pull it up, but they always take my lives down when I do that. Anyway, in the first fight, the first knockdown was 2 rabbit punches to the back of the head. No cap. Not making excuses because I called the fight a draw, so I don't even care. But if you look at it, he hit him in the back of the head twice. Boom, boom. Fury goes down. 2 rabbit punches. Whatever. He gets back up. The second knockdown was clean. That was clean. He hit him with the right, then he followed with a hook, a left hook, a short left hook that kept Fury going down too. So the second knockdown was clean. But Fury got up and he popped Wilder. He popped him hard. Here's the thing, Alistair. He shouldn't have been bending down in front of Wilder like that. I get you. That was the first knockdown. But it was behind the head where Wilder hit him. So he shouldn't have been bending down. I'm with you. But Fury got knocked down because he got cocky, man. You go watch him. He started showboating and all of that dumb shit. He got cocky. He knew he could outbox Wilder. And he got cocky, and you cannot sleep on Wilder at all.
I gotta give Fury this one thing though, and that's why but I gotta give it to him because like nobody never got up from one of them Wilder knockouts and then boxed the shit out of him after he knocked him down. Like that last minute and something, I was like, how is this guy standing up for one? And number 2, how is he still boxing? So I gotta give him that though, because I thought he was dead, lights out, but he got back up and then he did outbox him for that minute or some change. So I gotta bow down. Fury got that. Still don't like him though, but I gotta respect him. I gotta respect him because everybody else Wilder knocked out like that. They're in the Wilder retirement home right now. 37 people in counting, Brazil and all them. All the people he knocked out, they ain't had a fight again. So I gotta respect. Yeah, you gotta respect Fury for that though. He got up and still outboxed him after being slept. So I
And
got
Pulev
about,
actually beat his ass in the second fight. And that's what I tell people, like, this is what Wilder say. Even Fury said he was knocked out. Fury did say he was knocked out. He said, I was gone. He said, I was gone for a few seconds there. But then, he said, by the power of the be, he got up. Now, so Wilder knocked him out briefly. Here's the thing. Everybody keep talking about Fury's mental. Now, y'all think about this. They keep talking about Fury's mental. His mental game gonna slip. The man got knocked out. He told you people he got knocked out. Then he comes
his
back.
eyes were closed. So
Then he comes back after getting knocked out in the second fight and demolishes the guy. But y'all guys still talking about his mental. Doesn't make sense to me. Right? So, but back to Joshua though, I don't see any chance that Kubrat Pulev can beat Joshua. I don't see any chance of it. The disrespect for those two boxers is disingenuous. It's out of merit. Yeah, it's out of hate. That's for sure. South Korea. I don't see any chance for for Kubrat Pulev to beat Joshua. He's too slow. He's too old, and
because hey, listen, nobody seen Povetkin, Spock, and Dillian White like that. Like that was another knockout. Like it's so many knockouts of the year. That one with Povetkin and Dillian White, he really made
one of the top 5 guys. D. Hodges. Pulev is not. Povetkin's clearly. Listen, I said before that fight, I did pick Dillian White in that fight. And I mean, let's be honest, he knocked him down twice. He just didn't get the job done. But I said before that fight, it was like 55-45 because Povetkin is a high-level boxer. He's not just this, and he's experienced. Look how long this dude been fighting. He's in better shape to beat one of the better guys than Pulev is. He has more.
But at the end of the day, I really think Pulev is way more athletic than Andy Ruiz, and I'm saying that Andy Ruiz thing. I can't completely count Pulev off. I gotta give him a chance. If I have money, I'll bet on him just because I know the odds will be retarded. So I'll bet on it. Even I know I'm gonna lose my money, but if he do,
I'm just talking about. Wait a minute. Yeah, but bro, you gotta be joking. Pulev, he had to answer his phone. Pulev more athletic than Andy Ruiz. I don't care how fat Andy Ruiz was, bro. This dude Pulev is like almost 40 years old, man. No athleticism left in his body.
That man's been on for a while. He's had that same grumpy face on his look, man, since he fought Klitschko back in the day. But man, didn't this boxer get like in trouble for like kissing a girl or something, and he was accused for rape? Yeah, that was him.
But she lied, bro. That shit came out. She lied.
Of course she did, bro. She wanted that money. She wanted that bag. You know what I mean? What it is.
Still, man, that dude. You've been on Kubrat Pulev ain't nowhere. Listen, man. Kubrat Pulev is almost 40 years old, and his hand speed is nowhere near Andy Ruiz's, man. Like nowhere near. This dude, Joshua don't have to. Joshua's hands are faster than Kubrat Pulev's, bro. Like, let's be honest, dog. This dude is not. He's not fast. Andy Ruiz's speed was what shocked Joshua. Caught that temple shot because it came so fast. He didn't see it coming. Kubrat Pulev, he got a good jab. But what is he going to do? Jab Joshua to death? You know what kind of combinations Joshua is going to come back with off of Pulev jabs? Or even a 1-2 in that right. That right, I'm telling you, that 1-2, that's what's going to put Pulev down. Joshua's going to hit him with that 1-2. Boom, boom, right over the top. That's going to be the first one to put him down. Might be the one to put him out. I don't think it's going to be a hook because people talking about the hook and that mid-range uppercut is another dangerous weapon. It could be that one, the mid-range uppercut, but I think it's going to be the right over the top. Down for the first time, if not put him out. Joshua got so many weapons to put this dude out. What the fuck does Pulev have to put Joshua out?
A lucky punch. That's how everybody get it. That one lucky punch, and it don't even gotta be a knockout punch. It just be a punch well enough that it knock you off balance, and now the person goes in. It's like that's why I love boxing so much, because you really never know. It's that one punch. It can knock you out or
You gotta
change the
have
punch.
some skills behind that punch. You gotta have some skills to be able to get in without getting your ass fucked up. And I don't think Pulev has the skills to get in. He doesn't have the range. He doesn't have the size.
I
He doesn't
know,
have
but
the skills
listen,
to get in.
listen, bro. I'm 40 years old. I've been watching boxing for a minute. I watch people duck down and throw a punch, and somehow the punch connect and they get the knockout. Like what?
Man. Yeah.
That's what, I'm pretty sure you've seen that a few times throughout your life where the duck
No, a
down.
lot of times. But I just can't assess no fight or even bet my money either on no lucky punch, man. No, sir. But some people get off betting the underdog. They make a lot of money doing it. So
Cause I done watch people get punched in the face twice just to get that good one for the knockout. Like boxing is like such a weird sport though. Like
that's the
you
problem.
never
He'll get punched in the face twice. He going down. He ain't gonna be waiting for nothing
no.
else but
Some
to hit
people
the
take
camera.
them. I watched man Caleb Plant. He got knockouts and he got hit in the face twice, and then he hit the guy with the punch, and the guy went to sleep. Like some people, like they could just throw that one punch.
Bro, next to Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua has the highest knockout ratio at heavyweight. This dude
No,
pats.
look at a new way. Look at Tank
I
and
said
Leo.
at heavyweight. I said next. No, D Hodges, listen before you. I said next to Deontay Wilder at heavyweight. At heavyweight is the key. Anthony Joshua has the highest knockout ratio at heavyweight. Anouilh at heavyweight. Well, they don't matter.
Pulev got a puncher's chance. I always give everybody a puncher's chance. You gotta give him, you know what I mean? You gotta give it.
Nah, I don't gotta give him shit. Pulev got a shot in the ass. That's all he got. It's the only shot he got. A shot in his ass.
I know, believe me, I got AJ winning too, but it's like a lot of times where I was so picked on a person winning and then this miracle punch or this miracle stoppage, whatever, now I lost and now I gotta go and eat my crow. I hate eating crow. Crow sucks.
Listen, man, if Pulev was a puncher, then I would give him a puncher's chance. Dude, he's not. He's got like less than a 50% knockout ratio, D Hodges. I'm not giving him no puncher's chance. He's literally got less than a 50% knockout ratio, fam.
I told you I got AJ, but I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if a lucky punch. That's all I'm saying.
He can land a lucky punch. That's what I'm telling you. He can land a lucky punch, but what is it gonna be? He's not knocking guys out, fam. This dude is like 46, 40, somewhere between 46 to 48% knockout ratio. He's under 50. I know this for sure, right? Because I was looking at these two stats and everything like that, looking at the fight and trying to find a way that Pulev could win. I watched a few matches. I went off some matches. I remember him fight, went back to him, watched a few of his current matches, and I cannot find a way that he can beat Anthony Joshua. I can't give him a chance. I cannot give Pulev a chance. Not even a lucky punch, because he's not a puncher. You give a puncher, Andy Ruiz got power. Pulev has no power. Not in the heavyweight division. Maybe in the cruiserweight division. Joshua gonna spit his punches, chew him up, go inside, fuck him up.
Joshua learned his lesson, and he learned his lesson with the Andy Ruiz. Don't underestimate anybody. Take everyone seriously. I think he's gonna take this guy seriously.
Yeah, and he's gonna knock him out. I know he's gonna knock out Pulev. I already know that's gonna happen, but it's just
about it, man. I'm giving Pulev. I'm calling it right now. Anthony Joshua.
You gotta give at least 10%. I give Pulev 10%. I give him 10%. I'm not going to completely count nobody out. I give him 10%.
I'll give him 3%. Anthony Joshua, fifth
Zero,
round knockout. 3%. 97-3. Anthony Joshua.
0%, bro, because he's not winning the fight.
God
So he
damn.
gets
I
0%.
was thinking, well, not a hairline. Not even a hairline percentage. Zero. Non-existent. Listen, man. Anthony Joshua, you're talking about arguably the number one heavyweight. The only argument is Tyson Fury at this point. And then you're talking about Kubrat Pulev. He's not even in the argument of top 10, top 5, well, maybe top 10, but definitely not top 5. But he's nowhere in the stratosphere of Tyson Fury and Anthony. I believe Alexander Usyk could probably beat Kubrat Pulev. I really believe that. I believe Alexander Usyk could beat him. He don't have a chance. Man. Alexander Usyk has some sort of chance. I don't. He's going to be playing survival. Alexander Usyk against Joshua, but he has some type of chance to survive 12 rounds. I don't think Pulev has a chance to survive 12 rounds with Anthony Joshua. I don't think he can survive 12 with the man. But at least Usyk, I give him a chance to survive 12. And I think he beats Kubrat Pulev. I definitely pick Usyk to beat him by decision. Or maybe even stop him because he's old. He's 39, bro. That dude's getting his ass knocked out 5th round. I'm gonna decide 4th round or 5th round if AJ's gonna knock him out. Because I was thinking somewhere before 7, but as I'm thinking about it, Pulev can't hit. So I'm going 4th or 5th round. That's gonna be my pick. I'll decide right before the fight. But Joshua by knockout 4th, 5th round. Kubrat Pulev don't have a chance in hell. Yeah, Dragon Leg, you think you'll have doubts in the fight? Why? Because of Ruiz? Man, y'all keep testing AJ Hart. That man got up like 5 times off the fucking canvas. A guy like that, I keep telling people, the thing is this, man. If a man don't have heart, he stays on that knee. He hit a ref on 6, 7, just stay down. You stay down, they can say it was waved off, you didn't make it to your feet, he knocked you out. It can only be speculation if you gave up or not, but that's the easy way to give up. He kept getting up. And the fact that Joshua kept getting up off the fucking canvas, this shows you the heart, bro. The heart to continue. You know, Smoke like to say he spit out his mouthpiece to buy time and all that. Whatever, man. That's to buy time. You just said it. He spit his mouthpiece out to buy time. It's the old trick. Spit the mouthpiece out, you get a couple of more seconds to regroup. That don't mean you quitting. That means you spitting it out to gain more time, to fight, to keep fighting. This dude got heart. So he's going to beat the shit out of Kubrat Pulev. Going to beat the hell out of him, man. It's going to be a Dominic Brazil special. Only this time he's going to take Pulev out earlier. AJ's more lean now. He's got more gas in the tank. I mean, Kubrat Pulev is going to sustain a continual punishment until he just stops. Lord Bittner said, 1st round. But Pulev got those big dagger moves. Yeah, 1st round. I could dig it. I think AJ will take a couple of rounds to see what Pulev gonna do. Start blasting him with combinations. He could take him in the 4th, 3rd or 4th. He's gonna start blasting with combinations. Might take about I don't know. I'm going for it. Canelo, Callum Smith. I think he took him out like the 8th round. 7th for the 8th round.
I feel like speaking on Canelo and stuff, man, I feel like you guys are talking about him unifying and stuff. I mean, that would be pretty cool. But I feel like because he's Canelo, like I feel like he doesn't need the belts. Like the belts need him. Like Floyd Mayweather, he was the #1 guy and he didn't have all the belts. And yeah, I feel like whatever Canelo chooses to do, at least he has his marquee, he has his brand, he has his and he has his name. So yeah, that's my thing with Canelo.
Yeah, well, Canelo gonna do what he do, man, and he's in a position. Look, even without Oscar and all of that, he's still prime position. Like he makes boxing, makes money for boxing. That's all that matters.
And then also with I feel like in that second Triple G fight, Triple G, speaking on that, he got old, man. I feel like he's an old ass dude by the time he even fought Canelo the first time. So I feel like the first fight, the Triple G lost the step, and Canelo was in his prime, so I feel like he had the age advantage and everything. And yeah, he took so long, you know what I mean, to get in the ring with Triple G. It's old news though, man. It's old news. It ain't nothing now, but sure, I mean, Canelo won that, man. He ended up winning that. What should I say? That battle because I believe, okay, he avoided him outside the ring for years. He made Triple G get old. And then by the time he fought him, he was actually able to beat him, though. And he lost the first fight, right? In my opinion, but they called it a draw, right? So he escapes because of his name, and he's bigger than Triple G. And then the second fight, he goes out there and he beats Triple G for real. And you can tell from the first fight and the second fight that Triple G lost a step. But you can also see that Canelo took that fight, had a better game plan as well, and started really going to the body more in the second fight. And you can see it on his body that he took that muscle off. That's part of the reason why he got tired in those fights. But outside of that, man, Canelo is really not getting no heat like that compared to what he was getting in 2017, 16, 15, those years.
Man, Canelo stay getting heat, man. He can't do any right. When the plant fight fell through, it was guys coming out with videos talking about Canelo duck plant. Canelo get heat regardless. He always gonna get heat. That's just how it is. But that's what I'm saying. You see what the thumbnail say? When you are the best, then respect the hate, bro. That's just how look. All of them catch hate. Spence, Crawford, Canelo, Joshua, Hanoi, Mel Charlo still catching hate. Like when you
Wow,
at the top, bro, you catch hate.
Wilder getting hate too.
Teofimo Lopez.
No,
Wilder ain't
he
Wilder ain't at
deserves
the
it.
top.
Oh, why you bring? Oh, don't bring his name up in my presence.
Wilder not at the top. What you mean? That's what when
Nah,
you at the top. That man
nah,
only got a strap. What you mean? Don't bring up Teofimo Lopez. That man getting all kind of hate. These fucking
look,
Devin
I
Haney.
want Haney fight, but it ain't happening. But he better fight Haney next. If he don't fight Haney next after this one, because this is his mandatory, then
Haney not look. This is what y'all don't understand, bro. This is what y'all really don't understand. It's not about Teofimo not fighting Haney. Haney's not going to fight Teofimo. Y'all don't get it, bro. Bill Haney and his camp, look, they gotta save face. They gotta say what they say in the media. They don't want no parts of Teofimo. They already been calling out Tank and shit. They don't want Teofimo for real, fam. They know
Not
he's not ready. They know he's not ready.
he's not. He
said
looked terrible in that.
3 to 5 years. That's I was like, wow, 3 to 5 years. That's a
Nah, they gonna meet up. They gonna meet up at 140. But I doubt that Haney Teofimo happens at 135. I really do. I doubt that
no.
they
I don't
happen.
mind, but when he said 3 to 5 years, I said that's a long layaway plan. 3 to 5 years. I can understand maybe a year or two, but he said 3 to 5. That is like
He not ready, fam. He not ready.
but
What's
it
up,
ain't gonna
Ali?
take. It's not gonna take him 3 years to be ready. Three
It might
years.
take him 3 years to be ready because he lack power.
Fact.
You gotta get your skill. You gotta get your skills top notch. If you gonna go in there and fight a guy that has skills, but he also has power, it might take him 2.5 to 3 years. It might look. These guys only fight twice a year, right? So let's say it takes him 2.5 years. That's 5 fights. It might take him 5 fights.
But we better hope Teal don't lose. Shoot, 3 years, 4 fights, he could lose any one of them.
Shit.
Y'all say, oh boy, oh man, y'all just be
Haney's
lost
the
in the
worst,
land
man.
of.
Hold on,
You
Chicago.
be lost in the land of you could lose any day,
All right,
man.
hold on, fam. Let me answer this chat here. Haney outboxes Lopez. Now, Hamza, I want you to tell me this. What the fuck and against who has Haney shown you that he'll outbox Lopez? And what fight? Was it Abdullah Santiago or this great performance against Yuriokis Gamboa? What has Haney shown you and against who that he outboxes Teofimo Lopez? Now, Teofimo Lopez has shown that he can hang in there with a boxer like Lomachenko, which is leap years above anybody Devin Haney seen in the ring. So, what have you seen? What fight have you seen Devin Haney and it tells you he flat out outboxes Teofimo Lopez? I don't think you've seen any. Not at all. Not at all.
Yo, Haney's like the worst out of the bunch, in my opinion. Look how bad he looked against Gamboa, man. It's all about Tank and Teofimo. That's the super fight to make.
Man,
Those are
this shit
guys.
with Tank.
Go, man.
The Tank Teofimo fight is nothing but money. On a competitive level, that's not the best fight, Alistair, period. The Tank and Teofimo fight is nothing but money. But Floyd Mayweather is telling you guys that he doesn't want to fight by demanding A side. The same shit Crawford. Demanding A side. Y'all not getting A side. So
Yeah, he beat Lomachenko.
Like,
He's the side with whoever.
But boxing's like about it's all about that now, bro. Like Mayweather
Yeah,
ruined it, bro.
Teal's definitely the A side.
I
He
know
beat the
he's
man.
the A side. I know he's the A side, but popularity in boxing is like everything now, bro. It's not our fault, but that's how it goes these days. So they say
He
that
beat Lomo. You don't know how many people are so disappointed. Like once you
course,
beat the
bro.
person that like when Fury beat Klitschko, like we can say a bunch of fights. Once you beat that person, that is that person. Like you become the A side automatically.
Right.
Once Floyd beat Oscar, he became the A side in every single fight after that.
Exactly, bro. And like Tank beat what's it called? Tank was selling pay-per-views.
Leo,
So
oh yeah, but he's still not an A side though. But he definitely got good credibility. He's still not an A side, but yeah, I felt bad the way he hit Leo that hard. I said, oh my god,
bro.
how is Leo? And I'm like, he's still laying down. Like I'm still smoking my blunt and still sipping my beer. And I'm like, it's my third sip, and he's still on the floor. I kind of got scared for a minute. Like, yeah, I thought he was. So that's what I said. We all never know, man. That's what makes boxing so entertaining, because we never know what can happen. Because all you could do is punch. See, UFC is different. Because UFC, you got knees, you got elbows, you got chokes, you got slams, you got ground and pound, you got submissions, you got all types of different ways. But boxing, all you got is your hands. That's what makes it so beautiful. Because you can't kick or nothing. Just gotta straight see who punch better. I love boxing.
I get D, you gotta admit though that Tank could knock anybody out like that. Tank could knock
he can't.
out like that, bro.
Hey, listen,
You gotta admit.
Alice, hold on. No, I don't have to admit because Tank has not shown that at 135. Tank Davis, Alistair just put it into the UFC effects because weight classes still apply. Tank Davis has fought one fight at 135, which is Yuriokis Gamboa. Yuriokis Gamboa 8 shots from Tank, and it took him to the 12th round to finally put this guy out after knocking him down twice before. Now, that's the only fight that he's fought at 135. At 130, where he gets his claim to fame for all of these impressive knockouts, he hit a Drain Pedraza with everything but the fucking kitchen sink and finally put him out. And he took out little Leo Santa Cruz. That's his claim to fame. That doesn't mean anything about his power and how it translates to 135. Nothing. Doesn't mean anything. And that's
Really,
what we have to see. How does it translate to 135? We don't know.
right.
So
We
just
don't know.
because he slapped Leo like that, no. I think that he could buzz guys at 135 with that punch for sure. He can cause them some trouble. But we haven't seen Tank taking punches from a guy that hits as hard as Javier Fortuna or Ryan Garcia or especially Teofimo Lopez. We haven't seen Tank take those kind of blows. Reason he's walked. Why do you think he walked through Leo Santa Cruz? He
Because he
walked through
thought
Leo
he could
Santa
take his
Cruz.
power.
Hold on, Alistair. He walked through Leo Santa Cruz because Leo Santa Cruz didn't even display punching power at 126. Tank ass man, look.
I'll
Tank
tell
But
was
you,
you have
Tank
to
is
supposed
gonna
realize,
to
spark
Joyce
all of
to
them. If Tank stayed disciplined, and that's only because he was undisciplined, but if he really stayed training and disciplined, I really think Tank's gonna be a problem for whoever, long as he don't sidetrack. If he really stayed dedicated and disciplined, I think Tank's gonna be a problem for everybody. That's
well,
just my opinion.
this is
It's
what
up
I
to
tell all
him.
the Tank Davis fans. Floyd Mayweather don't agree with you guys because Floyd puts Tanks in the fight that he know Tank can win. So if Floyd ain't put them in that fight, what that tell you? He don't agree with what y'all Tank fans are saying. This is why you won't see him in the fight with Brian Garcia. You won't see him in the fight with Teofimo Lopez. And I seriously doubt, even after that bad performance, that you'll see him in a fight with Devin Haney because Floyd don't.
But we're still
Floyd,
skipping past. Let's see how Ryan looked versus Luke Campbell. We can't knock that out the window. Like Luke Campbell's not like a complete bum. I know he probably lost to whoever he lost to, but Luke Campbell's a solid fighter. So we got to see how Ryan looks. So far, everybody took care of their test properly. Tank took care of his knockout. Tio took care of his Loma.
wait,
Hey,
wait, wait, wait,
Haney took care of his. He outboxed Gamboa. So now Ryan Garcia,
bro.
he's the next up in
D Hodges,
line. He's the
D
next up in
Hodges.
line.
Yeah. D Hodges, but hold on. See that type of shit you can't slide through here. This is what you just said. They all took care of their tests properly. The only one that had a test was Teofimo Lopez. Gamboa was not a test for neither Tank Davis nor Devin Haney, especially if y'all sitting here comparing him to the best guys at 135. Gamboa couldn't have been a test. So we can't slide that in that they passed that test. And Leo Santa Cruz at 126, if you're compared to the best at 135, is definitely not a test. So the only
All
person
I said was we gotta worry about Ryan Garcia.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished. So the only person who showed passing any kind of test and who's about to show a test is Teofimo Lopez, and Ryan Garcia is about to show a legitimate test fighting Luke Campbell. But Gamboa,
That's
Leo Santa Cruz are no test. No test at all. That was easy work for both of those guys. And it was easy work before going into the fight. Going into a Luke Campbell fight is a test. Going into a Lomachenko fight is a big, big test.
That's why I said Ryan got to get past his test. Everybody else beat the person they were supposed to beat. Now Ryan's turn is up. He's supposed to beat Luke Campbell, so he got to beat Luke Campbell. That's all I said,
No,
bro.
no, no.
May I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, okay. So the main issue here, right, is you're saying they all passed their test and now Ryan is up next, right? Ryan he does have a test up next, but the other two guys, that wasn't really a test. That was a fight they were supposed to win, right? Really, in all reality, Teofimo Lopez was not supposed to win. He won on an upset and he beat the most difficult opponent, unified, established champion at lightweight, right? Leo Santa Cruz was technically a champion at 130, but he wasn't quite established. He'd only had one fight prior, and that fight was against an unranked opponent. And unranked, I mean like not top 10, not even top 15 or 20 even, right? Um, the order is Teofimo Lopez over Lomachenko, and then it's Gervonta Davis over Leo Santa Cruz, which is a little easier, a lot easier, I'd say. And then the real easy one would be Devin Haney over Yuriokis Gamboa. But even against Gamboa, If Lomachenko is a test, Yuriorkis Gamboa was like a preschool homework assignment or something. He should have passed with flying colors, and all he did was kind of pass.
Right. And that's what's in it in a nutshell. And Tank Davis is just he's not doing anything. Like I don't even want to go in on Tank Davis because his neither of his last three fights were any kind of a test. And that's just the facts. None of them. Not name one of them. At least Santiago, whether it was supposed to be a test or not, it was a test for Devin Haney. He faced adversity in that fight with Santiago. Tank ain't faced adversity in no damn fight he been in. Not one. Not one. No adversity. No fight ever.
It's only
And
a
that's
matter of time, man. It's only a matter of time before he beats those guys because I'm gonna be honest, bro. Like keep it 1,000. Tank Davis, predicting to you, D, right, face to face, that Tank Davis will be an all-time great fighter because
no.
the assets that he brings. Well, you said that he's not okay, but the assets that he brings, I feel like it's like if Mike Tyson and Roy Jones had a baby. That's Tank Davis, in my opinion. He has the reflexes, flashy. He
Amazing.
punches on the inside like Mike Tyson. He can box you in the outside like Roy Jones. His reflexes. So I feel like, bro, he's already showing the intangibles of a great fighter. So doesn't matter if he hasn't fought the competition yet. It's the simple idea that he has what it takes to beat all of those guys. I mean, so that's the reason why Floyd chose Tank, bro. That's why Floyd chose Tank.
Yeah, Alistair, no. Floyd chose Tank so that he can make money off of him. Second, Alistair, you don't become an all-time great not fighting the great fighters. So pay-per-views, Alistair, don't put you on the all-time great list. The only thing you guys have for Tank in this era is to say how popular he is and what his pay-per-view numbers bring in. But let me tell you something. Pay-per-view numbers ain't gonna put you on the all-time great list. Fighting guys moving up in weight, that's the highlight of your career. That's not going to put you on the all-time great list, Alistair. So I don't know what you see in Tank is saying he's going to be an all-time great, but he's definitely not on the right track. Not even close on the right track. All-time great. He might be an all-time seller. Yeah, you can put him on some list there. One of the because there's plenty of guys that made way more money than him when it's compared to that, way more money. So I don't know what he's going to be, but if he keeps on this path that Floyd and Ellerby has him on, he's not going to be all-time great anything.
We'll put it this way: if he's not, we'll put it this way: if he hasn't fought in the best, whether he has or he hasn't fought in the best, is he the best fighter out of all those guys? That's what you got to ask yourself.
No, he's not.
When he is, Tank, you said Tank never fought Teo. Teo never fought Tank, son. So Teo got to get past Tank too. You know what I mean? And Tank Davis is really on the merge of getting to that point where he does start beating your superstars. Because I feel like it doesn't matter who fights who. Whoever's the best is going to show. Like Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder. If you're the best, it's going to show, bro. And I feel like out of all those guys, no matter who fought who, Tank, to me, is the best out of the three. He's the most gifted fighter out of the three. He has devastating KO power.
Alistair, do you realize that Tank is 5'5"? Teofimo 5'9". That's first and foremost. Do you realize that first and foremost? 5'5", 5'9". You do get that, right? Okay.
Lopez is 5'8", but still.
Real quick. Second, Alistair, Tank has enjoyed the comfortability of being the bigger guy. Not only is Teofimo 5'9", he's the much bigger guy. There's a picture with Teofimo standing next to Gennady Golovkin, and he wasn't too much smaller than Gennady Golovkin, Alistair. So Tank is the smaller guy. He's definitely the far shorter guy, far shorter reach. I think it's like 5 inches, 5-inch reach disadvantage. And Teofimo hits harder than him. But Teofimo also boxes well. It's not like things going in there to an inferior boxer. So what the fuck do you even see? Tank Davis will get demolished by Teofimo Lopez, Alistair. Absolutely demolished.
How he's gonna look so good against all those guys and then get demolished by Teofimo. By the way, Teofimo's not
Yeah,
5'9", he's 5'8". Teofimo's 5'8", and he has a 1-inch reach advantage. He has a 6'8" reach advantage and a half, and Tank has a 6'7". But yeah, bro, it doesn't make sense how you say Tank Davis goes through all these opponents and he's undefeated. He's knocking these guys out, and then when he fights Teofimo Lopez, he gets absolutely destroyed, son. No wait, he'd be a bum. He'd be a bum if that happened. He'd be a bomb, straight up. He'd be a bomb.
Alistair, because he's doing it against Leo Santa Cruz. It came up for 126, dude. Yes, that I'm saying that he goes up there to a guy that's ready to fight at 140 right now and gets destroyed. And he's 5'9". I don't know what old shit you read. And he's 23 years old. You think he's gonna stay 5'8" forever? Update.
I think he's 5'8". I think he's 5. He didn't look too much. He didn't look too much taller than Lomachenko. I think it'd be more noticeable since Lomachenko's like 5'7". But regardless, his actual frame is much larger than Davis's. Davis is a really small frame. He's basically built for like 130, and then he's small at 135, and he's tiny at 140. Right, where Teofimo has the upside of going to welterweight, and he'd be adequately sized.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. Like Tank Davis is he's too small, bro. He's too small and he's not this far superior boxer. I don't even think he's a superior boxer. And I'm not like I always give Tank respect for his boxing, but he's not a superior boxer. He's not a superior boxer with less power, no dimension advantage, no hand speed advantage. Tank Davis gets beat by Teofimo right now, 10 out of 10 fights, man. He doesn't beat. This is the time when Tank Davis is going to get knocked out. It's not going to be a Tank against Teofimo. There's going to be no Tank. Teofimo's the tank buster, right? That bomb that drills into the tank and boom, just blow that shit out. That's Teofimo, the tank buster.
That's funny. Yes, Teofimo. One flaw Teofimo has is he rarely even moves. He rarely moves his head, man. Like when he fought that Asian guy, that Japanese guy, he was getting hit a lot. He was getting hit a lot when he fought that Japanese guy. You saw that, and then I feel he improved on it though. He improved on it, but I'm just saying that Tank has the faster reflexes. So reality, Tank is going to be getting away from a lot of those shots.
Alistair, Nakatani is 6 foot tall with a massive reach, and he has fast hands. You can't compare him even getting hit. And the no head movement comment is incorrect. But anyway, like I said, Nakatani is 6 foot tall with a hell of a reach advantage. And Tank is not that. He's 5'5". So stop it, fam. Talk about he got hit by the Japanese kid a lot. Tank don't have those dimensions. Are you kidding me right now? And you know that matters. Just from watching UFC, you know that matters. A guy 6 foot compared to a guy 5'5". Stop it right now.
Facts. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Teofimo. I'm saying this. Teofimo Lopez hasn't fought a Tank Davis. That's pretty much the bottom line. You're saying that he will knock him out, spark out, like he's done something, bro. Tank Davis will be his toughest fight. I'm telling you right now. Even after the Lomachenko fight, Tank Davis will be his toughest fight. Let's get this. Let's clear this out right now.
Tank Davis fighting Teofimo. Tank Davis fighting Teofimo is essentially, and this is what I'm telling you. Take it for what it's worth. Tank Davis fighting Teofimo Lopez was like Teofimo fighting Leo Santa Cruz. He's basically bringing the guy up in weight, man, from 130 to 135, just like Tank brought up Leo Santa Cruz from 126. Now, I will give Tank this. He has a lot more pop than Leo Santa Cruz. The problem is that Teofimo can hurt Tank, where Leo Santa Cruz could not. Teofimo's faster than Tank, where Leo Santa Cruz was not. Teofimo hits harder than Tank, which Leo Santa Cruz did not. All of these things play a factor in it. So it's basically like Teofimo Lopez bringing up a guy from 130 to fight him. That's what it is, bro. This is what you got to pay attention to. That's what happens to Tank. He gets knocked out.
Yeah, so the issue is Tank suffers from a size disadvantage. He suffers from a reach disadvantage. He suffers from a height disadvantage, right? His frame is smaller. He doesn't have as much power at the weight class. He probably doesn't carry his weight very well, as we saw in the Gamboa fight. His his defense isn't bad. But he did get caught with some clean combinations by Yuriorkis Gamboa in his fight, and I feel that if Teofimo were to land something like that, it'd do a lot more damage. I just think that Tank's only chance of winning that fight is if Teofimo is somehow really exhausted in the late rounds and he gets caught clean with something he doesn't see. But that assumes that Tank makes it to those late rounds and he too isn't exhausted or already hasn't been dropped or something like that. You know what I mean? So. I mean, we're talking about Teofimo as a guy who can compete at 140, right? And Tank would be he's one of those guys, kind of like I would say Lemieux, where at 160 he was big, and at 168 he's kind of small, right? Tank's big at 130, kind of small for 135. At Curtis
The
Stevens
biggest
syndrome.
factor, though, yeah, the biggest factor I feel like is if Tio secures a title fight with Tank, you know what I mean, he'll be lucky. He'll be lucky to get that title fight with Tank because Tank is the money man. You know what I'm saying? He's a money man. All roads lead to him. So honestly, he'd be doing Teofimo a favor giving him that type of fight. You feel me? So there you go, right there.
I do think it'd be a high profile fight, but what makes Tank Davis the money man? I'm confused.
What makes him the money man is he's with Floyd Mayweather. He sells more pay per views. Yeah, he's the bigger draw. He's an A side, right? Because of popularity. This is just facts. This is not me
So
being like on riding his nuts. It's facts.
my only point of confusion, right, is I think in the Santa Cruz Davis fight, that was a 50-50. There wasn't an A side, and in that fight, I think the combined purse total of both fighters was about 3 million. I think they both got 1.5 million each, right? So Teofimo just beat Lomachenko, and in that fight, he got over 1.5 million. So now, being the winner of that fight, I just don't see how suddenly he's the B side to a guy who's doing 50-50 pay per view with Leo Santa Cruz, right? Like, who would you say has a bigger profile, Leo Santa Cruz or
Right.
Teofimo
Yeah,
Lopez?
real quick. Leo got paid more than Tank base salary. He
Oh,
got
did he
paid more.
really?
Yes, he did.
Oh,
Leo,
wow.
Leo
Yeah,
got more money than Tank
Tank
base salary.
fight.
Yeah. It says here, according to
What? Let me see this.
cashflowsports.com,
Yo,
says
hold
I
on.
continue the link. Hold up. It says Tank Davis received $1 million with 50% pay per view revenue share, and Santa Cruz received $1.5 million with 50% pay per view revenue share. So yeah, I definitely don't see any. Doesn't really make sense why he would be the B side to Gervonta Davis, especially considering he's the champion at the weight class. He made more money in this last fight as a B side, and he won that fight. So now he's the man to beat. I just don't like the math doesn't really add up in favor of Tank being the A side. The fact that he's even suggesting he'd be the A side after doing 50-50 with Leo Santa Cruz is kind of ridiculous.
It wasn't even him, it was Floyd. And that's why I keep telling all of these Tank lovers that Floyd don't really want that fight. Because there's no way that, listen, Bob Arum just came out and slammed the whole notion of Tank being A side. Listen, Floyd would have to deal with Arum. He wouldn't have to deal with Teofimo. So it doesn't matter what Teofimo says, and it never matters what Tank Davis says. It's all about what Floyd says. And Floyd came out and said that Teofimo could get the Tank fight as if that's a treat, but he has to accept 50-50 a B side. The Tank is the A side. That tells you everything right there. He could get the Tank fight, but he has to accept the Tank is the A side. Like Floyd, have you bumped your fucking head? But Floyd hadn't bumped his head. He knew damn well that there's no way in hell that Top Rank and those guys sitting there achieving more than Tank beat fucking Gamboa at 135, and Teofimo cleaned the house basically at 135. No way he gets A side, bro. You got me all twisted, and Floyd knows that, so he's not. This is easy enough to say Tank won't be fighting Teofimo, which Floyd doesn't want because Teofimo will knock him out And regardless of what you Tank fans think, Floyd knows it. Because if Floyd thought he could beat Teofimo, you better believe Floyd would put him in that fight and collect those belts. It's just that simple. Floyd has always put Tank in fights he knows Tank is going to win. Always. What makes you Tank fans think Floyd's going to do any different? If he knew he could beat Teofimo, he would thrust him into that fight. Quick, fast. Quick, fast.
Yeah, like again, I respect the opinion, but I feel like it's all fan opinion, and it's not the reality. I feel like the reality is Mayweather and the money team are gonna always be ahead because they have the power over your fighters, bro. They have more power. Like look at Floyd Mayweather, how powerful he is, what he was able to do. So when you have that around you, I mean that's hard to stop.
What is this power? Are you talking like financial backing?
You know, Alistair's lost his mind, IBT. Bob Rank is the biggest fucking. Listen, Bob Arum's the biggest promoter in this freaking sport, you idiot. Floyd don't have power over Bob. Are you kidding me right now? He has ESPN backing him, Alistair. And you, of all people, should know what fucking mogul network that is. Just stop it right now. Listen, Teofimo is in prime position, and he's about to do something that Tank hasn't done his whole fucking career. Challenge himself further. After he goes and cleans up a $10 million paycheck fighting Camposis Jr., then Tank some fucking A-side. This dude get ready to collect $10 million. Are you kidding me right now? Anyway, he's going to go fight the winner of Jose Ramirez and Josh Taylor. That's what they're taking down. That's what their challenge is. A challenge, not a fucking Leo Santa Cruz coming up in weight. He's going up in weight. He's the guy going up in weight. So get it right, Alistair. Stop all of this Tank Davis loving and listen to what Floyd is telling you. Floyd is telling you, I don't want to fight Teofimo Lopez. By coming out saying he has to accept Tank as the A side, Floyd is telling you, I don't want Tank fighting Teofimo Lopez. He doesn't want that because he know he'll lose.
So you believe everything Floyd says, basically? You believe everything Floyd says? Floyd would say, "Oh, Teofimo."
Floyd didn't say he would lose to Teofimo. Floyd said he was better than Teofimo. So no, I don't believe Floyd what he says. I believe what he shows me. That's what I believe. What he shows me. You are blind to what he's been showing you with Tank. He's been showing you that he's never going to put this kid in any danger. But somehow you think he can win all the dangerous fights. It don't make sense, fam. Like it don't even make sense what you guys believe in. Because Floyd ain't showing you that he'll even put him in a dangerous fight. All y'all believe he'll win the dangerous fights. That's asinine.
Hey, I got a question.
Go ahead, Ross Scott.
Yeah, I want to ask the caller, when do you think that Floyd Mayweather is going to allow Tank Davis to fight Teofimo Lopez, since you're so confident about them fighting?
That's to you, Alistair.
Man, bro, like I said, it does not matter, bro, because all roads still lead to Tank, bro. Tank is that guy. Look. All right. So to answer that question directly, I feel like when will he allow Teofimo to fight? Whenever he wants. That's the answer. Whenever he wants, whenever he feels like it, and it could be around the corner. You know what I mean? Teofimo's talking about he wants to move up to 140. So we don't really know if this guy is going to be in his division. You know what I mean? In a couple months. So where we have to make adjustments and go different directions. So that's really what it comes down to. Teofimo,
Tank Davis called out Lomachenko for 3 fucking years and never fought him. This fight with Teofimo never happens. Floyd using it for clout, bro. Clout chasing. That shit never fucking happens. This fight never happens, Alistair. Get it through your head. Floyd ain't never putting him in there with Teofimo. And by the time Teofimo go to 140, Tank little ass ain't gonna touch 140. This fight never fucking happens.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how does all roads lead to someone compared to an undisputed champion? How does it lead to someone who his best win is against a bum leg versus someone beating Lomachenko? Explain to me how all roads leads to Tank. Tank.
I mean, you guys, someone's cutting off.
Oh, I ain't know if that was telling me. Ross Clyde, you broken up a little bit, fam. But yeah, Alice is just it's point blank, bro. How does all roads lead to Tank with his baby belt at 135? He's done nothing at 135. How does all roads lead to him? Because he beat Leo Santa Cruz at 130? That makes him the man to beat at 135? That's what you're telling me? Is Khabib Nurmagomedov the guy to beat in Usman's weight class, or is it
Okay,
Usman?
okay.
Right.
Okay. Now I'm gonna answer that question. Now can I please answer the question? I'm saying this. Tank Davis. I can't explain this enough to you guys because I feel like you guys just don't get it. You guys just don't get it. You know what I mean? Like this is what this same thing with Adrian Broner. With Floyd Mayweather, he's been, like I said, Floyd Mayweather is the head of the table with this stuff, bro. And that's why Tank is in Showtime. That's why Tank, and that's the reason why Tank is with all these rappers that he's with, bro. His luxury goes up, his status goes up. That's it. And look at the followers that he has too. And that just shows you everything right there. Over 2 million followers on Instagram. You know.
So let me say this real quick. You said all roads lead to Davis because of Floyd, but all roads lead to Floyd when Floyd was fighting. Floyd isn't the one fighting; it's Tank Davis fighting.
Yep, and guess what? He's in every single show that they have. Why do you think Floyd is always beside him, bro? It's self-promoting. He's promoting Tank Davis using himself, bro, and that is one of the biggest keys. The factors that they have. Teofimo had to do everything by himself.
If all roads lead to Tank Davis, why is Teofimo flying to Australia to go fight Cambosa Jr.? Explain that to me. To me, it don't seem like he worried about no fucking Tank Davis. Like, listen, Alistair, stop being silly, man. Because the shit that you saying don't even make sense with your favorite sport. Like, you can't even make sense of it. Not in your sport, not in boxing. You can't make sense of this. No sense at all of this stuff. Floyd Mayweather is telling you, he's telling you guys. Hold on. Floyd is telling you guys something right here. He's telling you specifically, I do not want to fight Teofimo Lopez. By coming out demanding a side, right? He's telling you, I do not want to fight. Floyd knows this business way too well, man. He knows this business way too well. And he knows that he could not go sit down at the table and convince Bob Arum that Tank Davis is A-side over Teofimo Lopez. Floyd knows this. So for you fans that's so gullible to believe that they're actually considering that fight, it's just befuddling to me, fam. How? How are y'all buying this bullshit? He's telling you guys, by making that statement, he's telling you, I don't want to put Tank in there with Teofimo Lopez. That's what he's telling you.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, Tank Davis, he's not even fighting Ryan Garcia. He's not even fighting Kevin Haney. I mean, so to think that he's going to fight Teofimo Lopez is like super crazy to me because he's not even fighting those two guys. So what makes you think he's going to fight the last guy to beat Lomachenko? It's not going to happen.
Can I regress the conversation? Did someone just say, because you hang with rappers, that your status is higher than the undisputed champ? Did someone that? Yes. Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I would like to thank you for educating me. I did not know that the sport worked like that. I thought it was based off of how much money, someone made. I thought it was how much money they brought to the sport. I thought it was, how many fans they brought. I thought it was about accomplishments. I thought it was about all of that, about revenue generated. But now I know it's actually about hanging out with rappers. Thank you.
Not being funny, yeah? But you see what you're saying there? You are the reason why boxing is never going to recover, even without COVID. It will never recover. Because if you can make debates about potential boxing match based on somebody hanging with rappers and their last victory was against Santa Cruz, and he's the top guy at 135 because he beat a featherweight. He didn't even establish himself as the best featherweight and bantamweight, super bantam. I mean, this is why boxing, it can't move from here. It can't move. You guys are just going to end boxing in your country anyway. You're going to end it. You're going to end it.
No, I just want to know what's going on with Tank's team because he's got a massive team. This guy, what a set. Tank Davis has got a massive team. We all saw the videos with ES News. He's got 20 guys watching a fight with him, the TO fight. Now this guy, he's not really had any massive fights. You've had the Leo Santa Cruz fight. These are not massive pay-per-view fights. Calvin Ford and all these guys are demanding massive paychecks from Tank Davis. So where's Floyd getting all this money from? I'm going to put that out there. Answer that.
I don't know, man. I don't even know, but I'll tell you like this. I don't even care what Floyd is doing if he's running himself to death. This whole nonsense with Tank and these ideas that, these kids have, like, that's not how this sport works, man.
So, sorry, Dick. So tell me this. Yeah. First of all, right, you had a pound-for-pound fighter at lightweight named Lomachenko. Tank didn't fight him. And now he's avoiding the guy who's beat Lomachenko, and he's avoiding him. And he's the top draw at 135?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it's just like I'm telling you, I fear for the sport in your country. I fear for it.
No. First and foremost, let me tell you something. That shit don't fly. It's a lot of channels out here that's putting out. I'm American channels, like maybe not on the broad scale like in other countries. They just see it down the line. But man, these narratives don't fly everywhere. We smash these narratives up. There's plenty of channels to smash these narratives up. IBFP, two hands, bring IQ. You know what I mean? We smash these narratives up. It's not going to die anywhere because we're not going to let these idiotic fucking narratives float around.
Dude, you got to keep fighting the fight. You've got to keep fighting the fight.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
who's paying for Tank's team though? That's like 12 years, constant people around, 20 people, bots. You got his wrap glove people, you got his cutmen. They're with him all the time, trainers. Who's paying for it? Because he's not getting £5 million a fight, is he? He got $1 million, didn't he? The most in the what was the fight that he got $1 million for?
Leo, he got $1 million. And
yeah, the Gamboa fight. I don't even think he got that. So I just think it's a con job, bro. To be honest, I don't know what's going on with him. Are people buying his merchandise in Baltimore or something? It's got to be making money from somewhere.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what they're doing over at the PBC. These guys are living lavishly. The purses don't display it. Maybe they got some type of other cut coming in.
He's had 3 fights. He's 26.
It's not even
26.
It's when you look at the Charlos and how they live in and all of these guys.
So the real money earners in boxing, like Canelo, Joshua, even Oscar, and like they never brag about the money or like try look how rich I am. They never do all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That is, man. And the people really ain't been one of the top cash earners. Only Mayweather has done that successfully out of all. The rest of them, it's all smoke and mirrors, bro.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it is. Man. So Beats, since I got you here, what do you think? You give Pulev any chances against Joshua?
Yeah, he has a chance because Joshua has weaknesses. He's got he has a chance, but Joshua's got to, he's got to continue with his progress in his boxing ability that he displayed against Andy Ruiz. He's got to continue with that and just get in the win because what it is, he's rusty as well. Pulev will be rusty, but he can't take no chances early. He's got to box well, and if he boxes at his best, Pulev can't win. I don't think Pulev can win. But if
I don't see much chances for Pulev.
No,
in my opinion, he don't hit hard enough. He's too slow. He's a little long in the tooth. I don't see much chances for him to win this fight, and I don't see him outpointing Joshua.
I don't see it.
I don't see it. I think Joshua is a sure win. And it's no sure win in fighting for sure. That's a definite. It's no sure win in fighting, but I think this is a win for Joshua. What I don't believe though, I don't believe Usyk and them take this fight. Why would they take this fight, man? He's not ready for Joshua.
It's a money game, man. It's money, bro. He ain't earned no purses like what he's gonna get when he fights Joshua.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But man, this is just a beating waiting to happen because that performance with Del Boy, standing at 6'1", I can see right now Joshua putting a beating on Usyk.
I think Usyk struggles. I think he struggles.
Hey D, sorry, but really quick, I gotta go. I appreciate you having me on the panel. Salute to everyone else on the panel, and if you're watching, you haven't left a like yet, please do so. I gotta go. Peace.
Appreciate you, IBT. Yeah. So, Alistair, you stick around and listen to us. Just sit back and listen. You'll learn a whole lot about boxing and forget about all of these crazy ideas with the facade because Twitter accounts and rappers don't matter in boxing. Man. It just don't matter in boxing. I don't know if it matters over at the UFC. I doubt it matters there, but that don't matter in boxing.
It's I don't know what that's all about.
I don't know, but having rappers escort you down to your ring walk it just looks good. It doesn't boost your ticket sales, honestly. So don't think because Yellow Beezy is walking down the ring with Errol Spence that that means that's going to increase his ticket sales. So boxing fans don't give two shits about Yellow Beezy. I can tell you that. We care about the boxers, man.
They don't care. They definitely ain't gonna buy tickets to see Yellow Beezy.
Right.
Even Lil Wayne used to walk Floyd out. No one cared that Lil Wayne was walking Floyd out. No one cared.
Nobody cared.
See Floyd, yeah. And Wayne was the biggest rapper in the game.
That was like his status.
Yeah, but nobody cares though. That's what we're trying to tell you. You kids get impressed by that, but most of you kids that's impressed by that, y'all stream the fucking fights. Y'all don't even pay for the fights. And that's the truth. Y'all stream the damn fights. Y'all don't even pay for them. So y'all not even supporting it, but y'all impressed by all of that hoopla. People that pay their hard-earned money for these fights, they don't want to see these shows. Nobody gave a damn about Tank Davis knocking out little Leo Santa Cruz. You think I paid my money to people that earn their money that know this sport? You think they paid for that garbage? And the facts are, y'all didn't even pay for it. Listen, Tank Davis didn't even look. All of these channels around YouTube that support the LDBC and the PBC is about 5 times more subscribers and supporters than Tank numbers. So it tells you clearly that if they actually supported this guy, like they sit around running their mouth, if they actually paid for the fight, the kid would have like 600,000-700,000 fucking pay-per-view sales, literally. But y'all here, y'all impressed by this bullshit, but y'all stream the fucking fight. Y'all don't even pay for this shit. Keep it a buck, because my nephew and them do the same shit. They don't pay for it. But y'all sit here acting like he's such a big star. Twitter accounts don't fucking matter, fam.
It don't cost nothing to sub to someone's Twitter account with it or their social media accounts. It don't cost anything. It costs to pay them pay-per-views over where you are. £1,800.
Yeah,
$1,800, man.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't. Shit don't add up. Man, this shit just don't add up, bro. Like I said, all of these ego. Hold on. Ego and Box Nation, Dante's Boxing Nation. They're not even LDBC. They're their own thing. But just look at it. Even if it is some bought accounts or whatever, they still have a massive amount of people viewing their fucking videos and listening to their shit. And then you got the entire LDBC. And I'm telling you now, if those members actually paid for Tank Davis fights, the fucking numbers would be astronomical.
Yes,
it would be through the roof.
That's
So
very
it's telling you
true.
right there.
I
It's a
mean,
lot of hoopla bullshit.
Smoke and mirrors.
yeah,
It is, bro. I pay for the
the
fighters
reason
that I like.
Terrence Crawford isn't getting that fight. Terrence Crawford. That's the reason why he doesn't want to fight because he thinks he's the A side. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, man,
and that's the reason why y'all not getting that Spencer.
No. We're not gonna change this to Terrence Crawford. I want you young fans to understand this about these Twitter accounts and this Tank Davis nonsense. Like you got to get this through your head, fam, with Tank Davis. This dude is not. He's a facade. It's the reason I keep telling you guys he's a facade. Boy's putting on a show with this kid. And the first time he gets into serious heat, into this fight with serious heat, I believe that he's going to lose or get knocked out. The thing is, will that do him well? Will that serve him well? Will that make him better? Or will that just tear him down? But that's exactly what I believe what happens to Tank. When he has to face adversity or something, he fails at that, fam. He'll get beat in a split decision or he'll get knocked out because he doesn't know what to do because no one ever pulled that out of him. You can't just sit on your skills and think you're going to get better.
Yeah, you're gonna deteriorate. You keep fighting Leo Santa Cruz, you're not gonna improve. How are you gonna improve if you're fighting Leo Santa Cruz? Well, you think Leo Santa Cruz can prepare? Leo Santa Cruz can prepare you for Teofimo Lopez? How?
Absolutely, because of his level, man. His skill level, bro. He's way better than everybody Tank has fought in the past. Hold on, check this out. I'm gonna show you Tank Davis right now. His IG followers. Check this out.
Alistair, we don't want to know about that. We don't want to know about that. It doesn't matter, fam. Did he have Alistair, did he have 2.5 million pay-per-view buys? Did he? He didn't even have 10% of that.
2.4 million.
Doesn't matter. He didn't have 10% of that in his pay-per-view buys. So
hold up. What's up? How many followers does Ryan Garcia have, Alistair?
It's over 7 million, fam.
Okay, and he didn't even sell 4,000. He didn't even sell 4,000 seats. He didn't even sell 4,000 seats
with 7 million.
What do you mean when COVID? With COVID, you said with COVID, or was it before?
Oh, prior to COVID. Prior to COVID, the most he's ever sold is 3,600 seats.
Is that all?
That's all.
Yeah.
It's
7.5 million followers, bro. That means jack shit. Your followers don't mean anything, bro.
Let me just say this quickly, yeah, because I've been listening to hip hop a long time. That's why he knows he could have a good hip hop conversation with me because I know certain things. Now, in hip hop, what they do when they ain't got that dough yet, they'll put out these mixtapes. They'll buy chains, not the most expensive one, maybe some fake ones. Rent out cars. They call it fake it until you make it. So hopefully the royalties will start catching up and they'll actually be able to get that stuff and legitimately have it. But but you can't do that with boxing. It doesn't work with boxing. It don't work with boxing, bro. We know what your numbers are. You know what I mean? We don't know. I don't know if the chain is fake what the rapper's wearing. I ain't got a clue. I don't know if he's just got that car on rental. He might have it on rental, right? Floyd showed you. He's purchased all of them whips that you see in them garages. He's purchased them all. But you can't fake it with Tank Davis. He's never sold anything because he's fought garbage competition.
Exactly. Complete shit. And he sells out like 12 or 13,000 people at max. It's a fucking joke.
Yep.
That's it. Yeah. You can have fucking millions on social media. If nobody actually buys for the fucking fight, if you don't buy for the fight, it doesn't matter how many people you've got on social media, you're not going to get fucking... It's all about boxing. You got to get the money in at the gate. That's why young fighters sell tickets out the back pocket. They're still doing the same when they're actually professionals, but in a different way. So, you can have a big social media following, but it doesn't mean now if you're not making money on the gate, what Mark said. So,
Do you guys feel like Tank Davis is the best right now in boxing at 135? That's the question. I don't care.
No. And you shouldn't even ask. You shouldn't even ask. No. You shouldn't even say it. You shouldn't even say it. You shouldn't even ask that. Yeah, you shouldn't even say it. It shouldn't even come into your brain. No.
That's ridiculous.
The best at 135 right now, without any question, is the unified lineal champion.
Right.
That's
For you to be the best, you would have to beat the guy who beat Lomachenko, and that's not Tank. He hasn't even beaten Richard Common.
Yeah, I love Tank a bit, but yeah,
I'm talking
he's
about
not to that level.
I'm talking about the eye test, guys. What do you? What?
No, forget the eye test. Forget the eye test. Even the eye test. No, forget that. Forget all that. Forget that. He's no Mayweather, bro. You ain't gonna know he's got power. He ain't no Mayweather, and he showed the power against junior lightweights.
100%.
That's what he's done.
Yeah. Bantamweights and super bantamweights.
Right. Exactly.
These are small guys, bro. These aren't 135 guys, bro. These are small guys. This ain't, you took him 126. That level, that they're not up.
You know what the eye test is. Let me show you what the eye test. The eye test is when you blast out Richard Common in 2 rounds when nobody's did that. The eye test is when Lomachenko can't win 7 rounds from you in the first 7. That's the eye test. Tank, I have no eye test, bro. I have no eye test. No eye test.
Yeah.
No eye test.
Yeah. His last win was good. We can appreciate that. But
no, it wasn't that good. It wasn't that good. He knocked out like a junior bantamweight. It wasn't that good.
Yeah.
He didn't even. He never even established himself as the best junior bantamweight of ever.
Here's my thing, right? Here's my thing. Leo's best win, right, is over the dude that he lost to in Carl Frampton, right?
Right.
At featherweight. Carl Frampton, who at 122 ducked Regandow, who lost to fucking Lomachenko at 130, and Loma got beat up and lost with Teofimo.
Yeah.
Can't even begin to talk about it, mate. It's not even a comparison.
The eye test, I like the eye test, bro. You need the Specsavers, bro.
I'll give you my eye test on Tank. I'll give you my eye test, brother. I'll give you. My eye test on Tank is this is a dude who seems to have power, but hasn't proven it at an elite level against someone in his own weight class yet.
That's right.
Yeah.
The eye test.
I don't understand that he will do that though. Y'all don't really get that. And
No. I don't assume anything. I don't assume anything. I don't assume that like the world's gonna be here tomorrow because I don't know. I don't assume anything.
Assume he's going to do it. You know something? There was videos going around with 2-3 million views for weeks on end. Is this the next Roy Jones Jr., Josh Kelly? He steps into the ring with Ray Robinson, right? Ray Robinson, who's been knocked out by the likes of Yardinas Ugas, and he got absolutely fucking made look like a terrible joke of a fighter, mate.
That's true.
That was
based on the eye test. The eye test means nothing. You got to prove it in the ring against good opposition, not against people you're way bigger than.
Because no matter, bro. I mean, he's earned the right to fight those guys. We're talking about him for a reason. If he wasn't good,
he's earned the right to fight them. But yeah, carry on.
How does boxing, everything we're telling you about the sweet science, not matter? We're telling you things about boxing, fam. These things
need to learn.
They're telling you it doesn't matter. This is boxing. Somebody tell you that grappling doesn't matter. What are you gonna say? Grappling don't matter in UFC. What are you gonna say? What are you gonna say if they tell you that? You're gonna call them a fool because grappling matters. We're telling you things about boxing. This is boxing. This is not fucking Twitter or Instagram followers. We're telling you about the sweet science. These things matter. You have to face attrition, adversity. You have to go through these things. You have to.
Listen. Young man, right? You're American. Like anybody, you're an American, right?
Oh, he's Canadian. Don't put him on.
Oh, you're Canadian. Oh, right. Okay, that might explain it a little. Because you have to, God can say you need to learn the history of your sport, bro. Yeah, like have you
I do know the
history
of my sport. I do. What kind of question is that? Yes, I heard Korean word. I'm saying I do know the sport, but I also understand that it's different now than it was in the 90s, bro.
Why is it different? So what? So what's the difference? So what's the difference? So what is the difference What is the difference of Tank
Yeah.
trying to be undisputed champion like Pernell Whitaker did? What's the difference? What is different? How comes Whitaker fought the best? Whitaker was fighting Jose Luis Ramirez, guy that could take your head off with one shot at any time. And he was fighting them to become undisputed. That's who he was fighting, bro.
Like I said,
he fought power punches like Louis Lamelo, unbeaten. He fought all of them. He was undisputed champion, bro. Undisputed.
Look,
he started at lightweight and won titles up to light middle. You think Tank's going to be as great as Pernell Whitaker? No way. There's no chance.
Hell no. Don't even. That's blasphemy.
He doesn't have to be, man. He doesn't have
Look,
to
actually,
be.
you know what?
He don't
yeah.
Doesn't have to be.
Is your name Alistair? Is it?
Alistair. Yeah.
All right. Alistair, I've got a fantasy fight for you, right? Gervonta Davis, 130 pounds, right? That's been his prime weight division, 130 super feather, versus 130-pound Alexis Arguello. Who you got?
Okay, wait. Repeat that, please.
Who you at 130 pounds super featherweight? Who you got? Gervonta Davis or Alexis Arguello, prime for prime?
In their primes?
In their primes.
The fact that taking you this
Well,
long.
I mean, in their prime.
Yeah.
The fact
Alexis Arguello, man. Alexis Arguello is a legend. He's a legend. But honestly, Tank Davis. I feel like Tank Davis could fight in any era. I feel like he could fight in any era, bro. In any era, bro. That's it, bro.
Do you know how big? Listen. Do you know how big Alexis Arguello was?
Man, he don't know shit about him.
He hasn't got a clue on rival. He hasn't got a clue. He doesn't understand the size of the task. When this guy started at bantamweight and fought Aaron Pryor in his prime, when Aaron Pryor was the killer, he doesn't understand all this.
He doesn't get the whole Ruben Castillo, Bobby Chacon, Ruben Castillo, Rafael Lamar, Bobby Chacon, back to back in the space of 9 months and knocking them all out.
Exactly.
He would actually.
That's not fair. You guys are picking on a small guy. That is not fair. You're picking on a small guy, bro. You know he's small, and you're trying to compare him to a big ass guy.
And you said that's not
actually. Let me say something. Let me say something. Tank is regularly at 130 pounds, dragged up bantamweights up to 130 pounds, right? He has actually done this throughout his career. Alexis Arguello is a Hall of Famer who went from bantamweight up to 140 pounds. So I'm bringing up someone who Tank would have probably tried to do this bullshit with if he was around today and got his ass knocked out. Because it would have been an elite one.
Let me tell you something, youngster. You see how Tank don't want to fight Lopez and Lomachenko? Floyd ain't putting him in no Arguello. You see, let me tell you, Floyd would keep him way away from Arguello. Wouldn't put him nowhere near him. He wouldn't put him anywhere near him.
No fucking
well,
way.
in boxing, you don't have to fight the best, bro. That's what the sport's been about. So ever since that happened, I didn't get the fights I wanted.
No, don't even try and tell me that the sport's not been about fighting the best, bro. Don't even try. You're out of your league. You were out of your league.
Not anymore, bro. Not anymore.
Get out of here with
I
that.
feel like.
Do you find him attractive? If you wait, hold on. No. On some serious man shit, right? Do you find him attractive? That you're saying he doesn't have to fight. So what is it you see in him as a boxer? You find him attractive or something? He don't have to fight the big. So what's going on here? So what does he have to do? What does he have to do? No, but you say he don't have to fight the. Wait, it's boxing. Wait. So hold on. I'm an Anthony Joshua fan, right? Everyone knows that, right? So if I'm saying, well, you don't have to fight Fury and Wilder, I just want to see it. There must be ulterior motives. You might not want to see him fight Wilder or Fury or the best. There must be ulterior motives. What's going
They're
on?
public figures, bro. They're public figures, bro. They're celebrities. They're not just
Oh my
boxers,
God.
but bro,
Look, bro.
I lowered my standard, bro. I lowered my standards. So I know what to expect. I know what's gonna happen.
Bro,
So
but what you've done is you've lowered your standards, yeah, to picking up chicks at McDonald's, to going to pick up chicks who have STDs at down the local fucking YMCA, bro. That's what you're doing. Your standards have gone completely
definitely
up.
not true. That's false, bro. That is
No,
false,
that's
bro.
true. That's based off of this, bro.
No, definitely not, bro. Definitely not. Not at all. Not at all. Definitely not. Nope. I lowered my standards a bit. You know what I mean? Because that's what they show. You give what you get.
Because if you're saying
what you get.
Right, I'm gonna ask you a question. When you go through all of like the mainstream media and shit, right? Whether you agree with them or not, and you look at the pound for pound list, tell me why you believe Tank Davis is not on any of those pound for pound lists. Give me the reason why.
Why he's not on those, bro? Because listen here. He's not.
I'm listening.
because that does not matter, bro. You realize his stardom is bigger than his pound for pound. There's guys on the pound for pound list that you probably haven't even really heard of compared to Tank. Why do you think Tank is always in people's mouths? Why do you think Tank is always running the show, bro?
What does that mean? He's in people's mouths like you. Listen, bro. No. Hold on. You are not going to be controlling the historical narratives because you know nothing about the history, right? So in 5 years' time, Tank will be forgotten, bro. And it'll be the next kid who's got the swag and got the rappers around him, who's not fighting nobody. He'll be forgotten. I hope you realize that, right? When you're talking about guys like Sam Langford, he never won an official title. He won the color title. People are writing documentaries and books about him now because the resume, because of what he stood for, because of what he do, because of the what do they call it, the block step move, because of what he innovated in boxing, his feinting, his opposition. He was ducked. That's why people talk about Charlie Corey. He never won the title. Trust me. There's other kids who've got swag. Tank's not the only kid who's got swag, right? That's all you're talking about is swag right now. That's all you're talking about. Swag.
Tank is
Listen, Tank. If Tank don't get his resume up, he will be forgotten in 5 years' time. No one's going to mention him. They're going to be talking about the other kid who's walking around with the latest rapper. They're going to be talking about that boxer. He'll be forgotten.
Hey, Beats. How often do you hear this? Hold on a second, Alistair. Hold on, Alistair. Hold on.
You need
Beats,
substance.
how often do you hear? Beats, how often do you hear people bring up the name Howard Davis Jr.?
Well, me and you talk about him.
How often do you hear it?
I hear it quite.
He's kind of a forgotten. He's
kind of a little forgotten. Yeah.
Right? Former world title challenger, MVP, Val Barker winner at the same Olympics as Sugar Ray Leonard. He had all the talent in the world.
Michael Spence.
Yeah. He was in there with a great Olympic team. And now today, nobody really talks about him. Do you know why? Because he didn't do enough.
Well, to me, he drew with Meldrick Taylor, right? He gave a few people some decent fight. He gave Camacho, a prime Camacho, a very good fight, right?
He did.
But he lost by a razor. He lost by a razor against Rosario in the second challenge for the title. But he spoke about, like, people know that he could fight, man. He could fight. And
people know he can fight.
But ducking everybody, bro.
Beats. What I'm saying is, he fought people, right? And he fought the best, and he gave very good accounts of himself. And he was an MVP at the Olympics, and people hardly speak about him. Only like real people who really fucking get into the sport really do. So the casual fan, way better guys.
No.
I agree.
Listen,
once a new kid on the block. I mean, how old is Tank? Tank's about 27, yeah?
25.
26.
25.
25.
26. Yeah, like 26, right? 4 years' time, he's going to be 30, right? If he hasn't like won titles in a couple of divisions and fought some stellar names, there's going to be the other kid coming up, and he's going to have a flyer haircut than Tank, and he's going to have all the hood dudes around him, and he's going to have the dope rappers, Tank's going to be forgotten, bro. Just like Broner. No one remembers Broner and all his swag no more. He's old news. He just looks like an aging fighter who tried to emulate Floyd. No one cares about all that now. Him burning money in the toilet or whatever he was doing, flushing money in the... No one cares about that now. No one cares. He's just an annoyance now.
You got to realize also, though, that Tank... You got to realize that Tank and those guys learn from other guys' mistakes. Like, Adrian Broner did the same thing, but eventually he slipped off. Tank knows not to do that now because he sees where he can end up. He can end up like Adrian Broner. So you see,
hold on. I'm gonna say this to you right now. If Tank ends up like Adrian Broner, that's successful because Tank ain't nowhere near Adrian Broner yet. Not in resume yet.
That's a good point, actually. That's a good point. That's actually.
I disagree.
Yeah, Tank is a world.
You might want. You can disagree all you want.
What's up? D? What's up, panel? But you know, people that hate on Tank, whatever. I get it. He's a piece of shit outside the ring. Yeah, he beats his girl, whatever. All right, just forget all of that stuff. The guy has knocked out. The guy has knocked out 2 multi-divisional world champions, and done so in good style. You know, now you could try and discredit his wins all you want, but I heard another bullshit narrative from, you know, Unrivaled Boxing where he said Tank has never proven his power. Bro, he knocked out Pedraza. He said against someone who was his own size. Pedraza, who is now fighting at 140 and has moved up in weight, was taller than him, was an undefeated world champion, a 2008 Olympian. Like, come on, bro. He's proven.
Let him talk. Go ahead, old dog. What's your bullshit?
Proof that he was drained, bro. That's speculation. You know, I'm not going to take credit away from, you know, the young black fighter. You know, I'm gonna let him have his credit. Shout out to Tank Davis. You know, he is undefeated. He is a knockout artist. Hold on, let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Yeah.
Because I feel like, you know, a lot of people that hate Tank Davis for, you know, for reasons I'm not gonna dive further into, but you know.
Hey,
I
listen. Before you carry on, I've got next to this. Before you carry on, right? You can't besmirch me, yeah? I am a fucking highly melanated black man, parents from Jamaica, original Naya Bingy Picnic. So don't be telling me about things, judging Tank. You got to be out of your mind, white boy.
Okay, listen here, bro. All right, well, listen here, man, because I wasn't actually talking to you.
But hold on, Al. I don't give a fuck who you talking to. You already know the rules here, so keep race out of it, period.
Okay, cool. Let me step in now, gentlemen. Let me step in, all right? How's everybody doing? All right, I'll step in. Good. Where's the youngster everybody's talking to? Because I don't know. I forgot his name. I heard it, but Alistair. Sir, are you still there?
Yeah, he here, Troy.
Okay, cool. I wish you would answer. I want to ask you a few questions. You said that you know, nowadays in boxing you don't have to fight the best to be the best. Then how do you become the best or even be viewed as the best if you're not fighting the best? That's my first question. Can you go ahead and answer that?
Don't bring up race, Eldo.
Yeah,
No.
You know, I'm talking to the youngster. I'm talking to the youngster, man. I'm trying to get an answer out of Mr. Alistair.
Well, listen,
all right, go ahead,
baby.
Okay. Oh my bro, there was just a lot of people talking, but I'll just say this though: it's not just about boxing. Realize that Muhammad Ali, right, was called the greatest of all time, and he may not have been because of the things that he was doing. He was a great boxer, and then, you know, all the other stuff, right? But, you know, a lot of people don't think he was actually the greatest boxer of all time. They think it was probably Sugar Ray Robinson, a lot of people. But I'm just saying this though, right? It made the story, Tank is story. If he delivers a great story and mixes it with the boxing, that could definitely change things for him when it comes to boxing, when it turns to being the best these days. You got to have a great story.
No, let him finish, please.
Hold on,
Let
man.
him
Hold
finish.
on.
Let him
No
finish.
interruption.
Hold on, hey, hold on, chill. I got this. Let Alistair finish, guys. Go ahead, Alistair, with the continue the foolery.
Okay. Look, bro,
Come on, man,
like I
hurry up.
said, the
Let it
story,
play,
bro. The
bro.
story is what kind of does it, bro. If he has a great story, if he has a great story, bro, what's gonna make him get to the top? And that is why, and that is the reason why. That is the reason why a lot of people have been successful in boxing and out of boxing. I forgot your name, bro, but you're talking about how it's just about what
Troy.
he does and how Adrian Broner has done way more than him. How come Tank is bigger than Adrian Broner? You know, how come you remember? You would definitely remember Tank Davis a lot, just as much as Adrian Broner, fam. I don't care what he's done because of his name, bro. Because of his popularity.
Excellent.
Alistair, let me step in now and just answer you.
Hold on, Troy. Let Blackout get in here because we got a lot of people on the panel. Go ahead, Blackout.
Yo, first off, what's good, everybody, man? It's the homie C's. I just want to come in and say what's up to everybody. Hopefully, everybody all right. I see this is a very passionate conversation, a very good discussion. Everybody trying to get their words in and edgewise and trying to get a word in. My whole point is this. Earlier, someone was talking about Alexis Arguello. Look, I know how great of a fighter he was, and I don't know if the young guy, the young brother, I don't know how young he is, but he seemed to be young when it comes to boxing knowledge. I don't know what he knows about it, but look, Arguello was a great fighter. He was one of the better fighters, but he also lost to Aaron Pryor twice, and he's got a couple of good wins on his resume. But no, that's not it. Hold up, that's not
couple of good wins, knocking out Ruben
Let me finish talking. Look, I think he was. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Let him finish, bro.
Like, can I finish? Thank you. Let me finish because I didn't say shit. I just came on to say something. And look, he's got some good wins. You know, but he did lose to Pryor twice. But I mean, listen, he's got good wins on his resume. But that doesn't take away from. That doesn't mean that Tank would not give him a good fight. Like, just because one guy's a legend, that doesn't mean that we have someone who's like Tank is shown in the ring. I'm just talking about in the ring. Whether you dislike him outside of the ring, that's fine. But in the ring, Tank shows a lot of skills. He's very much so a talented fighter, and he has a lot of power in his division. He's an explosive fighter, and he has all the talent in the world. If he can keep it together outside of the ring, he can do very well in boxing. And it doesn't take that much these days to become Hall of Fame. He'll be one. But my whole point is that I think he's shown enough talent-wise to where if he would have jumped in the ring with Arguello, I think it would have been a good fight. I'm not saying that he would have won the fight. This is all opinion. We don't know. We don't know because we haven't seen this guy's fight, and we won't see him fight. There's no disrespect to, especially to Arguello, because he's not here. He's no longer here. Rest in peace. He was a great fighter, right? But like I said, man, like, and he has great wins. But like, how did he perform versus athletic fighters with power in both hands and young and in their primes? How did he fare against those young? Has he fought anyone with the type of skill set besides Aaron Pryor that he lost to twice? Who else can you bring? Who else can you say that he fought that had the equal type of skill set and athletic ability?
Rafael Lemon, Bobby Chacon, Ruben Castillo, Ruben Olivares. You want me to keep going?
No. Look,
Hey,
like I said, I think you're underrating Tank's skills. More importantly, I don't think you're underrating his athletic ability. I never said that he would beat Arguello. I never said that he would beat Arguello. Nigga, the motherfucker's so sensitive. I love the old school, but you can't be that sensitive to where you can't.
I wasn't sensitive. I mentioned fighters.
All right, Mark.
You asked me. You said, can you name them?
And none of those guys you named was athletic.
Guys, I'm saying hold up for a reason. Like, not for y'all to keep yelling out. Listen, Blackout, you had the floor for a while. Listen here, man. I don't even know what angle you're going out, Blackout, but if you know boxing the way you claim you know boxing, we've all have an understanding that the level of competition in this era is not even, like, it's not a bunch of guys. It's not spread out like it was before. Like, let's not even look at the resumes of Arguello. Like, it's not even a comparison, fam. And it's like, I don't even know why we're going down that line. Tank Davis has done nothing. You talk about he got beat by Aaron Pryor twice. Who has Tank fought anywhere close to an Aaron Pryor, fam? Like we gotta be serious here.
I never said.
No, I know you didn't say any of that, but I'm just saying it's not even comparable. Tank has never been in any fight that any of you Tank Davis fans thought that he would lose. When you start talking about these greats, that's what they did, which is why they have losses on their records, because they fought the fights where people thought they could lose. Tank has never even done that. Not one fight. Not one fight. And regardless of what you guys are saying about a fucking eye test, you have to hone those skills. And to do that, you have to get into the fights that challenge you. You can't go 24, 25 fights in like Tank, fighting easy work thinking you're going to get better. It's like I always say, it's like playing 2K on easy. As soon as you turn it on hard or Hall of Famer, you're going to get your ass whooped because you've been playing on easy street. You're not going to get better that way. That's all Tank's been doing. And it's clear of that.
Yeah,
so like,
I agree. I agree, but I never compare. I'm not comparing resumes. I'm going off what we've seen in the ring, and I'm well aware that the level of competition and how you fare against that upper level of competition, that says a lot. And I understand that we're talking about two different eras, but I just think that people are discounting like Tank's skills and Tank's athletic ability, the fact that he's got power in both hands. In boxing, if you just have power and that's it, you don't have skills, you don't have any athletic ability. But if you go punch hard, then you're a definite live dog, right? So but like I said,
you think
the only problem is
hold on, man.
no,
Stop
that's not what I
interrupting him.
said. That's not what I said. That's not
He's
what I
speaking
said.
for fucking
I
hours.
understand.
You gotta land the plane, fam, because I got too many people on the panel. Like, you gotta let these other guys get in. Go ahead, Beats. Go ahead, Beats.
Like the whole thing, like what athletic fighters has Tank? If you're questioning Alex Arguello's resume on who he's fought, and you don't question Tank's, where are you coming from exactly? What athletic fighters has Tank beat then? He didn't fight Lomachenko and he didn't fight Teo. He's not fighting Devin. So what athletic fighters is he fighting then?
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna say this again, and then I'm gonna get off. But once again, I'm not comparing resumes because there's no comparison. One guy has finished his career, and one guy is a legend, has already finished his career. He's no longer with us. Rest in peace. I'm not comparing resumes because it's not a fair comparison. We're in two different eras, and Tank doesn't have the resume, even at the age of 24, 25, whatever he is. I'm talking about what Tank brings to the table as far as his skill set. Don't resign by saying, well, who did he beat? I'm not talking about that. In other words, I don't need it doesn't matter when both of those guys get in the ring. We saw in the Teofimo Lopez versus Loma fight that a guy who's a veteran, who's a bit older, can lose to someone who's almost 10 years younger than him. Because at the end of the day, like I said, certain stuff cannot be accounted for. That's what makes boxing fucking boxing, bro. It's not just cut and dry. Me saying that Tank Davis is a good fighter and it would be possible that he would give Arguello a good fight and he's a live dog in that fight. That is not me shitting on Arguello's fucking resume and what he has done. That's not me taking away from anything that Arguello's already accomplished. Those are two different arguments here. I understand, though, it's easy to do that when someone's a legend and they're a Hall of Famer and they're no longer with us. So you're looking at it from that perspective. By default, you're going to try to compare resumes, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the skill set and the fact that Tank is fast as fuck, powerful. He's got flow in the corners.
Fast.
Yeah, he is. How could you sit on his
blackout? You keep saying the skill set, but when does it matter of who you're showing this so-called skill set against? Yeah, look, he cannot keep showing his so-called skill set against guys that are too easy. This is what that was the analogy I made. I keep saying the skill set, the eye test, but that skill set has to be shown against higher level competition. Can't be showing the skill set against a goddamn Leo Santa Cruz coming up on weight, an old Kenny Gamboa on his way out the door. We can keep saying these things, they sound good, but you're leaving out the point of who he's testing his skill against. You talk about Teofimo Lopez, he faced adversity with Masayoshi Nakatani. Then he tested his skill set against a champion, and then another champion in Lomachenko. Who is Tank testing his skill set against? That's the point. Like the best you guys can come out with is Brosnan, and we know that he was drained when he tested his skill against Chill out, dog. So he tested his skill against a drained opponent. That's the best you guys have, Pedraza, a drained opponent.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay,
let someone
cool.
else get in. I'm
Okay,
gonna go
cool.
ahead
Let
and
me.
step down. But
Yeah.
that's not.
Can
I'm
I
not
Okay,
jump
let
talking
in?
about the
me.
resume. You
Hold
know,
on.
I'm not
Let
talking
Troy,
about
let Troy
peace.
slide in there. L Dog. Go ahead,
Right,
Troy.
right. You know, I just want to answer. You know, I just want to answer the young man. I heard your rebuttal, but to be very straightforward with you, you talking about stories and all that. That's great if you're working on a Hollywood script because the story's not going to help you fight a fight. Okay, you can have all the skills in the world, but if you don't sharpen them, you're never gonna, you're never gonna be great at anything, which is a fact of life. Okay, I don't know how you got that view of boxing where all you need is a story and some numbers and you become the best and all that, but that's just not fact. In anything you do in this life, any sport, unless you challenge yourself against the best, you will never be the best. Tank has skill. No one's saying he does not, but his skills are not getting sharpened because he's not fighting anyone that can test him or sharpen his skill. That's just a fact. Just that
Right.
simple.
Got to, man.
Hey, can I get in something, D?
Yeah, go ahead, Elder.
Yeah. So I want to address something that I think Unrivaled and Beats were saying earlier on this Arguello Tank thing. Like, and this is the problem I think a lot of historians have that people don't like is they think a piece of paper wins you a fight, but you know the names who Unrivaled was bringing up, Bobby Chacon and Ruben Olivares, those guys were orthodox fighters, bro. So let's not compare and say, well, he fought this guy who's an orthodox when we're talking about Tank, who's a southpaw. You know, anyone who's been in a ring and actually fought someone will know that it's different when you fight a southpaw. So if we want to talk about styles and skill sets, we got to actually analyze what southpaws
Well,
Alexis Arguello beat.
that just tells me that you've never watched Bobby Chacon fight because he's a switcher.
Bro, but he's primarily an orthodox fighter.
No, he's not primarily. He switches a
Yes,
lot.
he is.
No, he stance
No,
switches a
Elder,
lot.
hold on for a second, Mark. Elder, hey, bro, I'm not gonna keep warning you about the dumb shit you're doing. All right, because I heard the comment you slipped in there, and I don't like it. So it's not even about if Mark or Beats or anybody else that's an historian don't like it, but I'm gonna tell you right now. I've heard you assess fights. Me personally, I've heard you assess fights, Elder. I've heard Beats assess fights, and I've heard Mark assess fights. Forget about the history. I've heard them assess fights, and they do a better job of you. So don't come on my panel talking about this is what historians don't understand, because I think that there's a lot that goes on inside of that ring that you don't understand, sir.
So let me ask you this: why is the
Yeah.
only
Don't take no
prediction league
shots.
I'm
Don't take
in,
no shots.
am
You
I
know what I'm
ahead
saying?
of all the historians? You know, that's
Yeah.
just what I want to know.
Yeah, look, I don't know, but don't take no more shots on my panel. I'm gonna kick your ass off. Cut that bullshit out. Ain't no free smoke over here.
You fear historians. You know why you fear historians? Because basically, we're going to tell you. See, I'd rather put you straight that it was not an orthodox fighter, like you were saying. You don't like historians because they check you. You can't get away with your revisionist history because you haven't done no boxing knowledge. You've never done any historical research, really. That's why you hate historians so much. I've met your type on here, man.
Nah, I'm a historian, man.
You're not a
No, you're
historian. How
not,
are you a
Eldog.
historian?
Well, no, you're not, Eldog. Stop it.
Nah, I'm
Cut
not
it
a
out.
boxing historian, but I am a historian at some
Okay,
things.
well, you're not damn sure not a boxing historian. I thought you was trying to feed us that bullshit. I don't know what kind of historian you are, but if you were, you would at least have respect for historians in general. So I don't know how much I even believe that, but just stop with your subliminal shots, fam. Because look, I'm not stupid, and you and all your buddies already know that. So cut that dumb shit out, because I know what you just tried to do right there. It ain't gonna work over here, all right? It ain't.
Yeah, D. But my main point,
race thing was out of order. The thing wouldn't be
hold
about
on. My main point is like, you know, when we're talking about styles and we want to bring someone up, you know, Arguello versus Tank, you know, the logical thing to do would be to bring up what the southpaws that Arguello beat, and preferably, you know, shorter southpaws like Tank, who are, you know, counter punches, body punches, you know, guys who have the similar skill set, you know, not orthodox fighters. I mean, you know, that's my opinion anyway. But I personally think Tank would have probably beat Arguello. You know, I
Yeah,
think you
cut
know
it out,
Arguello.
man.
He has a better resume, but I
Can I
think
ask a question?
Tank could have
Can
broke
I,
him.
can I ask a
Mark.
question?
Hold on, Mark. Go ahead. L-Dog just acting silly. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Well, then the logical thing to do would be to bring up the 5'10", 72-inch reach guys with 64 knockouts on their resume that Tank fought against. Right?
Makes sense to me.
Again, that's going by books and numbers. Let's go about skill sets. Let's go about, you know, if we want to talk
Not
about
a second
size.
ago, you were talking
Hold
about
on. Don't
style
interrupt me, man.
comparisons, weren't
Don't
you?
interrupt me. We're
You were
talking
talking.
about
Well, you
style
interrupted me.
comparisons.
I
You
haven't finished.
interrupted me.
I'm finished.
L-Dog, you did interrupt him because he was still talking. He jumped in there.
Bruh, he paused for like 3 seconds.
No, I didn't.
Right,
It was
all
actually
right,
1 second.
Listen, man. Listen, L-Dog. The whole thing is nobody really agrees with this dumb shit, right? And I don't really want to go back and forth with it because it's absolutely look, this discussion right now first sparked off from Alistair and his foolery about Tank Davis. But now it's spiraled down into more complete foolishness. We cannot even I don't give a fuck if we don't see these guys in the ring. Tank has done nothing. Let's forget about the old school. No need to talk about Arguello. No need. You know why? Because there are people to talk about in this era, this generation right now, that will beat his little ass, in my opinion. Right now, right here. We don't need to go back into the old school because they have done things and they have proven this so-called. It's funny to me how you guys got so much of an eye test, but these guys are not proving it. And Floyd doesn't agree with you guys because that's the truth. I don't care how much y'all bounce around the circle. Any of you guys. Floyd puts Tank into these fights. You guys have seen it. And he puts Tank into the fights. He's comfortable with him winning. So Floyd doesn't agree with you guys. Y'all can tell me all of the logic y'all have, all of the reasoning, all of the eye tests, but not you, not Alistair, not Blackout. Y'all motherfuckers don't know what's going on in that ring more than Floyd Mayweather do. I don't believe any of us on this panel do. That dude was a bright boxer. I don't care about what he did outside of the ring. I don't believe anybody on this panel understands what's going on inside of that ring more than a Floyd Mayweather. And he knows who Tank can beat and who he cannot beat. And he's not putting in him in any of the fights that you guys are clamoring for. He's not putting them anywhere close to those fights. Why is that? Because he cannot beat them. And this is what Floyd is showing us. But you guys are blind to this.
Yo, D, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you said, but I don't put me into that. I never said that he would beat Arguello. I didn't say that.
No. That's why I said, forget about the old school. I'm talking now. Floyd running around
I don't
talking
even
about
think that he'll
135.
beat.
He don't beat Teofimo. I'm talking right now.
Shakur Stevenson is my favorite fighter.
I don't even know if he gets past him because Shakur got skills. That's something that'll give Tank problems. Leo Santa Cruz was giving Tank problems. He had nothing to offer resistance. Shakur Stevenson moves better. Overall, he has skills. We got to see Tank tested, fam.
So you think
to talk about taking a
Shakur Stevenson is my favorite fighter, but who tested Shakur? Shakur is my favorite young fighter, but who tested Shakur?
Yeah, he ain't fought no one either. But here's the thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so, like, how's one eye test better than the other?
There's no eye test. But here's the thing, though. There's no eye test.
Hold on.
No. What D said was an eye test.
Let me just say this quickly. Leo Santa Cruz fought the most dumbest fight against Tank Davis, which he could have ever fought. Strategically, it was terrible. He never had the power. Did you see the way he got knocked out? He threw, 3 right hands on the trot, right? And none of them had any power or snapping them, and they got counted and knocked out. He fought the dumbest fight ever. Strategically, no power, out of his depth at 135, and he's not the only 135 pounder who would have knocked him out. Lopez, what do you think? What you think? Lopez wouldn't have knocked him out spectacularly as well? More likely, Robert Easter would have knocked out my guy at that weight there. Out of his depth.
I mean, I don't speak highly of his resume. I don't speak highly of Tank resume. None of those young guys that haven't really been tested yet. It's more.
Oh, man. Speaking of, you wouldn't even know what you're talking about.
What?
We're talking about, man, like Floyd Mayweather, man, you're basically saying you're basically saying that Floyd Mayweather does not even. You're basically saying that all those years that he was ducking Pacquiao was because he really didn't even want to, because he was scared that he was going to lose to him. He didn't think he could beat him yet. But then next thing you know, when he actually takes the fight, he blows out Pacquiao.
Who said Floyd ducked Pacquiao though? Who said Floyd ducked Pacquiao?
I don't know what the hell you talking about, Alice.
Wait. No. I'm saying that that's just what I said. I'm just saying that you're saying that that Floyd's not putting Tank against competition because you don't believe that he'll beat those competitions, right? Because that's why
he doesn't believe it, not me.
He doesn't believe it. Okay, he doesn't believe it because maybe he doesn't want. Maybe it's because the reason why he's doing that is because he's waiting for his opportunity, like he was back in the day for himself.
You see, your comparisons don't. These might not make sense, right? By the time Floyd was talking about fighting Pacquiao, he had already beat Oscar De La Hoya, Castillo, been in pay-per-view fights with Gatti, Zab Judah. This one, he won about 3 belts already. He was already established. I mean, your comparison, it doesn't work. It don't work on no level at all.
Tank Davis never had the pretty boy era, Alice. See, pretty boy Floyd accomplished things. Tank never had that era. We knew that pretty boy. We knew that Floyd Money Mayweather had skills because we seen the pretty boy era. People knew the guy had skills. We have not seen the pretty boy era with Tank. We see nothing. You guys may have seen something. You guys may have been fooled by these little Leos coming up and the old Kenny Gamboas and the storyline Floyd built behind it, multi-division champion. You guys might have thought that was something big, but I wasn't falling for that nonsense. I didn't see anything.
That's because Floyd is not testing him, so he'll never have a era where he's the so-called pretty boy and being tested. He's making a star. He's not making a talent.
Hey, let me just say this though. This is how we know Tank is already.
Hold on. Whoever that is, L Dog was talking. Chill out. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is how we know that Tank Davis is a great fighter because we're already comparing him to Floyd Mayweather. One of the greatest of all time.
Whoa. L Dog, nobody's comparing him to Floyd. No one. So stop that.
We're talking right now, like Floyd and Tank and Korea, to even be mentioned like that is a sign that you're a great fighter. Think about the thousands of amateurs out there and the thousands of pros who we never even talk about in the same.
Did you just call Tank great? Wow.
Nah, I'm just saying, I think he's on his path to be great. That's what I should have said.
Why? Because he's been mentioned in the same conversation as Mayweather. That alone gives him potential greatness or greatness. You got mental issues.
Hey, hold on. Let's leave the personal insults out of here, man. Because I don't do this personal shit, man.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. You talked about his personal life.
Cut it out, man. Just cut it out. But anyway, look, man. Look, just stop it with the Tank Davis. Look, back to Canelo and Joshua, man. I don't even want to talk about Tank do nothing Davis anymore. Okay, let's stop it. Let's stop to talk about Tank do nothing Davis. Right? Let's get back to the how Anthony Joshua is gonna beat the living shit out of Pulev because I haven't gotten your thoughts on that, Blackout, or Troy. I don't know. What are your thoughts on Anthony Joshua beat the living hell out of Pulev? Because that's what I think is gonna happen. What do you think, Blackout?
Okay, well, I think brother's going.
Go ahead, Blackout.
Well, Bob Arum said that Pulev is going to destroy Joshua, so I bet my money on Pulev. So
Are you serious?
Nah, hell no, I'm not serious. I see AJ stopping Pulev. Right? Didn't Pulev lose to Vladimir? Didn't Vladimir beat him already, or I don't know? But definitely, I see AJ beating him. I think AJ beating him. I think AJ probably beat him within 6 or 7 rounds. But it all depends on how he fights, because AJ showed us in his fight versus Ruiz that he can go the distance. He could give you the pity pat shots and kind of, stick and move and hold and get the hell up out of there, So it all depends on how AJ fights. But either way, he beats Pulev, whether he stops him early, stops him late, or it goes 12 rounds. I don't see Pulev winning this fight. Unless Bob knows something we don't know. I don't know.
Troy? What do you
Yes,
think,
sir.
Pulev? What do you think about that Pulev, Joshua? You see any chance of Pulev pulling this out?
Well, honestly, I've never seen Pulev fight, but I can tell you this much: Anthony Joshua is a refocused fighter after his loss to Andy. So, and Pulev is an older fighter, if I'm not mistaken, right?
He's 39.
Yeah, he's an older fighter. So, yeah, I don't see him losing to this guy. He's focused. He's been training, and more importantly, he's been quiet. So that means he's just focused on one thing, and that's what he has to do in the ring with this man, and then he can move on to the next thing. So no, I don't see him losing to Pulev. No.
Yeah, well, I think that's unanimous. I hear a couple of people out there. I guess they might be from L Dog's part of town going for Pulev.
D, I've already told you I pick AJ inside of 6, but I'm gonna be honest, it might happen in 3. Like, Pulev is not that good. Let's be honest here. He was losing rounds to Ride Out Booker, and he went the distance with a Ride Out Booker. Lost about, I think it was 2 or 3 rounds on the scorecards, and was actually getting clipped with the jab and a couple counters at points. To me, Pulev is one-dimensional. Okay, the guy throws the same straight punches over and over again. He completely neglected Booker's body, and even someone like Hergovich can realize that Booker is soft around the body. He leaves his body wide open, attack the body. I don't know why Pulev didn't throw a straight right hand to the body, because since he loves those straight punches, just even tap with the jab to the head, shoot the straight right to the body. Drain him out a bit with those body shots, and he could have got him out of there, like Andre Ward was saying. But Pulev, he's one-dimensional. He's old. He's in it for the money at this point. He's got a glass jaw, and he doesn't have any power.
Hergovich is garbage.
Yeah, watch your mouth, watch the blasphemy. But I do agree, bro. I was just saying that earlier about Pulev. He's not bringing a lot of crack to the table. He has a decent jab, but man, I don't know. I mean, AJ, listen, AJ has too many weapons for Pulev, and I don't see how he gets past them. It's just that simple. I don't see how he gets past them, or how he deters AJ.
Jay, D, I have a question for you. So even though like this is the heavyweight division, and you're basically, this is the one division where you're one punch away from victory or defeat. And also, all right, now with that said, would you at least say that he's at least a live dog, knowing that AJ doesn't have the best chin around, and Pulev is a big guy, but he doesn't have a lot of power, but most of the heavyweights do. So what do you think? Is he at least a live dog at least?
I don't think he's a live dog, because I don't really have as much of a question on AJ's chin as a lot of people. I think this whole chin issue really started with the Ruiz fight, but I keep saying this over and over. Ruiz started AJ's troubles with temple shots. And when we just watched Fabio Wardley catch Larte, and he even had people saying it was a fake knockout, but he caught him with a right hook to the chin, and then he followed it up with a left to the temple. That temple shot's dangerous, man. Both times Ruiz got AJ into big trouble, it cranked up with a temple shot, right? That's not the chin. And the fact that Anthony Joshua kept getting back up, like, I don't really understand people questioning the guy's chin. So I don't have that question of his chin. The real thing is, does Anthony Joshua have the question of his chin? Because it's his mental. That's what's really going to matter. Does he trust his chin? Does he trust himself not getting knocked out? And if we see that dog, because Anthony had a lot of dog in him. That second Ruiz fight, he just decided to outbox him. I want to know if that dog is still there, because if that dog is still there, he beats the living shit out of Pulev. Sort of like what we seen with Brazil and Joshua. He's going to beat the living hell out of him and then stop him. That's just how I see that fight going.
And D, I'm
going to
tell you this about
there's no reason to believe the dog is not still there. You were right about the temple shot. Once you get hit in the temple, nothing works. You lose your balance. You see in doubles. Your vision gets blurry. Nothing works. The fact that he finished on his feet in that fight with Andy tells you he's a tough guy. His chin is His chin has never been a problem, and neither is his heart.
So
what if he wins?
Well, I want to jump in.
what possessed him
man.
to?
Hold up, man. Let me say this.
Hold
real
on,
quick.
L-Dog. Let Beast go because he didn't talk. He talked since he has. Let him go and then jump in after him. Go ahead, Beast.
So if he wins on points relatively comfortably, would that still be acceptable or no?
Absolutely, a win is a win. He wins.
That's fine with me. I don't care if he knocks him out or beats him on points. I just don't see Pulev winning either way.
Yo, Beats.
Yeah.
So,
Hold on, man.
when
Hold
you
on.
say comfortably,
Hold on, Blackouts. We got let L-Dog jump in and then jump in after him.
So we're talking about, one punch can change anything, but like I've said, Pulev is not a big puncher. Pulev is also not a big heavyweight, really. He's 6'4". In this era of heavyweights, 6'4", 6'3" is like okay, but 6'6", 6'7", 6'9" is around a big heavyweight. So Pulev is not a big heavyweight. Pulev is not a big puncher. Pulev has a glass jaw, in my opinion, at least, because Klitschko was knocking him senseless. But also, let's look at the punches that gave AJ problems. Hold on, man. Someone got echo. All right, but hold on, everyone mute your mic because someone's echoing.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh no, I can't hear it. I don't think they can hear it in the chat. Go ahead.
All right, so the temple shot, right? Now, a temple shot is like typically going to be like a hook or something, like a looping shot. Pulev throws his punches like straight punches. And you know who else threw straight punches? Vladimir Klitschko. But Klitschko was so much more powerful than Pulev. I think AJ can take those straight punches from Pulev. He won't just want to walk through him, but I think he can take it. I think he can take it, man. And I think people got to start putting some respect on AJ's name. AJ is a future all-time great heavyweight.
Well, I don't know about that because he might have to get past my dude Fury to get that claim. Fury gonna beat him, but I do believe AJ beats Pulev though.
That's the fury of a fight sim.
Listen, Troy, don't start your Fury blasphemy, okay? Fury's gonna fight him and he's gonna beat him, just like he beat your boy Wilder.
No. You have me confused with Smoke. I understand you think that all black men look alike, but don't confuse me with Smoke.
Well, just like your boy Wilder, man. He took him out. He's gonna take AJ out. He took Klitschko out. He took all the guys out that was at the top. Then he's gonna go to WWE.
Someone had a question for me. Who had the question for me?
Yo, that was me, Beats. I wanted to ask you something, bro.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Blackout.
Yeah, what I was going to ask is because you made a comment. You asked a question to the panel and everybody in the chat about in other words, how would AJ win? If he won comfortably, like what type of comfortably do you mean? Like, in other words, like would you mean like the way he fought Ruiz, like that type of style? Or
similar performance like that. Yeah. Would that be satisfactory? You reckon?
Were you satisfied with that, or were you expecting considering what happened in the first fight? Were you like, how did you feel?
Considering that, you had to be really because we was wondering if the punch resistance had gone, or maybe Ruiz had his number, but he's had a long time to get over that. He's had a full camp because we've got to bear in mind that Ruiz was about the 5th choice opponent. I'm not saying that's an excuse, but I think AJ was a little unsettled for a lot of stuff. The American debut seemed to throw him off. And that's all his fault. But this fight here is in the UK, home advantage, right? He's had a wealth of time to prepare. He's got it all.
So you expecting Beats? You expecting him to knock his ass out? Is what you're saying? That's what you expect.
Well, you can never tell him, but he should do. He should do. But if it goes the distance and it's a similar win to the Ruiz fight, he should expect criticism, and he will get criticism.
I agree.
That's fair, bro. That's fair. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's going to get criticism. Hell yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
I'll say this: anytime the guy has been knocked out 100% of the times in his losses, we typically expect another knockout for the next loss.
Yeah.
So especially against a puncher. So if AJ goes the distance, it's not that AJ was exposed or looked bad or anything. It's just that he didn't live up to expectations.
Yeah, the expectation seems to
Whose
be AJ's going to
expectation?
knock him out. The general expectation is AJ's going to stop Pulev. That's what I see anyway.
Right. Yeah. And I would have to give him some heat for not giving the stoppage. I got to be honest with everybody because, you know, I'm going to say, okay, he won the fight, but he should have knocked him out. That's some bullshit. He should run through. I'm going to have to give him some heat. Look, it's the same thing with Devin Haney Gamboa. I don't care what anybody say. He was, look, they were putting on this show as if it was going to be more impressive than a Tank or a Crawford win, this, that, and the third. Well, Gamboa's there to be knocked out. And I don't care about this one-sided, he didn't win a single round and all of that bullshit. You were supposed to stop this dude. So if I'm going to give Devin Haney that heat, I'm going to give Joshua the same heat if he don't go in there and knock Pulev out. Because the expectation is that, come on, man, you're supposed to put Pulev away. This is not even supposed to be competition. Seriously.
Facts.
Right,
and that's what Alan Babbage
Go ahead,
said,
Eldo.
you know, shout out to him. He said, it's just going to be a quick point, but Alan Babbage said, the pinnacle of the sweet science is a knockout. And I agree, man. The pinnacle of the sweet science is a knockout.
Untrue.
No, that's not true. That's not true. But anyway, that's not true. But you know what? Sometimes things happen in boxing that we don't expect. We didn't expect Andy to handle Joshua the way he did. Things happen. Everybody thought he was going to come back and knock Andy out. He outboxed him. Things happen. If he doesn't knock out Pulev, it could be for a variety of reasons. We don't know. But if he, but let me finish. But the going theme here is that he's going to get a victory, and that's all that matters.
I don't think you can totally say that it's not true. The pinnacle of the sweet science is a knockout. I don't think you can totally say it's not true.
Yeah,
it's an opinion.
Well, it's an opinion. Yeah, but exactly. I think, you know, guys like Sugar Ray Robinson, they made their names by scoring like spectacular knockouts, going on knockout streaks, putting people out. You know,
that's not how he scored his name.
Huh?
That doesn't apply to Sugar Ray, but it does apply to Mike Tyson.
Sugar Ray Robinson, you know, Sugar Ray Robinson knockout Sugar Ray Robinson in his career.
I know exactly. Yeah, he has over 100. But go ahead.
So how does it not apply to
That's
him?
not exactly, to be fair. But okay.
Well, no, I just said it wasn't the pinnacle because I think the pinnacle of the sweet science is to win the fucking match. Whether you beat a guy for 12 rounds or whether you stop him, the pinnacle is to win the damn match. Do what it takes to win the match. Like, that's how I look at it. So.
But when I D, like I feel you, D. But when I think about the sweet science, it's more of, I think it's how you win. Because when you think about the sweet science, it's almost like there's got to be a technical aspect to it, and also, you know, just like that. Like, to me, when I think about a sweet science, it's like you're throwing your hooks properly. You got your foot. You know, it's just like you look like that prototypical. In other words, you're doing everything that like the boxing gods created you for. Like you're doing it. In other words, that's to me is what the sweet science is. Like it's the punch placement, it's the fighting style, and how you're doing it, right? So it's not just winning, because you can win a lot of different ways. You can win by default. You can win by, you can win. You know, the opponent can get injured. You can win. There's a lot of different ways that you can win a fight, but how you win a fight, when it comes to the term sweet science, that means everything.
Objective,
yeah. Mark, is it just me, or does Blackout sound like a sensible DSFG?
He sounds like Byron.
No, Blackout makes a lot of sense. With that comment, he makes a lot of sense because it has a lot to do with how you win when you reach a certain pinnacle. I've made that point before, but of course you knocked it down. But he's making a lot of sense because if you're at the top, the very top of your game, and you're just going through the motions, then maybe you're not an all-time great. Maybe you're just great. Okay, and
Why has to transpire in a boxing match for the crowd to get the most excited?
Yeah,
I didn't hear your question. Then I didn't hear your question.
Yeah,
so knockout.
And that's why I want to say, if you know, I think is it Blackout?
Yeah, Blackout.
Yeah, Blackout. You said like the sweet science, you know, landing the perfect shot and the placement, you know, throwing your punches with proper technique. And let me say this: if AJ does that on Pulev, what do you think's going to happen? Pulev's going to get knocked the fuck out. So
Hell
that's why I'm
yeah.
saying.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
why I'm saying the pinnacle of the sweet science, and this type of fight is a knockout, because if
But
AJ goes the
what
distance for
about at the
me,
smaller weights, though? What
hold
about
up,
the
man,
smaller weights
hold
where the
up,
guys
man.
doesn't have power? They don't knock
Okay,
him out.
hold up. I'll answer that after. But when it comes to AJ, if he goes the distance with Pulev, I'm going to start to question if his confidence has been taken from him. If he's the same fighter mentally, because to me, the only way he would go the distance with Pulev is one or two reasons. He's scared as hell, or he's bet on himself to go the distance.
Well, tell you the truth, I really don't see the fight going the distance, but I don't know where y'all getting this. He lost his confidence based off of one fight, but to me, it's much more harder to change your style up and to hold and to stay to a fight plan when you really just want to go at somebody. That takes a whole lot more strength than it does to actually just go in there and say, "Okay, I want to put him out." But he stuck to a fight plan. He got into a different he got into a different space, and he beat the guy thoroughly and made him look like he was he's nothing. So
I agree, but what I did was
hold on right quick, Dog, because at some levels, it's almost a fair point at about what L Dog's saying here, and I don't totally agree that it's like him going the distance means it, but I do think that it's fair to question it for the simple fact that that's what I was just talking about earlier about the dog. I have a question: does he trust, like, these fighters? They have to trust their chin, right? And after you get stopped, right after he got stopped, we saw him stay on the outside and box Ruiz away. Now he was successful at that, but was it because that's how he decided to beat the guy, or was it because he has lost some faith in his chin? So if he does the same with Pulev, which is a guy that most of us think that he's going to knock out, right? If he does it with Pulev, then I wouldn't say it's not fair to at least question. Question that? Does he still have confidence in his chin?
that was his
Because
fight.
hold on, Troy, you got a lot of feedback anyway. Because at that point, it wouldn't be one fight; it would be two fights. And he went the distance with guys, and presumably with Pulev, he's supposed to knock him out.
Yeah, that's why I asked the OG beats. That's the question that I asked him, because I wanted to know, like, if he fought exactly the way he fought in his very last fight, exactly like if he fights like that again, stick the jab, and all that other good stuff, move around, stay on the outside, keep him at the end of his punches, and if he does get close, hold him, wait till the referee comes, break it up, then rinse and repeat. If he does that for 12, that'd be a problem, bro. Like,
in saying that, though,
question in it, but not to just say that that's the issue. Like, it could be a question, but not to just say that. Well, yeah, his chin's no good. He's scared of his chin. I don't think we could make that assessment, but the question should be there. Go ahead, Beats.
In saying that, though, right? Like, if he was to play it safe against Pulev, knowing that the bigger legacy fights are around the corner against, like you said, Fury, Dillian Wilder, and whoever else is coming up, and then if he puts it on them, then it won't really matter. You know what I mean? It won't really matter.
Yeah,
that's a good point. That's a good point. Good point.
Yeah, we've seen him fight kind of held back when he fought Parker. I don't know what was going on in that fight, but I think he said he fought that way because he was expecting to fight Wilder next, and he was just being careful of what's the case may be. So, but I don't see him fighting safe. This fight might go the same way as his fight with Povetkin. He might have his moments where there's some difficulty, and then he'll finish him before the 7th round, I believe.
Yeah, but going the distance with Parker and fighting him that way is no shame, because Parker was an undefeated young world champion who had a good amateur career, so I'm not going to take credit away from outboxing Joseph Parker. In fact, I'm going to give AJ credit for fighting an undefeated young heavyweight champion and unifying.
And I give him way more credit for outboxing a Joseph Parker anyway, like even now than outboxing a Pulev, because Joseph Parker is a boxer. He's a guy that you just may have to outbox. I think he should be able to go in there and put Pulev away. Like, we've seen Parker get in there with tough guys and they can't put him away. If it's a guy like that, then I don't mind seeing him outbox the guy. But if it's a guy like Pulev where I expect the knockout, yeah, it might be an issue there. But here's another thing too. It depends on how he outboxes him for 12 rounds. Like if he just beats the living shit out of him for 12 rounds, yeah, bro, nah, fuck that. Like I'm gonna give him all the credit in the world. I mean, if it's just like I know, like not just winning one round, but one round and you could see that he's somewhat timid, then I might have to question. But if he just goes in there and he just beats the hell out of him for 12 rounds, nah, I'm not gonna question him, bro. I think he's solid.
Yeah. Yeah, and I can understand him. Like it makes more sense for him to go 12 with Parker. I don't think anyone stopped Parker. At least definitely not then. He was undefeated, like the other guy said, and it wasn't unification bout. But like I said, he had been dropped before that, right? I think he fought Parker after he fought Wilder, so he already had been dropped in the fight before. So he also proved that he can get up.
What?
But,
Who?
Did I'm trying to figure out the timeline. Did he fight Parker first or did he fight Vlad first?
He fought Vlad first.
Right. That's what I was saying at least. So like he took a punch from Vlad and he was able to get up, you know what I'm saying? But when he fought Parker, he fought a little bit more timid, like D said, and maybe he was just apprehensive about getting in there and getting in the kerfuffle with a guy who, Parker. I mean, I know y'all said Parker is not I think Parker's not the biggest puncher, but he's definitely a bigger puncher than Pulev. So I'll give him a pass for going 12 with fucking Parker, but not Pulev, bro. He should stop him, bro.
Right? It was actually Parker who wasn't exchanging. It was actually Parker who wasn't exchanging against AJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if he beats the shit out of Pulev and goes 12, I'm gonna question what Pulev did to improve his chin. Because I think AJ is a huge puncher, man. AJ can knock anyone out, He's like his short bursts of punches when he really explodes, man. If Pulev can take that, I'm gonna start thinking like, did this guy, like, is this even Pulev or is this some cyborg or something?
Okay, I got a question for you guys. How about this? And okay, so we know that Joshua did some work. He toned those muscles down, did some footwork in the gym going into the second Ruiz fight. Okay, so we know he can beat Pulev. We're pretty comfortable with that. Let's say that his camp is pretty comfortable with that, right? And the ideal situation is to fight a Fury for 4-belt undisputed. Even if he doesn't get Fury next, he's fighting another guy with footwork. Let's say he goes in here to get those skills up, like fighting from the outside, moving around. Like, isn't Pulev the kind of guy to practice on anyway? Like, I'm not trying to be totally disrespectful of Pulev, but this guy potentially really can't hurt you.
That's cool. That's cool.
Mate, what are you trying to say? He's a punching bag with arms and legs.
Yeah, but if you're practicing or, trying to prepare for these two guys that have pretty good footwork, would you think that maybe he go in there and get some rounds in, like utilize Pulev as a live sparring, so to speak? Y'all see what I'm
saying? Too much on the line, D. Too much on the line. Too much on the line.
Yeah, I think if you want to prepare for Fury, there's a few guys out there that I thought, when Wilder was fighting him, I was shocked that he chose the sparring partners he did. But I think the guys who can mimic Fury the most are maybe like
don't exist. They don't exist, fam.
I think if you wanted to mimic them, you'd have to bring in a bunch of guys and rotate them every round. I'd say Jalilov, Yoka, Jacozzi, Daichko, guys who are that high, guys who are have the similar height and can box and a mixture of southpaws and orthodox.
I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that. The guys that it's nobody to mimic Fury. He's unique. He's too unique to mimic him. Is what he can do.
AJ should just watch some tape on Fury. Watch some tape. And focus on what you're gonna do. Trying to replicate sparring partners for people like Fury is a recipe for disaster, I think.
Exactly.
You don't really know what he's gonna bring into the ring.
You can do it to some extent, man. I think you can. You can't get it perfect, but what you can do is, because Fury is a multi-dimensional fighter. Okay, you got to bring in guys who are, orthodox, who are southpaw, some guys who like to box, some guys who like to come forward. That's why I said, the Yoko and Jalalov, both are 6'7". One's an orthodox who can box and move. One's a southpaw who can box and move. Then you bring in other guys. I think Pulev, I wouldn't say he's like a Fury. He's like I said, Pulev is just so one-dimensional. He does one thing. He throws straight punches. Like he really he neglects the body as well. He really neglects the body.
L-Dog, but have you ever thought about it like this? Like, who's to say that Fury's gonna fight that way? Because what I'm saying is Fury could switch it up. Who's to say that Fury doesn't approach him another way? He might fight him in a different style. Think about the way he fought Wilder the first fight compared to the second.
That's why I said you got to bring in a variety of different guys.
That just gets confusing. Then what are you registering? See, that's the thing. If you bring in 20 different styles to spar, then what are you training for exactly?
Hey man, you got to be ready for anything in that ring. I would say you got to bring in maybe 6 guys with, and that's why AJ. AJ, I give his team credit. One thing AJ's team does well is they scout out sparring partners well. I think he learned a lot from Vladimir in that sense. Let's not forget AJ is a student of Vladimir.
Oh boy. Oh dog, you and these Eastern European fighters, man. You and your comments, you kill me.
Bro, but AJ is a student of Vlad. Vlad had 2 students. Vlad had 2 students.
Yeah.
And one of them is AJ. After the Ruiz loss, AJ consulted Vladimir to help improve.
Oh my God.
No, but I agree with L-Dog. He was a student of Vlad. He learned how to master that uppercut. That's what Joshua learned.
You guys are fucking hilarious.
He's talking about the uppercut that made Wilder neck. That made Vlad neck snap back like a fucking Pez dispenser. That shit was crazy.
Funny.
Hey, ask AJ. He'll say that he was, one of Vlad's students, bro, and that he learned a lot from him in the training camps. That, after he lost to Ruiz, he spoke to, Vladimir Klitschko, and he told him how to improve, gave him some advice. So, you can laugh at that, but let's be honest. It's kind of like that was like a torch passing fight, and Vladimir is like a mentor to AJ.
He has said time and time again when he went over to Klitschko's camp, it wasn't just to spar him, but it was also to learn. He used to watch what was going on, how to conduct the champions training camp, sparring partners, what type of diet goes on, the workout routines. He genuinely did say that.
Yo, D, can I ask a question? Yo, D, can I ask a question to the panel, man, and to you?
Yeah.
All right, yo, man, would y'all say that? This is no disrespect to Vlad, but would y'all say that AJ is on a crash course, or he's on a route to possibly surpass Vlad or be a better heavyweight than Vlad? Is he on his way to becoming a better resume, a better fight? Would he go down in history as better than Vlad? Is he on that path right now?
I'd say yes. Yeah.
You see, he doesn't have the defenses, but he actually has a better resume.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It depends.
But Vlad's got a lot of defenses, bro.
Klitschko has that claim that he was so dominant, where I don't think AJ can ever be that long reigning. But I think AJ's resume can be better. He can do more in a short period of time, but I don't think he can sustain what he's doing as long as Vlad sustained what he's doing, if that makes sense.
He's on course to be the best heavyweight of this era once he TKOs Fury.
Well, he's not on course to do that then, because he ain't on TKO Fury.
I think you're gonna be surprised about what AJ does to Fury.
He has to get through Cooper Pulev first, man.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Absolutely right, D. He's not going to TKO him. He's going to knock him out. I'm sorry.
Hush up for a second. Let me tell y'all something right now, man. Tyson Fury is going to box that Dulce's head off. Yeah, man. But anyway, guys, I'm getting ready to shut her down about 4.5 hours. I appreciate all you fellas. Boxing beats and rhymes, my brother. Give me some closing thoughts, fam.
Where do you want to go? Like, what Saturday?
No, AJ, the hate, the accomplishment, whatever you want to say, fam.
Look, this is a fight he should win. I expected to win by stoppage, man. I expected to win by and look good doing it as well. I want to see him look good and get a stoppage. That's what I want to see.
No doubt. No doubt. Me too. I appreciate you coming through, Beats. You know you're always welcome. Always welcome, brother. Troy Graham, give me some closing thoughts, brother.
We're a good show. A lot of difference of opinion and crossover in the age groups and stuff. I wish the youngster would have had a chance to reply back to the youngster, but it's all right. Good show as usual, man. L Dog is L Dog. You know, he's no surprise there, and you know, I came through with my charm and pizzazz and did what I did. Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate you coming through. Blackout, new man on the panel. Give me some closing thoughts, man.
Hey, man, even though my closing thoughts is, even though I'm my favorite heavyweights are like Wilder, you know, Cheese, and I like Daniel Dubois, but with that said, I mean, it's hard to not give AJ the respect that he deserves for all of his accomplishments. I'm big on accomplishments, right? So you can't help but give him his props on that. And he's a very much so technically sound fighter. And but with that said, I am looking very closely at his performance versus Pulev. If he fights the same fashion that he fought versus Ruiz, which was his last fight, then I would think that he would have. I think he might be a little bit apprehensive about getting in there and scuffling with fighters. I think he may have, you know, something. I don't know. I would think that something was wrong, or maybe he would be second guessing his chin or his head, his temple, whatever you want to call it. I'm looking for a dominant performance versus Pulev, and he can continue his ascension, right? Peace.
Peace. Appreciate you coming through, fam. Always welcome to jump on. L Dog, your crazy ass, man. Give me some closing thoughts.
Man, another day. You know, multiple bodies were caught today. You know, I'm nearing JFL's record, 5,003-0. I think when it comes to these boxing debates, I'm about like 4,783-0. So I'm definitely catching up. You know, and peace out to the chat, the panel, D Jefferson. Salute.
All right, appreciate you, L Dog. My brother, Mark Unrivaled. Give me some closing thoughts, fam.
Yeah, he's 4,733.
Yeah,
exactly. Big up to everybody in the chat for sticking out and listening all the way through when everything was getting heated. Hit the like button if you could, and if you're watching on archive and you're new, subscribe to the channel.
Appreciate you, Mark. You know you're always welcome, brother. Well, guys, I'll tell you like this, man. Canelo Alvarez, Anthony Joshua, definitely two hated guys in this era of boxing. And like I say, when you're the best, then expect to hate. You just gotta expect it. It's part of being the best. Everybody's not gonna like it, and everybody damn sure don't like Canelo and Anthony Joshua. But these guys are proving it. They're proving it. They're taking down the opponents, multiple time champions, and they're trying to fight the best and be the best. And I think both of these guys are going to be successful in their upcoming fights. I think AJ stops Pulev in 4 or 5. I think Canelo stops Smith in 7 or 8. I think I'm going with that somewhere around there. So we'll have to see. But appreciate all you guys coming through, listening to us talk. And y'all know how I always in this thing. For the love of sports, let's talk about it. Peace.